this real quick. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the EU 2v2. I'm Designated Asian, and with me is my boy Sparky878. How you doing, Sparky?
You know, I'm doing so great today. I'm so excited for this EU 2v2. We haven't seen 2v2 in quite a while.
And in particular, we haven't really seen a whole lot of EU, especially since we switched to being the NA casters. Unfortunately, for everyone out there, TWK and Taza were both busy. TWK is going to be at PAX, so if you are anywhere near that PAX West convention floor area, go say hi. Do you know where Taza is?
I have no clue. He's probably somewhere doing an important thing.
Yeah, he's got very important, very cool guy things to do. So we will be the casters for today. We are the NA casters, so you'll be seeing us next week at the US East regional qualifier. But before that, we've got an EU 2v2. We've got some really exciting matches today. It's going to be an all-out brawl. And first up, we've got two teams, the Deus teams versus GH Fight.
I have no idea who any of these people are, and some might think that's a bad thing, but I'm ready to be pleasantly surprised early in the tournament because I'm sure that these two teams are similar seeds to each other, so I'm sure this is already going to be a good show.
Oh yeah, and I mean, if you've played you know, an Android type single player game, you might be familiar with Deus Ex Machina, right? On the other side, if you've played CSGO, you might be familiar with the term GHGH because it was a good half. And I think we will be starting soon. Just waiting for them to make sure that they understand everything, because usually what happens in the early rounds of tournaments is that not everyone is quite familiar with the map striking and everything. So, yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and give him the go ahead. I think Photo was here to explain it to him. We should be ready to roll kind of right into this as soon as they pick their characters.
Yeah. So far, nobody has locked in on any characters. Usually we like to see a little bit higher defense on the character rosters, right? We love to see those Barazas. The Ulgrim will make its showing every now and then. Roland will show its face. Even Queen Nai gets a little bit more love inside of this 2v2 setting. And then conversely, the three defense characters, they generally struggle.
I'm always going to be on board with a high defense pick. I don't care who the character is. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for a Taros pick. I'm ready for a Roland pick. I'm ready for a Nai pick. Anybody. We're already seeing Nai and Nash coming in. Looks like one of them has a stance.
Oh, he's got a stance. He's level 20, but he does indeed have a stance. Dude, I am glad. You know, I don't mess with stances a lot, but I'm glad they added the little like tick marks and the off colors so that you actually know, hey, this was their actual stats, but this is their new stance is what's going on. So that is
I definitely like it for tournament organization, because otherwise I wouldn't have noticed, but I was able to see like the missing block and the added block, and we were able to catch that going on. But we have Nash and Queen Nai against Hattori and Asuri. We're seeing double swords on the right side. I wonder if we're gonna see Great Hall as an option. I wonder how the Deus boys are on their ledge cancel game, especially after the somewhat recent ledge cancel changes, how it's a smaller window to actually ledge cancel.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of opportunities, but they did strike out Great Hall, and it's actually an intelligent decision from the Deus boys, especially since it's harder to get those ledge cancels. And essentially what they did is they left Grumpy, Kings, and Blackguard essentially saying, let's go to Blackguard. They could have easily striked out Blackguard and gone for the Great Hall pick. But like I was saying, it's a little bit harder to get those ledge cancels when there's potentially two other people who can interrupt it. But we're going to go into King's Pass with these boys, Deus Ex versus GH Fight.
Already coming in, both characters of Deus have weapons right now. The poor little Queen Nai finally getting over to pick up a pair of Katars. But how do you think they are in the matchup game right now, character-wise?
This is an interesting matchup. Usually you don't want to be picking a map like King's Pass. The Queen Nai is kind of the zoner. She wants to be dead center and just control the space around her, whereas the other character, the non-Queen Nai character, is usually like a support, moving around, trying to put pressure out and force them into the Queen Nai. But on King's Pass, it's a lot harder to do that because of the two different platforms. And as you're seeing right now, it's essentially a 1v1 game. And Not that Queen Nai does bad in the 1v1, but you're seeing right now they're already kind of struggling where they could have just been fighting 2v2s.
And with that 1v1 game, a really good 2v2 team will kind of ebb and flow, move in and out between the two 1v1s. Queen Nai will struggle with that a little bit just because of her lower movement speed.
And that lower movement speed is counteracted by the higher defense, but the higher defense is not enough as Elm chases him down, gets a nice rising unarmed uppercut to finish off the stock. And if you look at the top right, Elm still in the red, Sky in the yellow. And that is the struggle that they're having with this King's Pass pick. They finally get a kill, but Sky still untouched.
And we actually saw what happens in 2v2 if your teammate takes even just a moment to stand on the side. Sky was standing on the right platform while both of the boys in red were 2v1ing Elm, and they got the kill almost immediately, and Sky wasn't able to be there to put pressure.
You know, that is a very astute observation, and I think Jungle and Skull could easily take advantage of it if they recognize it. They can put out the 2v1 pressure. It seems like Sky and Elm want to fight on their own ledges because that's where they've been winning. But Jungle, rather than take the opportunity to just turn around, try to fight the 2v1 on Sky, he's just charging forward at Elm. Oh.
Elm going over that Nash neutral sig, going around behind him, ready to punish that with a side air into that mine.
Oh, and as you say that, Skull at the bottom of the map was fighting Qatar versus Qatars versus Skyness, and just bumps his head, falls to his death. Skyness is still on his first stock, is getting a massive Qatar string onto Skull, but is not able to finish off the stock. But honestly, that's just so much extra damage.
There's that high defense from Queen Nai coming in, and that was a really high neutral sig. That was almost halfway to the top of the map kill box when that neutral sig happened. If it was lower, it might have killed.
Or if it was a signature with a different course direction. Oh no, Jungle sidelighting into the mine. That's gonna be another kill for Skyness and Elm, and they only lost one stock throughout that entire 3 minutes of a 2v2. These guys are looking incredibly strong right now.
And for two teams that were kind of similarly seeded, looking at the damage numbers, we have 525 and 515 from the Deus team to 178 and 281. Skyness himself almost did more than Skull and Jungle were able to put out together.
Yeah, like with a Queen Nai pick, usually you're picking it for the defense. It is the defense and a relatively high force. You should expect to see Skull tanking a little bit more damage, but he kind of struggled to hold on to that stock, struggled to find his footing, and I think it does have to do with that King's Pass pick. Honestly, I would have preferred if they went to Blackguard, something with a more central position that Skull could just sit there and control space. And I think they're going to try to ban out maps, definitely take King's Pass and Grumpy Temple off the board.
I think it's definitely smart of them to take the larger maps off the board to kind of prevent the two separate 1v1s from happening, because Jungle and Skull, we saw earlier, definitely took the 1v1 game. They were stronger in the 1v1 game.
Right, and we're going to be seeing them try to win out in another 1v1 game here on Mammoth Fortress. It's going to be Jungle and Skull versus Elmness and Elmeric and Skyness. Skyness starts off with the taunt, and he's going to be taking a little bit of a neutral light for his troubles.
That's what sometimes will happen in tournaments, especially 2v2, because there is not a lot of space on the map when characters spawn. So if you even wait just a second to even give a respect bow to your opponent, come on, there's real stuff on the line here, brother.
The same thing happens in 1v1 with that central weapon spot. I take full advantage and I get that starting weapon. But we're seeing right now Skyness, he's just trying to stay on the wall right now. And that's bad. That is a bomb in the back of his teammate. Jungle is going to be the first one to lose the stock, and almost nobody else is taking damage.
Yeah, surprisingly low damage amount coming out. Even now, 45 seconds into the game, Skull has just gotten into the orange. Elm and Sky are right between yellow and orange right now. Elm's starting to peek into that orange. Skull needs to be careful here. There is a mine on the field. Jungle has fallen into two mines, but this time it's going to be Skull that gets hit into the mine. The red boys cannot catch a break with the explosives.
Dude, these red boys, these GH fight boys, that's such a, you can't say like GH fighting, but the GH fight boys, they're struggling. They're going for these 1v1s, right? You see Skull on the left side, Jungle on the right side, trying to fight it out. Skull gets a nice spike ball to finish off the stock, But you see, like, the second they're in a 2v1 opportunity, the second they can try to double up on someone, they're not really taking advantage of it. And they hit each other a couple times when they were trying to go for it.
And you actually saw them just now. Skyness was on the wall after they killed Elmaric, and Skull and Jungle were just staying on top of the platform, not even attempting to edgeguard.
And they had the opportunity for that edgeguard. BMG nerfed the damage a little bit for team damage. I think it's 70% now.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
That is 100% to incentivize fighting for those 2v1s, fighting for those edge guards. But they are just struggling in every regard right now. You can see Skullness and Jungle are now on their final stock. Skyness, once again, 3 stocks, a little bit more damage than last game, but still, he's in a very strong position.
Skyness finally falling on that first stock. We are not going to see a 5 stock from Skyness and Elmaric to combat the 5 stock we just saw from Jungle and Skull. And Jungle is just going to fall, forcing Skull into the 2v1 right now.
Foot seed right along that wall. To be fair, Skull he's Queen Nai, and if we've seen anyone win 2v1s, it is Queen Nai's, and other Queen Nai's. So we're gonna see if Skull can do it. Skull gets a nice side air, but he's gonna need to get more than that. And it looks like Skyness and Elm are trying to get him into a black hole position, but Skyness needs to switch his weapons if he wants it.
They're just... Elmaric and Skyness kind of look just a little bit trepidatious about how they should actually go in and Skull right now. Skull's kind of looking like an action hero, where when the protagonist is stuck between a couple people... Oh, and he threw the weapon. He had just enough stun time to throw the weapon to keep Elmaric from hitting that sidelight. I don't believe you can black hole with Spear's sidelight. Usually it's neutral light.
I think he was just trying to pick up something. Elmness made a slight mistake by backing up to pick up the spear. Honestly, he could have just gone unarmed to sword and just kept the black hole going. But they've got Skull so deep in the red that if Skyness and Elmaric wanted to, they just run at him and keep hitting him with things. And there you go. Skyness picks up the recovery onto Skull, and they're gonna take it 2-0 over the Deus boy, or over the GH Fight boys.
It was a nice try from the boys in GH Fight, but Skyness and Elmaric just kind of outclassed them in most senses of the word. They definitely did them real dirty in damage, except we did see Skull put out 460 damage here, but Jungle still struggling with that 190 damage and on such a high force like character like Nash.
Jungle did less damage than Skyness took. Skyness only took 281 damage, which is, I mean, it's the stock that he lost. Other than that, like, Elmaric and Skyness did a really good job. A lot of it came down to those 1v1s. They were just winning out in the 1v1s, and Skull and Jungle were not able to take advantage of it. They had the spears, they had potential for black holes, but they're fighting too many 1v1s.
And that's the thing. If you can't win the 1v1, sometimes it's not a bad idea to rely on that 2v2. Some of the best 2v2 teams are not necessarily top tier 1v1 players that you just smash together and we're like, hey, you're good, hey, I'm good, we're probably gonna be good together.
Right, it's a 2v2 situation. It is a team situation. You can synergize, you can follow up off your teammate, you can black hole. But we're gonna be going into the next game. We're seeing mini Peep of Team The Arrow. I see Thomas and I see a Dragon White. And none of these guys have the same clan tag, so honestly, I think these are just like guys playing together as friends. Oh no, these two guys, Brawlhalla for fun and Razor and Dragon White, both of Team Brawlhalla for fun. Hopefully they'll be having fun with this 2v2 situation, right?
I hope so, but to be quite honest, this isn't for fun. If you look at the top of your screen, for the money. Above the little tournament window, this is a $1,000 prize pool tournament. I can tell you, though, that if I'm winning money, I'm probably having fun.
I mean, I'm having fun regardless of the win or not, but hopefully these guys are going to be going home with some money if they can fight it out and win over each other. I believe this is round... What round is it? Do you know? Can't find the bracket. I had it. Still round 1?
I believe it is. I still need for my bracket to update. There's so many teams
still
today.
Round 1.
How many teams did we have today? It was something like on the order of 60 signed up.
Yeah, we had quite a few sign up, but only up 43 people or 43 teams ended up ultimately checking in. But I am getting word this is in fact round 1. And we're going to be seeing another match from round 1. This is Mini Peep and Thomas versus Dragon White and Razor. Honestly, I like the name Thomas. It's a very good name. It's very simple, very easy. I'm not pretending it's a foreign name. It's just, hey, you want to play with my boy Thomas? Hey Thomas, you want to play some Brawlhalla today? We're seeing a whole lot of swords. Are we sure we're not watching an NA tournament?
We might be, and I think the Val, by the way, I think the name is Mini Pip YT.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Maybe it's Mini P PYT, because Mini P is a pretty young thing. Val and Hattori on the left side on the blue team versus Sir Roland and Hattori. Like I said, lots of swords, but a little bit of variation. We're seeing a couple spears. We got gauntlets, we got a lance, and most importantly, we've got some defense on the board. Like I was saying at the very beginning of this, Sir Roland 8 defense. We're seeing Val coming in with that 6 defense. Hattori a little bit on the lower side, but still, there's a reasonable amount of defense on both of these teams.
I'm always surprised that Val has 6 defense, because you see her with sword and gauntlets. She's an android. You think she's going to be a fast moving, kind of like a robot ninja, but she can tank with some of the best of them out there.
Oh yeah, she can take quite a beating. 6 same defense as Taro, same defense as Orion. 2 also pretty hard to kill beef castles, but we're gonna see if he can put out that damage with this Val. Gauntlets only got a ground pound, fishing for neutral sigs on the dragon.
I think he's gonna have a tough matchup there. Gauntlets into Lance. Lance does have the range on the gauntlets.
Ooh. Yeah, it might struggle. It's about verticality against the gauntlets, but that was really great play from Mini. He saw that Thomas was in trouble in the edgeguard situation against Razor, and immediately just ran over. Saw Dragon is a little bit slower than him, so he can just run over, help his team out at any time. And that's one of the great things about this high speed, is that they can actually just run around the map, force random 2v1 situations. They need to not get black holed right now.
That was almost, actually, both of their first stocks, that was almost a huge early lead for the boys from Brawlhalla for fun. They almost caught both of them in those sword neutralite black holes.
It was an unfortunate drop for them, but honestly, everybody is just trading out. So close. Dragon is so close to getting the kill, but left side, Mini able to pick up the kill on the Razor.
And the second after he was able to visually confirm that kill, you saw Mini Pip immediately sprint over and try to force the 2v1 on the Dragon White.
Woo! That hard to save his teammate, Mini Pip. That is presence of mind to a T, and what a great play from Thomas to completely avoid any sort of black hole situation.
And right now, Dragon White's was just chilling out for a moment while Mini Pip was attacking Razor.
Razor is able to pick up the stock on the Thomas. Dragon, the only one still on his first stock, taking so much force from that neutralite, but it's still not enough. Mini Pip sending him just more inward. Oh, ground pounds his teammate though.
Thomas, lucky that he wasn't in kill percentage, because that Gauntlet ground pound has a ton of force. Very nasty. It can kill somewhat early, especially if Dragon White was able to follow up.
Oh yeah, that thing is absolutely devastating. Thomas is already in the red right now. They finally pick up the kill onto Dragon White. Thomas is charging up that spike ball. What? Who was that at?
I don't know. Sometimes there's so much chaos going on that you don't know what to do, and then Dragon White is just gonna casually toss the bomb straight into Razor, just kind of rolling it along the floor.
He was going for the strike, but unfortunately he got a gutter bowling. But Thomas is on his last stock, Razor on his last stock, and they're both the lower defense characters, which is not too surprising, but Mini Pip is also going to be joining them on the last stock party.
Mini Pip just running into a bomb, Thomas running into a mine. Both of these games so far, both of these sets that we've seen so far have been pretty rough on the explosive front.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of the 2v2, is just if you know, generally people try not to focus up on their opponent, but sometimes the other opponent is on the other side throwing mines and you're just not even ready for it, or even your teammate.
I know that when you and I play 2v2s together, we don't have a lot of communication other than when we throw a bomb and we just kind of yell "bomb" at the other one and hope that the other person kind of got the message.
Yeah, it's like yelling fire in the hole, but it looks like they send Dragon into the hole and they get a black hole on the Razor, but they drop it as Dragon comes back. They're gonna potentially be able to take off the stock of Razor if Thomas doesn't get caught out.
Oh, and I think Thomas and Razor just side sig at each other and actually clashed. But Razor is gonna crank back that unarmed side sig. Mini Pip staying alive, using that 6 defense on Val for everything that it's worth.
Ooh, Dragon. He was juggling Thomas around, and that gave Razor plenty of time to get a big string onto Mini. Mini Pip's gonna be struggling. This is the double edge guard, and I like that Dragon was the one who was going in on it. He gets the ground pound to finish off the stock of Mini. Damage, though.
Reasonable damage all across the board. We are seeing some peaks on the blue team from Mini Pip with the 611, from Dragon White on the red team with 619. Razor putting out 487. That's nothing to scoff at there. But Thomas putting out only 310. Dragon White almost doing literally 1 damage less than double what Thomas was able to put out.
That was some very impressive math on the fly. The numbers like that aren't always bad. Sometimes you'll see that when there's a team like going back to Queen Nai, you'll see like the Queen Nai will do slightly less damage, and then the other teammate is the one running around trying to do all the damage. But usually it's not the Hattori who is struggling in the damage department. Thomas just not able to get any big strings onto the boys of Brawlhalla for fun.
Thomas was able to, I think he tanked the most damage. He tanked 627. Basically, on average, that's being killed each stock at 210. That's a lot, because kill percent happens around 150 damage. That's when you start kind of creeping into that red territory. But an average of 210 per stock, that's very good. That is a level of survivability.
Yeah, that is some solid survivability. Mini Pip on the other side also had pretty decent 600 plus damage. It's just about putting out the damage, and not only that, finishing stocks. Hopefully these guys will be able to finish out their stocks. We saw a couple black holes, but they just weren't able to complete the circle. And Mini Pip and Thomas are starting off essentially unarmed, as Mini Pip has a gauntlet against Spear.
Did Mini Pip just threw his gauntlets away, maybe looking for an early throw combo, or just hoping to pause Razor in his tracks and just kind of get a little bit of breathing room? But he's been unarmed for 15 to 20 seconds, finally getting that sword, and now Razor's the one who's disarmed.
Mini Pip throwing a little bit of difficulty with this Val, just throwing out signatures. He threw out a point-blank side sig, which, for those of you who are not familiar with that, it's got a little bit of a short hop. Oh, but Razor gets right underneath him with that neutral sig, and that is a big deficit for the boys in blue.
We saw Razor hit that side air onto Thomas, and Dragon White was there waiting. It hit Thomas a little bit too high for Dragon White to pick him up with that sword neutralite, but great presence of mind from Dragon White, and as I'm saying nice things about him, he just falls to his death.
Well, that is going to be a little bit of a helping hand for the blue boys. They're going to be even in stocks right now, but I mean, it's Dragon White. He's the highest defense character on the map, tied for highest in the game. He's not going to have trouble with this next stock.
Yeah, keep in mind that last game was extremely even, except for Dragon White. He was the one who was in yellow when everybody else was in red on their last stock, which was why he was able to go for that edge guard to kill. Did Dragon White just save Thomas before Thomas died? I think Mini Pip caught him in a signature, and Dragon White actually hit, I don't remember if it was a Sare or a Dare, but it brought him out of the final hits of the signature that would have absolutely killed.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, I can take your life as easily as I give it to you, is what Dragon White is saying. But great presence of mind from Thomas. He saw Razor charging up that side heavy and just came over, side sigs him in the back, and ends up getting even stocks for just a little bit before Mini gets taken down.
I'm loving the teamwork here. We've been talking a lot about Dragon White, and I just want to point out how situationally aware he's been, even for things that aren't black holes. If his teammate, if Razor is there to hit a downlight into a nair, Dragon White is right on his tail, ready to hit a lance nair or a sword nair. He's ready for just any little bits of damage.
Yeah, he's been able to follow up a lot after Razor. Just, you know, like you were saying, throw out a sidelight, throw out a nair, follow up off the bounce. Neutral Sig's his teammate, but you know, Mini is going to just help him out by down sigging his own teammate. And they're just going blow for blow right now as Thomas gets taken down.
Mini Pip on his last stock, the 2v1 situation right now. Razor was looking to queue up that down signature. It didn't hit Mini Pip. Interrupted him with a weapon throw. Mini Pip needs to be alive right now.
He has to hold on to this stock for as long as possible. He does not want to be leaving his teammate in a 1v2 situation. That is just asking for black holes, and as we say that, he gets caught by the neutral Sig. Thomas, I'd like to see him play around this island. As frustrating as that might be to play against, that is his best opportunity to win out this match, or, you know, ground pound your opponent.
This ground pound right onto Dragon White. I have to think that Dragon White was trying to position himself to maybe spot dodge that into a neutral light with that sword, because Razor was waiting right on his left, ready for that black hole.
So we're seeing a reasonable amount of success in these 2v1s right now. We saw it earlier where the Queen Nai player, I believe it was Skull, was actually doing reasonably well, and now we're seeing Thomas, you know, not doing terrible against Dragon and Razor here in this 2v1. I like that it's Dragon that's trying to go in on Thomas, except for the fact that if Dragon gets gimped, gets taken down, then he is essentially leaving Razor in a potential 1v1.
Thomas is being very patient right now. He's playing very intelligently.
Ooh.
He's not taking any unnecessary risks, because there's not a huge chance that even if he gets a big play, it won't lead to much, because Razor's there to protect Dragon White. Dragon White is there to protect Razor.
You know, you say he's not going for these big plays, but I've seen him throw out quite a few neutral sigs. Not all of them have been punished, but there, you see again, he throws out a side sig. That side sig would have sent him towards the island. That wouldn't have protected him. So he's going a little bit risky, because he knows if he can take Dragon, he'll have a potential 1v1, but he dodges right into the neutral light, and this is going to be trouble for Thomas. Not going to work out. Oh, he's I thought he just like forgot his jumps for a second.
I think Thomas did that on purpose to maybe also make the opponent think that he forgot his jumps and that the rest of the game was free, giving him basically license to get back onto the platform.
Yeah, you know, it's those weird situations, those weird recoveries that sometimes work out the best. Great intelligence from Thomas. He's done that before. The second that recovery charged up, Thomas was like, all right, I'm gonna punch you into the sky, but not enough. Razor picks up the Sair to finish off that stock.
Thomas was playing that extremely well. Razor was in there with 2 stocks. Dragon White started with 2 stocks, and Thomas was able to take 2 stocks from that. Even though he lost that game, that's definitely not something to shake your and wag your finger at. Thomas played that very, very well.
But shake your tail. But Thomas, yeah, he did really, really well. You saw him, he took down Dragon White, and at the very end, he was fishing for that side light to knock Razor into the mine, and then he would have had essentially a one stock to one stock. He would have been in the red. It would have been a little bit of trouble. But, I mean, he played that 2v1 immaculately to the best of, I think, a lot of people's abilities. And if Mini Pip was able to put out a little bit more damage earlier on, you know, hold on to that last stock, hold on to the second stock a little longer, then I think we would have seen a completely different set of events.
That's one of those things. If your teammate dies, that means they're not there. That means they're not there to put out damage. It means they're not there to take damage. It means they're not there to put out pressure. It means they're not there to relieve some of the pressure on you. It's just that is a very tough situation. Whoever dies first, that's one of the nails in the coffin.
Right, 2v1s they're doable. I mean, we saw Thomas was fighting it, but it is not an easy fight, to say the least. But with that, we're going to be moving on to round 2. This is going to be 2 of the Frost boys, Cole and Mazzy, versus 2 of the, I feel like they spelt worst wrong, but WUSRT E3 boys. It is going to be Dinky and Diamos.
Nah, man, just retweet E3. They are the biggest E3 fans on the planet. E3 maniacs here.
Oh, yeah.
And we're seeing Bren and we're seeing Sentinel. We haven't seen a lot of Sentinel in BCS. Pretty much one of the only ones that have played him was Multimum, and
it's,
he went on
EU, right?
Yeah, he went on to win the EU regional qualifier with that Sentinel. I love a Sentinel pick. I love a Cassidy pick. I love a Bren pick, and I like a Lucian pick in 2v2 because of that huge defense, because of that high movement speed. You're able to rotate between fights. You're able to take damage, and even though you have only 3 force, Sentinel is there with 5 force, with those guitars, able to gimp, able to throw out signatures, and able to kill.
You know Sentinel's on the other team, right?
It's in general. In general.
All right. Well, we're going to be seeing Cole and Mozzie, the Cassidy and Lucian players, fighting against Diamos and Dinky, the Sentinel and the Bryn. This is going to be another fight, another 2v2, a best of 3 on Twilight, and they're starting off. Each team gets one weapon, but Diamos is going to be in the middle to pick up the other one. Dinky threw away the hammer. You looking for the Katars?
I would like to see Katars from Dinky early game. I think Hammer has a great signature kit on Sentinel, but early game you don't necessarily need to be throwing those out. You can just as easily rack up damage by just Katarin all day.
The Katar strings are a great way to rack up damage, but it looks like Dinky's actually fishing for these weapon toss setups. Meanwhile, Diamos is just going in onto Cole and struggling a little bit. Is taking quite a bit of damage to the face as he throws out a neutral sig. Cole's above, and great follow-up from Mazzy to just turn around and just get the neutral sig off to add more damage onto Diamos.
Mazzy has been hit by, I think, just a weapon toss, now just a bomb, now an axe side air. Cole was able to take out Dinky in the process, but Mazzy turning around, getting the neutral signature, taking out Diamos. Maz and Cole not even in the orange yet, going up, already 2 stocks on Diamos and Dinky.
Really great early lead for the Frost Boys. Cole and Mazzy both playing out these guns, which in 2v2 they generally don't do great because they just take up a lot of space, but Mazzy and Cole are playing this right. They're going to opposite ends of Twilight and essentially trying to fight Dinky and Diamos into the center.
Yeah, they're kind of switching off between being the bread of the sandwich and being the meat of the sandwich. As the meat, they're trying to keep Dinky and Diamos apart from each other, not letting them get any combos off of one another. When they're the bread of the sandwich, they're keeping Diamos and Dinky together, and they're trying to overlap hitboxes so they can overlap and maximize damage.
Those little plays that that adjustment is going to work out great for them. They're still on their first stocks as Dinky bumps his head. Black hole potential. They know exactly what they're doing. That is not a common black hole. Neutral lights from the unarmed and gun dares are going to be able to lock him in place and follow up with unarmed neutral heavy for the kill. Great play from the Frost Boys as they are still on their first stocks.
When you think of Frost, you think of people like Cake, you think of people like Fluxy, but in the 2v2 side of things, I'm definitely thinking about Mazzy now, and I'm definitely thinking about Cole.
These guys are making a great showing for themselves. Mazzy, 2 mines in place. Oh,
Mazzy,
dangerous.
you need to relax, my dude, because you were getting very close.
I mean, they have room to mess around right now. They have the stock advantage. Obviously, don't mess around too much or else you might get in trouble. Both of them finally losing their first stocks, but Dinky already in the orange, and we've seen him bump his head once, so it's not out of the question for him to do it twice.
Yeah, Mazzy was able to edgeguard Dinky very well, cutting off options when he was unarmed against a hammer. He was able to kind of be outside of the range of the hammer recovery and put out damage and zoning without being at risk.
Meanwhile, right side Dinky, I've seen a lot of weapon toss setups from him, and in 2v2 that just it's a lot riskier of a play because if your weapon toss misses, then either you're gonna get punished or there's potential for you to hit your teammate, and it's such a risky play from Dinky. Meanwhile, Mazzy on the left side just picks up a recovery to finish off the stock of Diamos, and I don't know how this weapon toss play is gonna work for Dinky. It doesn't happen.
It doesn't work very well. Mazzy caught him in that gun neutral light, and Cole immediately ran up, jumped, and hit him with the side air. They didn't go for any predetermined 2v2 combos. They didn't just go for black hole potential with weapon neutral lights or anything like that. They just did something simple. He was in kill percent, so they did something that's gonna kill.
I don't know if you caught that, but the Lucian player had 600 damage. He was the highest by at least about 200. And we were talking about three force. That is the lowest force in the game. It does the lowest damage, but he made it work real good.
If you're racking up the damage that quickly and to that extent, you actually don't need a lot of force to kill. And we saw Mazzy putting out stuff like double dares into a gravity canceled downlight in a matter of seconds.
He is no slouch on these guns. Granted, guns are a little bit more of an EU friendly thing, not EA friendly. EU friendly thing. So it's not too surprising to see great gunplay, but Mazzy with a fantastic gunplay picks up the double nair into a recovery onto Dinky. And Dinky's falling to his death. Oh, this is trouble. This is trouble. I don't know if he's just been completely demoralized or what, but he is now on his last stock, and we are less than a minute into this.
Less than 20 seconds into the game, Mazzy hits a nair recovery onto his Sentinel. One of the things Sentinel has going for him is 10 billion defense. And if you're not able to even use that, actually technically he has 7 defense, but you know what I mean. But when Mazzy is able to completely negate that, that's insane.
I mean, if there's anything that cuts through defense, it is those Gimps. He gets killed one more time by the recovery. Diamos is fighting out for this 1v2, but it is, I mean, this is like the worst possible 1v2 when both of your opponents have essentially all their stocks. Mazzy lost 1 stock, but this is not a friendly place for Diamos.
I don't know what happened to Dinky, but this is Mazzy and Cole's game to lose right now, and this is their set to lose.
I mean, it's also not unheard of for 2v2 teams to get a little bit cocky when they've got a huge advantage, start maybe killing each other, as we've seen in some situations, just kind of messing around, and it could turn on a dime if Mazzy and Cole don't keep it tight and keep it locked.
Diamos doing a pretty good job surviving. That's one of the things that you can only hope for against some players like Cole and Mazzy. It's kind of to survive.
Right, I mean, I was complimenting Cole and Mazzy in game 1 for their excellent follow-up. That was a fantastic follow-up from Mazzy, by the way, off the weapon dot. But Diamos has done a great job of just avoiding black holes. There's black hole potential. Saw them just go for one right there, but Diamos has just been able to avoid it, not getting caught by like any dare black holes or a neutralite dare or anything else like that.
And one of the things we see with guns, which Mazzy and Cole are favoring very, very heavily, is the black hole potential. It's a little bit less than a weapon like sword, which has neutral light, or spear, which also has neutral light, or even lance, which can you still downlight black hole, or does it pop you up a little bit too much?
I think last time I checked, you could.
That's one of the things that they're going to have a little bit of trouble with, is they're going to have to do these a little bit more innovative, lads-esque combos to get a black hole with guns.
Ooh, but Diamos is able to take another stock off. Those little bits are going to be slowly helping him come back into this, but like I said earlier, this is essentially Mazzy and Cole's game to lose.
Even if Diamos was somehow able to get the Gimp of a lifetime on Mazzy right now, he still has to fight through mostly 3 stocks of Cole.
Like 2.5 stocks, some might say.
That neutral stick almost hitting from Mazzy.
Diamos is very close to kill percentage, and you see Cole's just fishing for these nairs. Mazzy ends up taking down his teammate there, but Cole's just gonna be like, all right, I'm back, fresh stock, don't care, let's just go back to trying to kill Diamos. Mazzy getting a little cocky with that bunny hop, but just lands at neutral 6.
I'm not sure if I think he might have been doing that just to force the bait from Diamos so that Cole could come in and hit like a side signature, because I think Cole was ready there to queue up a signature if he was given the chance to, while Diamos was still stuck in recovery frames.
Yeah, all things considered though, Dinky SD'd really early on, lost both of his stocks, but he still wasn't that far behind in damage of Cole, only about 150 behind. Sure, that's double the damage he put out, but really that's not a huge difference in comparison to Diamos to Dinky or even Diamos to Cole. So I think Cole just kind of didn't do damage. It was honestly Mazzy. It was just a lot of Mazzy.
Cole was there. Cole was there for moral support. He was there for the theoretical pressure, and yeah.
I mean, sometimes existing and just having presence is a big enough damage dealer that Dinky kind of falls off and people don't. It's fine. But with that, I think it is time to move on to the next round 2. We've seen these boys before in the previous EU 2v2. We're going to be seeing AIs, Q4R and Janice. Both of them placed in top 8 in the last 2v2. So these guys are going to be an incredibly strong team to fight. On the other side, the Z team, my favorite version of Dragon Ball, it is going to be Zero Legion and ZDXCD. Zed dead?
Yep, I think it's this is Zed's Brawlhalla account. He's kind of camouflaging it a little bit, so only the true fans
Yeah.
are really gonna know it's him. But keep in mind, we have Q4R in this game. Q4R being the one who knocked someone you may have heard of, Daiku, into the losers bracket in the EU 1v1, and of course, nothing to slouch at Janice, who has one heck of a Lucian.
These guys are definitely going to be monsters. We're going to be seeing who they start locking in. Jan is very clearly going to be playing that Lucian like you were talking about. Q4R more than likely going to be playing that Bodvar. And we're seeing the Orion and the Lucian picks on the other side for the Z team.
I think we've seen more Lucian picks in this set and the last set than we've probably seen in the past 3 or 4 months.
EU has arguably the best Lucian players on their roster. They have the best Lucian player in general. They have freaking Maltimum, who will place incredibly high in tournaments with his very unique Lucian style of play. We're not seeing that same style of play. It's a lot harder to do in this 2v2 situation, but it's no surprise to me that there's a fair number of Lucians out there.
Yeah, if anybody knows Lucian, it is EU. Of course, we also have Memoria over there, and Janice is going to want his name in those ranks, and I'm sure ZDXED is going to want his name in those ranks as well.
Of course, they want to put their names on the BCS rankings, the money page, but Janice is just going to be throwing away those guitars, looking for guns. Left side, Q4R is going to be able to make it past Zeds.
I'm going to like the gun into Lance matchup. Guitars just really have a tough time. Even a move as good as Qatar Nair is just, it's beaten out by the Lance Nair. It's a bigger 360-degree Qatar.
Not to poop on Lance too hard, but what matchup does Lance win?
I think it wins Qatars. I think it's goofy against Bo. I think it's okay on stage against Bo. Off stage, it's a little bit more difficult. I know Boomy would disagree with that, and Pugsy would agree. But I think Lance is goofy. I think it has an okay matchup against Gauntlets as well. My Lance doesn't, but I think Lance in general does.
All right, well, Zero is the one holding onto his stock right now. Janice actually hasn't taken too much damage on his first stock. Zero, we saw him a little while ago get a kill, but he gets picked up by the neutral stick from Janice. Right side, Q4R is trying to use that sword to get in onto Zeds, but not too much showing out of it.
One thing we haven't really talked about so far is the Orion pick. We've seen Orion sort of come back into favor recently. We've seen people like Crocky in NA. There's a handful of people in EU. I know there are more Lance players in EU as of late, and of course Spear, one of the most dominant weapons in the game.
Oh yeah, but on the other side, he's got that Lance, but honestly, he does not seem to be shying away from it. A lot of Orion players like to throw away the Lance, immediately fish for some sort of spear play, specifically the neutral sig on the edge. But Zero is making this Lance work. He's racked up quite a bit of damage onto Janice, but again, gets picked up by the neutral sig.
Janice hasn't died yet. We are coming in about 2 minutes and 15 seconds into this game. Janice in the red. We are having a Lucian fight on the right of the stage right now, and Janice hasn't died.
You know, I feel like I'm seeing a repeat of set 1. We're seeing a lot of 1v1s, and that is contributing to the fact that Janice hasn't died, because he's essentially getting to play the game that he wants to do. He gets to space out with those guns, read his opponent, and just catch him out. It's working out fantastically for the AI boys.
And that's one of the things. If your opponent maybe has a better flat 2v2 team than you, just force the 1v1. If you can win the 1v1, you can turn a 2v2 into a 1v1, and that is a legitimate 2v2 strategy.
Yeah, there's all sorts of strategies that can be going on, and it's the 1v1s that are working out for the team Artificial, as Zed gets taken down. Janice only on his second stock, barely any damage on him, and Zero is going to be struggling to find his footing. He's got to avoid basically everything, and he can't. The option coverage. Janice goes high. Q4R covers the bottom.
That side sig from Bodvar covers so much territory. It has an aerial hitbox. It has that grounded hitbox, which is where he actually got hit by it. But Q4R and Janice are some EU big boys, and Zero Legion and Zed are going to have an uphill battle against them.
Well, they need to figure out what they did wrong. In my opinion, it seemed like there was a lot of 1v1 mistakes, right? So if they can try to get those 2v2s, there isn't a lot of black hole potential between Lance and Spear and Guns and Katars. But if they can find maybe the unarmed into Spear or anything like that, that was a very awkward start just due to nobody. What's going on?
I think
map mistake. I saw them go straight into Twilight, but I wasn't sure if that was because they had communicated they wanted Twilight or if that was them mistakenly picking it.
everybody's gonna SD, but I thought Q4R was gonna stay on the platform and not go out like that. Q4R not willing to SD there.
Well, I mean, we heard the announcer. Red team did win, so I believe that is gonna be two.
Put it on the board, Kree. Let's go. Moving on.
It's on the scoreboard. But I think we're gonna be going to a different map. I think they wanted to ban out Twilight, but like I was saying, their 1v1s just were not working out for them. Q4R obviously has a lot of 1v1 talent. I mean, he took down Daiku, who going into that EU tournament was one of the big names, right? Everyone was kind of saying he was going to make top 3 easily, and Q4R is the one who knocked him in the losers bracket. Janice, obviously no slouch, was able to win out in game 1, had 2 stocks left. It's going to be hard to win in that 1v1, so why not go for the 2v1, right?
That's I mean, that's 2v1 is that's a bigger number than 1v1. I want to see Zero Legion and Zed. I want to see them constantly rotating. I want to see them constantly mixing it up so Q4R and Janice don't have the chance to do any real big strings and put out real big damage on the same person. They have Orion with 6 movement speed. They have Lucian with 8 movement speed. They have movement speed to move back and forth, and that's what I want to see them doing.
But do they have the map to move around? We're gonna have to see one of them fighting out on the right side and then switching over. A lot of that kind of style of play, a lot of movement, and they're already starting off a little bit behind because Zeds was not able to pick up a weapon.
Now I actually don't know what happened last game because they're on Twilight again.
So see, they didn't want to pick Twilight, but then after picking Twilight, they were like, you know what? Actually, I think I like Twilight, and then they went to Twilight. But it doesn't matter. They're gonna be fighting out on Twilight, and Zero's dared 3 times at Q4R's feet, and 3 times he got punished. I mean, like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me like 4 times in a row, me daring at your feet, like shame on me.
Q4R sending him flying, doing a little bit of team damage onto Janice. Oh, Q4R. Oh, Zed. Both players avoiding that bomb throw. Throwing out signatures left and right. Pure Legion and Zed keeping this game mostly even so far.
Except for the fact that Q4R is only in the orange. Oh, and now they're slowly evening it up. If they can take off a stock, it's gonna be critical who can get this first stock, and Q4R is the one to pick it up with the unarmed recovery, but Zero is able to answer back with an unarmed side air.
And Zero Legion and Zed were kind of both avoiding Q4R there. Q4R had a ton of damage on him, but so did Zero Legion. He didn't want to give that quick turnaround kill. He wanted to keep that game even.
Man, at the top, Zed's had potential to even it up even more right now. You could have dodged down underneath the Nair and trying to fish for some gun recovery, but instead he wanted to back away and just try to get back to the neutral. And at this point in time, I think you got to go for the big plays. You got to go for something risky that is gonna pay off in a huge way.
You have to find a way to kill Q4R right now, and there they finally did it. Janice in the orange, Zed in the orange, Zero Legion in the orange. Q4R coming in fresh stock. You want to keep him off that weapon. No one was able to deny him that weapon. Even Janice was there to put out some zoning hitbox to keep Zed and Zero Legion away.
Zero is struggling on Q4R. Q4R with his hammer that nobody stopped him from was able to finish off that stock and immediately goes over to Zed. And this type of play is what we were looking for from the Z team. We want to see them going to help their teammate and rotating, but right now Q4R and Janice are showing them how it's done.
And what Q4R and Janice have been doing is they haven't been fishing for things like black holes. They know that they don't need them. If you build up little bits of damage and you build them up consistently, that brings you from yellow to orange to red, and all of a sudden, before your opponent knows it, they're in kill range.
I mean, they don't need the black holes. Black holes at this point is just icing on the cake. They are just absolutely controlling it. But Janice gets hit perfectly by the ground pound to completely miss both the island and the platform and fall to his death, which is going to be giving Zeds and Zero a little bit of a way in, evening up the stocks with that bomb toss.
Janus is just gonna kind of throw that bomb below. Oh, and Zero Legion and Janus both almost got hit by that bomb. That might have killed Zero Legion. He's dead anyway, just unable to touch the wall. He was so close.
Dude, that bomb was like the clench bomb. It was dangerously close to both people, but wasn't able to land on either person. Zeds is dodging around right now, but he's going against someone with equal movement speed. He can only avoid damage for so long, and Janus and Q4 are great at covering every spot.
I like what Janus was doing. He was putting out moves that have a lot of active frames to lock his opponent into those so Q4R could be there to follow up. He hit a gun neutral light, and Q4R was immediately there. He had the time to react to pick up with the dare. And then we saw Janus throw out a gun downlight, which has a very predictable and long-lasting pattern so that Q4R could be there to follow up.
Those little follow-ups are the thing that helped Q4R and Janus slowly win it out over the boys of Z-Team. Z-Team doing actually a little bit less damage on all fronts against Q4R and Janus Team Artificial. But with that, I think it's time to move on to the next game. And are we seeing Reason versus Reason?
We might be seeing Reason versus Reason. Teammates, sponsor mates having to fight each other and send two of their boys into the lower bracket this early in the tournament.
You do not want to be fighting your teammates. I mean, like when you're in a bracket together, you're like, all right, guys, we're gonna win it for our team. It betters our options. The more of our team, our clan, our org are inside of this bracket, the better chances we have at making it to the finals. But we gotta fight each other. That's just brutal because you know one of you is gonna be going down to the lower bracket while the other one continues on.
I'm gonna liken this to when Triple H and Shawn Michaels stayed in WWF, and then Kevin Nash went over to WCW. Their goal was to own WWF and to own WCW. Now we have two of the boys from Reason owning the upper bracket, and possibly two of the boys from Reason owning the lower bracket. They both can move up the bracket, storm up the bracket, and take the whole dang thing.
So the real question is, which of these Reason boys is going to be Degeneration X, and which of these Reason boys are going to be
the outsiders?
Outsiders. I was close. Hey, I got the first half. I got the first half, all right?
Farther than I expected. That was real good.
I was about to make a Shield reference or say like the Undertaker and Kane. Like, I don't care. I would have gone with a wrestling reference. But we're going to be seeing Rain and Addy Mestic versus Effie and Lands. Reason versus Reason. This is going to be rough, but honestly, these are all very, very strong players, and Reason picked up some killers.
And none of these players are picking anything out of the ordinary. Effie a little bit on the Val. We've seen Val come out recently, and people have just flocked to her. Magmabob even said the other day in Twitch chat that he literally has no idea why she is just absolutely so fun.
You know, he doesn't understand it, but he does enjoy it. Val, not surprising to see Effie on. Effie is one of those guys who's kind of pushed the Gauntlet meta. He's definitely posted quite a few GIFs of just insane Gauntlet plays here and there. A lot of it is very read heavy. He'll go for things like a sidelight into a gravity cancel sidelight read. Very read heavy, but it ends up paying off in huge ways if he can get those big reads. But he's going against Addy Mestic, who also has gauntlets, but he's got a spear. And that spear is a devastating weapon, and it's going to be able to space out Effie. And we're going to go into King's Pass. Effie and Lands versus Rain and Addy Mestic.
Addy, you were talking about Addy's gauntlets and spear earlier. Addy's been kind of one of the first people to really adopt Wushang after he was released and actually kind of stick to him. We've seen him in the EU 1v1 and the EU regional qualifier just play textbook gauntlets and have amazing edge guards and really, really early games.
Right, but it looks like he is not going to be playing those gauntlets, not being going for those gimps. Instead, that spear play is racking up so much damage onto Lance. Lance already in the red, and we're not seeing Lance with his characteristic Lance. And that was just a weird sentence.
Yeah, saying Lance and saying Lance, both of them are pretty much interchangeable. You're talking about the same thing, basically.
Meanwhile, it's going to be Rain, actually, the first one to get taken out. I just noticed Addy hasn't taken next to any damage. He's at like 50 at most.
That's about what it looks like, and that's one of the things. Wu Shang with 5 defense, if you can stretch that as far as it can absolutely go, you have an incredibly statted character right there. You have pretty good balanced force with 5. You have 7 dexterity, which is incredible. You have 5 movement speed and the 5 defense.
I mean, he can be an absolute monster stat-wise, but until they can get a kill off of Rain, well, they just got a kill off of Effie, but unless they can get this kill off of Lance, they're going to be even in stocks, and the more damage Rain takes, the more trouble it's going to be later on. Addy getting close to death. Effie not able to get that Mind Toss off the weapon. That would have been a great combination from the red team.
We talk about option coverage a lot with actual weapon moves of somebody going high, somebody going low, but Lands and Effie had the option coverage with their throws. Effie threw the mine high, and Lands threw his weapon low.
Fortunately for them, Addy was able to avoid both options and find the mystical third option. But in the middle of the shenanigans, Effie actually picks up the ground pound. Effie's not the one who got taken down. Rain is the one who gets taken down by the ground pounds, and Rain is on his last stock, which is definitely going to be trouble. Even though Addy's got next to no damage on him, if Rain gets taken down, is leaving Addy in a 1v2, which is, as we've said a million times over, not bueno.
We were seeing Rain kind of start to throw out a lot of signatures, which if there's anybody you don't want to just throw out signatures, even with Sentinel's amazing signature kit, it's against Effie. My man Effie is so quick in everything he does, especially his punishes.
Well, I mean, you have to think that these guys, they're in the same org. They've played against each other a handful of times. I'm sure they practiced for this tournament against each other, and I'm sure Effie knows Rain's playstyle, knows he's going to be going for the double hop side sigs and things like that with his hammer play, and just be waiting for the opportunity to punish.
We just saw Lands go under the platform, and it looked like Addy and Rain were there to both punish him. But I don't know if they weren't in comms or something, but they both disengaged when they almost had a free edge guard there.
Oh yeah, that lack of communication on them is actually going to be a little bit trouble for them. But they're now down to their final stocks. Lands and Effie, 1 stock left to their names. It looks like they're fishing for the 2v1, but Addy's going to try to keep pressure on top of Lands and not make it easy. No weapons for Effie and Lands. Great weapon starving from the blue team.
And even without those weapons, we're seeing Addy kind of focus on Lands for a moment as he was on the wall. And you saw Effie there just casually engaging and disengaging, not going in too hard without a weapon, but still putting pressure onto Addy so the edge guard onto Lands wasn't free.
Ooh, but Effie picks up the ground pound, evens up the stocks, and the fact that Rain is already in the orange, not able to get the power play though. I was going to say that is a slight advantage for the red team, but they weren't able to pick up the power play. But Rain sitting on the side gives them a power play onto Addy, and they're able to follow up in great ways. Great teamwork from the red team.
The speed, the thought, the situational awareness from Effie and Lands right now is why Rain is dead and why Effie and Lands both have 1 stock.
Guys, they might have had a little bit of miscommunication, but they immediately hop onto whatever sort of comms that they can get and are just communicating fantastically. Or maybe it's just instinct at this point. Lands, disregarding his teammates' health, he has a slight defense advantage, but he's just going to go straight into it, sidelight into a neutral stick to finish off the stock. And despite Addy being in the lead in stocks throughout most of that, red team wins it out.
And we were seeing an incredibly even damage number spread, by the way. It was, Effie did like 20 more damage than Addy, and then I think Rain did like 40 more damage on the blue team. It's a very, very, very close game between the two.
That was dangerously close on both sides. It seems like it's going to come down to Rain. If Rain can avoid those power plays, avoid getting caught in a 2v1, and just hold on to his stock a little bit longer and not leave Addy in that 1v2, it might be in the blue team's favor. But either way, we're going to be going in here. Game 2, Reason versus Reason. Potentially one Reason team is going to be going down to the loser's bracket. The other Reason team is going to be continue on. It's going to be Reason, Lance, and Effie versus Addy and Rain.
And I think the thing is it's exactly what you just said with Rain. He is going to be, quote, one of the weakest links here. When Reason picked up all of these fellas, we've seen Rain make huge strides in his level of play. Effie, Lance, Addy Mestic are kind of household names in the EU scene, and as we see Rain fall, we are seeing that he's kind of the weakest link here, and he really needs to step it up, even though we have seen him make great strides since being picked up by Reason.
Yeah, he's made great strides as of late. You know, he kind of made a name for himself. He was featured in the most recent, or not the most recent, in the last esports stream from the devs. But this time, it's a different situation. It's 2v2. It is not 1v1. Those plays, those reads, the kind of mix-ups that he has are just not going to work out as well, especially against his org mates.
We are seeing a game that is frighteningly even right now. Lands in the red, Addy in the red, Effie in the orange, Rain just now getting into the red, but Addy is going to edgeguard Rain, and Effie is going to take out Lance.
And that is going to be a little bit troublesome. Addy, the longer he holds on to this stock, the better it is going to be. But Rain also has to hold on to his stock. That's just like Brawlhalla 101 right there. Hold on to your stocks as long as possible. But Effie is so deep in the red. Rain not able to pick up the Sair. And Addy takes down his teammate. Last stock left for Rain, and that is trouble.
We're kind of seeing teammates, the chemistry between them devolve a little bit right now. We're seeing a ton of team damage. Not only team damage, we're seeing a ton of team kills.
I mean, if both teams are doing it, neither team is doing it. You know, it works out for them. Lance falls to his death. Left side, Addy able to pick up the kill onto Effie. They are all on their last stocks as Addy's gone.
Yep, I was just about to say, I heard you start saying that everybody's on their last stock. Addy's not! Addy's not even on his second stock. Addy is on his first stock in the red as he gets a string on the Lance.
Yeah, I was complimenting Effie's gauntlet play, but Addy's is no slouch. Got a nice double sidelight recoveries. And Effie, edgeguard situation for Rain. He's gonna be able to get through.
If Rain can just hold on to this stock, and if they can somehow take out Lance right now, they have a very good chance. And Rain is alive, getting the mind kill onto Lance. They have the 2v1 situation right now. Effie is in for the fight of his life.
Rain just needs to go to the opposite side of the map. Just be bait. You are the worm to Addy Mestic's hook. You just need to be the bait, force Effie to try to fight you, try to get the kill, and if Effie just ignores you and tries to do a 1v1 on Addy, that's a 1v1 against a guy with a full stock advantage.
Addy held that ground pound for so long, just chasing Effie. That's one of the things with that gauntlet ground pound, you can just follow somebody down. It sometimes feels like there's no escape.
Not to mention that they added, BMG added a lot of buffs to speed dodge, a lot of chase options. Great punish from Rain, just to punish that thrown out neutral stick from Effie. But those speed buff changes are going to make gauntlets and guitars a lot more advantageous in those aggressive plays. Lance did 281 damage!
I was waiting for you to finish your point. I was just clenching my fists and just, oh god, Lance did 281 damage. Even Rain, who was the next to lowest damage, did 372. That's nearly 400. That's not terrible damage. 281 from Lance? That's the reason they lost that game.
I mean, that and the fact that Rain did an immaculate job avoiding death on his last stock. You know, he got to his last stock first, technically, but he just did a fantastic job avoiding damage. It looks like they messed up on map striking. But Rain, he avoided all sorts of damage, held on to that last stock, and was able to pull it out. They got to that 2v1 where Addy essentially gets to fight a 1v1 and Rain just exists and makes sure that Addy doesn't fight a 2v1.
And that's the thing. We were just talking about it. Rain has the potential to be the weakest link there. He's made great strides thus far, and even in just the last 2 games, he made great strides and was able to stay alive, able to output damage, and able to keep supporting Addy Mestic.
All right, it looks like they are coming back in. Gonna be banning out maps. I'm gonna laugh if they go back to Thunderguard after all the map banning.
The EU map pick ban meta it's got to be cultural. It's got to be cultural.
Oh, no, they got rid of Thunder. It's fine. It's fine. We're not going to be seeing it. They've done the exact same bait that we saw earlier. Grumpy Kings and Blackguard. And they're going to be going to Blackguard. They took the bait, and it is going to be the final 2v2 of this set. It's going to be the last chance for both Reason teams. They're going to be going at it on Blackguard Keep. I just have words. Addy and Rain versus Effie and Lands.
And you know that even though they are teammates, both teams want to be the winner's bracket Reason participants.
Of course. Neither of them wants to make the loser's bracket run, the lower bracket run. I mean, of course they're like, oh, you're my friend. I'm sorry that you had to do it. But they're also thinking, at least it's not me though, right? Addy, uncharacteristically taking a whole lot of damage. A slight adjust from Lands and Effie might be working out in their favor as they seem to be wanting that 2v1 against Addy.
But the thing about Addy that we saw from last game, he took damage, but he was able to extend that stock. So you can do 10 billion damage to him, but if you can't kill him, you can't kill him.
That is fair, but the more damage you do, the easier it is going to be to get the kill. But we're going to see Effie dangerously close to death. Lands actually not too damaged this time. And
everybody
Rain
creep into the red. Addy just barely holding on. Lands looking to hit him with another side air and confirm the kill. And Rain's there to hit a side signature, but Lands is there to hit the hammer recovery, take out Rain, and take out Addy. That is a double knockout confirmed by the announcer. Just immediate response time from Lands.
We're seeing a great showing from Lands. Lands knows he didn't show up too strong in game 2, so he's definitely trying to make it up here. But Effie! Big himp for Addy, able to keep Effie from getting the height he needed to get to the right wall, and that is going to be dangerous for the red team as Effie is on his final stock. We're going to have to see a repeat of game 2, but this time Effie has to hold on to his stock for as long as possible.
Yeah, we're going to need Effie to take a page out of Rain's book and survive on that last stock. Land's doing a good job staying on his first stock, but the thing here is Effie needs to survive.
If Effie goes down, 2v1 situation, Lands has opportunities here. Blackguard Keep a little bit easier to maneuver about. You've got those soft platforms. You've got all sorts of stuff. And Rain just saved Lands from Effie's down sig. And Lands gets a double KO again! That is 4 KOs for Lands, still on his first stock. And he's carrying Rain to the promised land. Get on my back, my boy.
One of the things that Scarlet has is incredible force, and Lands is exploiting that for every drop that he can get.
That is 8 force to Lands' name, the highest in the game, tied with Taros. And that 8 force means that just those siders are going to be doing more damage, doing more force, and potentially killing at earlier levels. And if he gets them on those soft platforms, those are real close to the kill boxes.
Yeah, exactly. The kill box on the left and the right is shockingly closer than you think, especially on a map as big as Blackguard. It's hard to kill at the top, not hard to kill on the sides.
But as we say that, Effie is the one who gets taken down, and now Lance has to fight the 1v2. I'd like to see him pick up a hammer, just go to the soft platforms, maybe bait out a down sig, bait out a downlight Sarah opportunity, because I mean, Addy's close to death if Lance can get the hit.
And if Lands gets that kill, Lands is 2 stocks up. It's a 1v1. He's a stock up. That is a significant lead that he all of a sudden has in his hands.
It is definitely doable, and it is definitely in part to Effie, who held onto his final stock for an incredibly long amount of time. Obviously, not long enough to get him to the finals, but Lands coming in fresh stock. This could be trouble. Rain and Addy might be looking for a black hole. They've got potential. Hammer side light into the spear neutral light, but Addy throws it away.
And Rain is fighting kind of dangerously close to that right kill box when he's in orange. even an unarmed sided air, especially from Scarlet, could be killing over there.
Ooh, but the Gauntlet plays. Gauntlets and Katars are both strong against lands. Strong against unarmed. Land's not able to pick up a weapon until just now, and you're seeing Rain and Addy now start respecting it.
They're
Land's
keeping their
looking for a speed
distance.
outside.
They're waiting for Lands to throw something out and be caught in recovery frames so they can punish.
Lands is just struggling to find hits now. Oh, throws out the neutral sig. Rain could have punished real hard with a side air, and that would have been deadly for Lands. Lands gets a nice double weapon toss, but those are not kills. Ooh, he's getting caught now. Lands is getting greedy, and that is it. Side light into a recovery for Addy Mystic is gonna finish it off.
Addy-
A lot of damage, though.
Addy and Rain are going to take it out over Effie and Lands. Lands did 670, more than double the damage that Effie was able to put out.
Honestly, I'm more impressed with the teamwork of Addy and Rain to not only keep Rain alive, you know, they got a big gimp on Effie and were able to close it out. But you saw in that last stock, both of them reddish orange, they played it so well, spaced out the Lance, spaced out the unarmed, and were able to just rack up that damage on the Lance and punish every single time. If it wasn't Rain who punished, it was Addy.
You saw that they were kind of staying in the air a lot against that Lance, because Scarlet has a true combo sidelight into neutral sig that can kill for sure. The spacing is a little bit particular, but it can definitely kill. You saw that Lands was also throwing out signatures. He was throwing out neutral sigs, down sigs, side signatures. The side signature on Scarlet's Lance, absolutely incredible. It comes out so fast, covers territory, and has so much force on it. But all of those are almost moot when the boys in blue are in the air. Being on top of a Lance is very, very good. That is how you initiate onto Lance, especially if you have Katars or the Gauntlets.
I know in the last stocks, Lance kind of struggled. He couldn't really pick up a weapon until he was already close to death. But I would have liked to see some hammer play, you know? Try to pick him up while they're landing, catch him with a stomp neutral sig, or just throw out the stomp neutral sig. That thing comes out, I think, at 12 frames. And then Ed has pretty low recovery as well. It's pretty killing.
I think actually that last game we might have seen more success from Lands with things like hammer recoveries or dares that are happening high in the air in terms of kills.
Also, not to mention side airs. He got at least a couple side air kills, but we're going to be moving on. We're going to be seeing just one Frost Boy. Is that going to be Cake teaming up with Sidero? Let me check. No, it is going to, it's going to be Frost and, wait, is Sidero Frost?
I mean, not according to his tag, but I know that Cake and Sidero are teaming up.
All right, well, we're going to be seeing Cake and Sidero versus TB and Multimum. Multimum, the winner of the EU regional qualifier. So he's definitely going to be the man to beat. But like we've been saying, 1v1 is very different from 2v2.
TB also not a name that anybody in EU should forget at all. We're seeing Cake, also a name that a lot of people know. I'm not too familiar necessarily with Sidero, but we're seeing two Queen Knights coming out. We're seeing Sidero on Barraza and Bryn on TB. I've heard people lovingly refer to TB. The TB stands for that Bryn because TB has an absolutely devastating Bryn. If you're out there and you're watching and you're like, I don't really know how to play Bryn very well, look at this game. If you're out there saying, I don't know how to play Axe very well, or I don't know how to play Spear very well, what are some tips? You put it in this game. You look at this game and you pay attention to this game. Keep in mind, also, if you need Queen Knight tips, watch this game. Both of these players are going to put on clinics of how to play Queen Knight. Sidero, honestly, for me, he's a wild card right now. We've seen Barraza have a ton of success in 1v1. We've seen him have success in 2v2. And I wouldn't be surprised if Sidero was very good at Barraza. Coming into this game, we're seeing Cake, the only one who doesn't have a weapon right now. We're seeing Cake now getting those Katars. He's aggressing onto TB right now. It's basically the these two separate 1v1s, and Cake is very careful how he initiates onto TB. Katars and Axe is a very tough matchup in terms of giant hitboxes, but Sidero is going to take it with the gun ground pound to get the first blood. I'm sorry that I didn't know who you are, Sidero. That is my bad. I'm already respecting you, my man. We're seeing Cake down below, but Sidero, Cake ends up falling. Sidero was there to help and put pressure on TB, not give him that free edge guard, but Sidero is actually going to take the unarmed ground pound, and Cake is just going to kind of get caught under the stage and fall. We're now seeing 3 characters have Spear, an incredibly strong kit that the Spear has. It has wonderful spacing. The neutral air is just a 360-degree hitbox around yourself. The utility of the recovery and the ground pound is absolutely insane. It covers so much area, and unless you have the precision to be right in the middle of that hitbox and hit your opponent, you're gonna get hit.
Multimum, I mean, I know I was complimenting him coming into this, saying he's the EU regional qualifier winner, but he is showing exactly why he is the only person still in his first stock, as TB, Cake, and Sidero all get close to their last stock.
Yeah, Multimum is not gonna let the people take your word for it. He's gonna put on a clinic here.
Gonna show exactly why. But Multimum looking for a kill, gets a sidelight onto Cake. Cake catches his teammate with the neutral sig, and even though Multimum might be fantastic in the 1v1, not so sure how well he'll do in a 2v1.
Oh, and Sidero hitting the big recovery for the kill, then coming in with a neutral light onto Cake. TB dodging through, turning around, hitting the down signature onto Cake, moving his hitbox up, putting a hitbox below him.
Ooh. Left side, Sidero, though, was fighting TB axe to axe in the air on the wall and was winning. That is not an easy matchup, especially when TB has the higher dexterity, has a little bit more opportunities to throw out axe moves, and Sidero was punishing him along that wall.
When Multimum just killed Sidero, Multimum held that down sig just long enough for Sidero's neutral dodge in the air to run out of iframes. He waited just long enough before attacking.
I mean, it's those little bits, those high tier plays, the thing that separates the boys from the men. But Sidero and Cake are coming in their last stocks. Multimum in the orange, TB in the red. If they take down TB, they might be able to get the 2v1 onto Multimum, and they've got some potential, but Cake gets taken down first.
Cake, the Queen Nai, is the first to die in this game. I wouldn't have believed that if you would have told me that maybe 5 minutes ago.
I mean, look at the characters. There's 2 Queen Nais, there's a Barraza, and there's a Bryn. There's an incredible amount of force, and there's TB playing the Bryn, his favoriteest of characters. But Sidero is able to finish off that Bryn with a cider, but he's got to fight the 1v2 against Multimum. Or sorry, 1v1 against Multimum. There's not a second person, except for Multimum's other stock.
And Sidero hits that down signature, hoping to even this up stock-wise. But health is definitely against Sidero right now. He is in the red, and Multimum is just gonna come in, hit him with a side signature. I guess Sidero didn't see the absolute just easiest thing coming out of Multimum. Just walk up and side signature.
You know, it's what they say. Keep it simple, right? KIS and then potentially another S. Sidero tried to get a read, tried to see if Multimum is going to approach aerially, you know, using the common defense, the axe down light, and Multimum was like, all right, I'm just gonna kill you now. Side zig.
Yeah, if you try to plan for every single instance, sometimes you forget about the easiest one. The things that trip me up when I have to do math homework, it's the simple multiplication and it's the simple negating the negatives and things like that. It's the easiest things that are sometimes the hardest.
Yeah, it's I don't know about you, but I use a calculator for those. Unfortunately,
I can't be bothered to use a calculator. I'd rather just get it wrong.
I'm just like, if I'm already using my calculator, I'm graphing out something, or I'm plugging it in to solve for x equals 5y or whatever else. I'm just like, might as well just do the plus and the minus and whatever. But we're seeing a character swap. Sidero is actually going to be mixing up. He's going to be Aza. Cake sticking with that Queen Nai. I didn't actually get to catch the other side though for Frost, or nope, I mean Maltimum and TB.
The other side in terms of what?
What their character picks are. Are they sticking with?
Yes, there's still Queen Nai, and it's still TB on Brynn. I'm loving this Azoth switch up. Everybody who has paid even a little bit attention to Twitter or to BCS at all know that I love an Azoth pick. There are a handful of people that are just starting to pick up the Azoth pick. Other than you, Arkosh, I know that you exist, and I know that you play Azoth. Just relax, okay? But now we're seeing Sidero with the Azoth pick. Bow is strong, Axe is strong. He has signatures that have 10 million active frames. He has a little bit of defense, so things like Cake hitting him with a neutral air on the spear isn't going to be that bad.
Regardless, you don't really want to be going for that. It's an interesting pick. Sidero, he's sticking with the Axe. He had some mild success against TB with that Axe, but now he's going to be switching up, losing a little bit of defense, but he's got a bow, and he's making that bow work. He's already gotten Maltimum in a slight juggle.
He's going to have to keep Maltimum at a distance, though. If he allows Maltimum to get in, he's just going to shred through that bow and shred through that defense with that 8 force that Queen Nai has.
He does not have 8 force, except I know it feels like she has 8 force.
I'm sorry, it's 7. You're right. I always forget because when I play Vrax, it hurts. It feels like 8.
Everything that isn't Vrax is 8, essentially. Or I guess Lucian. But Cake is the first one to die, despite being tied for highest defense on the screen and in the game. Once again, Cake is struggling a little bit with this Queen Nai defense, but he's able to pick up the stock from Maltimum.
And also, consequently, Sidero is able to turn around, hit that side sig, and he's doing work with this Azoth right now. He's not died yet.
And Sidero, he might have lost some defense, but he's making it up in just sheer movement skills. Might be falling to his death. TB has the Gimp potential, but can't get the ground pound. And Sidero's going to make it fast and punish TB.
TB went into that push-off column, but Sidero wisely stayed on the wall. He waited. He didn't panic and try to just blow all his jumps.
I think Sidero and TB both saw a guide somewhere out there in the Utah. Maybe.
I mean, if they saw it from part of the Creed, they better pay attention because he is the top 99% of Diamond
Edge guarders. That is fact. Cake in the red again, though. He's got to hold on to this stock. Sure, he's the highest defense on the screen, but that does not mean he gets to make greedy plays and just throw away stocks. Sidero has not died.
I was literally gonna say, dude, he's still alive. Who is not killing Sidero right now?
I mean, it's TB, right? Maltimum's going Nai to Nai against Cake, and it's being essentially even. Sidero is going Azoth to Brynn, and it's working out. The second they switch opponents, though, TB takes off the stock from Cake again, and Sidero gets the big play, the gravity cancel side tick, and a side air, double KO. Sidero is turning up in huge ways. That switch to Azoth is working out.
Everybody out there, it's almost Halloween. It's time to play the skeleton.
Is spoopy, scary skeleton. He is the Baron Samedi. He is the voodoo king. Sidero is playing that Azoth, and he is making it work so well.
I want to think that it's because of my lack of knowledge of Sidero. That's why he's fired up right now, because I'm loving this Azoth pick. He is stretching everything to the maximum. His force, his defense, his movement speed, the hitboxes of Axe, the matchups that he has, everything.
I mean, just the simple fact that he had the presence of mind to hit a gravity cancel side stick. Oh no, but Cake falls to his death. And we're going to see the true talent of Sidero. Can he fight out in the 2v1? But I'm going to go back and talk about that side stick, because that side stick is not an easy stick to hit. It teleports you forward, but while teleporting, you can get caught out. It puts your hitbox out there, and there's no hurt box to protect you. A hard move to hit, and Sidero made it work to get a kill on a Maltimum, the EU regional qualifier winner.
It's a very sharp signature. Is how I would put it. You have to have a lot of knowledge of the maximum distance and how it actually works, or else you'll miss, you'll overshoot, you'll undershoot, and you'll get punished.
Right, well, he's got the Axe again. He's got potential for it. TB is the closest target to death. Maltimum is going to be the one trying to space Sidero out. But great. Just the option coverage. TB wasn't able to pick it up, but he stayed on the platform. He's like, Multimum, you go off. You go be Multimum. Go win the 1v1, and I'll just cover this platform. If Sidero tries to make it past you, I'm gonna punish him. Sidero wants the kill onto TB. He's chasing for it.
Now, Sidero has two options here. He can go for the kill onto TB, or he can use the favorable axe matchup to fight against Katars. But he has the bow now. Oh, and TB, the backside of that recovery, is going to hit him high into the sky. He's going to wisely dodge that Katar recovery from Multimum that probably would have killed that high in the air with Queen Nice Force and at the damage level that Sidero is.
No, Multimum is fishing for the kills, but Sidero's doing a fantastic job using the full extent of the map to avoid his opponents. He goes from one soft platform to the other while he's in the middle, tries to throw out hitboxes, tries to add up any damage he can, and then goes to the other soft platform. He is just using the massive amount of horizontal space, but Multimum gets the guitar toss, not able to finish off the stock, but Sidero's so close to death.
And the final frames of the tip of that spear recovery take out Sidero. Look at the damage that Multimum put out.
Woo, that like is what. Woo! And that's not like him doing all the damage, and TB is like, oh, I'll just you do the damage. I'll set you up. I'll throw them into you. Things like that. TB did 500 damage. That is the standard 1v1 amount of damage.
That is almost,
like it's in the window. But
that is almost 1.3k worth of damage from the red team. There are like is that silver? Is it silver in terms of elo?
I don't know. We're diamond, right?
Oh yeah, of course we're diamond. But they put out enough damage that if their damage wasn't ranked and had elo, they're in silver right now.
That was an impressive play. Multimum. 761 damage. To a degree, you gotta fault him, say he had some struggles killing off Sidero, because Sidero was doing an amazing job avoiding death. But still, 761 damage is an absurd amount of damage.
Keep in mind, though, there's two sides to that argument. Yeah, he did 761 damage. Holy bananas, that's a lot of damage. But it took that much damage, and it didn't take that much damage to kill Sidero from a Lucian with low force. It took that much damage to take out Sidero and his teammate from a Queen Nai who has a ton of force. It's 7. I remembered it this time. And from a Bryn. A Bryn with 5 force as well, and the Axe, which has a ton of force, and Spear's side air, which has a bunch of force. It took that much to take them down.
Well, speaking of Bryn, we're going to be seeing some more Bryn play coming up in this next match. We're going to be seeing 2 names that have been on a lot of people's tongues a long time ago, but haven't really had a lot of strong showing as of late. Daiku and Dobrain, seeing a Jala and Bryn. On the other side, we're going to be seeing Artificials, Baki, and Fluxy.
Now, we've seen not a lot of people pick up Jalo. It's been a handful. Daiku has been one of the kind of most prolific and the most proficient Jalas that we've seen. You think that the 3 defense is going to hold Daiku back? No, he's going to come at you full force. He's going to keep swinging that axe. He's going to keep swinging that sword.
I've played a couple games against Daiku on NA, and the thing that stood out to me was he's getting these big axe gimps. It's a little bit easier in a 1v1 situation, but if Fluxy and Baki are not working together, protecting each other, and you know, like helping out when Daiku is trying to get those big axe dare gimps, then he's just gonna run free and be running away with stocks. But we're gonna be finding out here in game 1 of this, I believe, winners quarters match. It's gonna be Dobrain and Daiku versus Fluxy and Baki.
What I'm gonna want to see from Baki is throwing that lance and throwing that hammer to interrupt any momentum that Daiku has. I also want to see it from Fluxy. It'll be a little bit easier with hammer than it will be with sword because of the larger hitbox. But that is what I want to see to keep Daiku from just running over you like a Mack truck.
Well, Fluxy's not listening to your advice. Instead, he's going sword to sword against Daiku. Daiku's someone who's very familiar with the sword. Picks up a mini black hole, and Baki gonna finish it off a little bit with a side air on the Fluxy.
Now, I don't know how much Dobrain has actually played. I know he's taken a break somewhat recently in terms of the actual amount of hours that he puts into the game. It's not like crazy inhuman hours now. It's probably closer to normal, but those are Dobrain hours, so I'm sure they're still crazy efficient. So I'm a little bit curious as to how Dobrain will play.
It looks like Daiku is gonna take down Dobrain, so you're not gonna really see too much of it just yet. But he picks up the kill onto Baki as well. We are now down to everybody's on their first stock. Yep.
Yeah, the thing about Daiku is if he's gonna make a mistake, he's gonna immediately make up for that mistake, and he's gonna trade out the kill of his teammate for a kill onto Baki.
Oh, and he picks up the recovery onto Fluxy. And Baki following up after Dobrain. Daiku with this axe and this sword knows how to play Brawlhalla, and despite the 3 defense is still on his first stock.
Daiku has been somewhat washed lately in terms of actual tournament performance, but this is a different Daiku than we've seen for probably about 5 weeks now.
I mean, you see it a lot, right? If he performs relatively bad, he'll go to Twitter and he'll be like, that was awful. I'm fired up. I'm gonna come and I'm gonna just destroy house and I'm gonna make it work. I'm gonna play Cassidy. I'm gonna just push this 8 dexterity hammer. But now he's switched it up to Brawlhalla, and this Brawlhalla pick is
he hasn't died yet.
Yep.
He hasn't died yet. With 3 defense, Daiku has not died yet. Coming in, that's 2 minutes and 20 seconds into the game. Baki's already died twice. Fluxy's died once. Dobrain's died once. Daiku's not died at all.
There's the dare to finish off the stock, but Baki, Dobrain gets taken down by that nair from Fluxy. Fluxy gets a nice double, but Fluxy and Baki are already getting close to kill percentage. Fluxy in the red on his second stock, Baki on his last stock, and he's got to hold on to this for as long as possible.
We don't actually see a lot of confirmed announcer double kills, but we've seen, is it like 4 today? Oh, Baki.
Yeah, we've seen a lot more double kills in this EU, but Daiku picks up the recovery onto Baki, just chasing high in the sky. Fluxy now 1v2. Dobrain and Daiku both almost no damage, and Fluxy didn't touch the wall!
Fluxy is going to jump in to the Lance recovery, which has a very scripted path that I'm sure all of these players at this level know very well by now. And then Fluxy's just gonna not touch the wall, lose count of the jumps, and fall. You can't do that against Dobrain and Daiku. You just can't.
You know what you also can't do is allow Daiku to only take 259 damage on a 3 defense character. That is fantastic movement from Daiku to avoid all of those sources of damage. There was a Scarlet on the board, 8 force, and Daiku just completely avoided and negated that force. And we're going to be going into game 2. Daiku and Dobrain sticking with his characters. Meanwhile, Fluxy's going to be mixing it up to a Cassidy.
Maybe the Fluxy feels really confident with those guns. There was also, I don't remember the actual damage numbers, but it was definitely lacking on the side of Baki and Fluxy. Maybe the guns are going to be able to build up that damage quickly. The hammer is going to chunk that damage onto a character like Brawlhalla with the 3 defense that we've been talking about over and over and over.
I mean, you know what they say, guns is one of the highest DPS weapons in the game, right? It does a lot of damage. Maybe their strategy is to have Fluxy kind of do all the damage and Baki just cleans up the stocks, but it's not working out for them in this 1v1 situation where Fluxy is gonna have to avoid the edge guards from Daiku and doesn't do so, gets caught by the dare.
We've seen Daiku kind of switch characters recently. He's always had the Bodvar in the tank that he's been playing since probably more than a year ago. Then we kind of saw him switch to a Suri, and that was when we saw...
Hey, you're forgetting the Taros, all right? You're forgetting the Taros.
I wish I could permanently forget Taros.
Uh-oh. They're making it work with the axe, one of the harder weapons to black hole with due to its slight vertical force, but they have definitely practiced that. Baki able to finish off Dobrain's first stock with the ground pound, but that little black hole is enough that Fluxy's already close to death, and that 4 defense and that bomb toss is gonna take down Fluxy.
Going back to that black hole, I love that even though Dobrain and Daiku couldn't confirm the kill, Daiku chose to end the black hole with the neutral signature for that little bit of extra damage compared to the sword neutral light. He knew that the blue team member was coming in to save his boy, and rather than just sticking with the easy task of maybe doing a little bit more damage, he threw out the neutral signature.
Great presence of mind, able to add up. I mean, that's Daiku, right? He optimizes. He likes to go for the optimum punishes, the optimum plays, and just now you're seeing him get the optimum side air and, or sorry, recovery. They both have axes. I got mixed up. It's not my fault. Dobrain is the one who chased out Baki, and Daiku was already down below to finish off the stock. He just lost his first stock again. Daiku doing a great job avoiding damage.
When Daiku was recovering, I can't remember what exactly Baki did. He either did an unarmed ground pound or he did an unarmed dare. Right before we saw Baki queue up that move and start to throw it out, we saw Daiku fast fall down just a little bit so he could start up the recovery and actually have the hitbox start coming out so that he could hit Baki.
I mean, that's one of the things about Axe. You got to start it. It has a little bit of startup and gives it a little bit of an early punish. But if you read your opponent and you get the startup timings, it's gonna work out great. Lots of aggression on the red team though, trying to punish Baki. Baki's fighting unarmed on the wall against Daiku and Dobrain, and he gets caught by the side sig from Daiku.
Red team wins.
The Jala signatures come out so incredibly fast. They have so much force, and depending on which one you use, they can cover an insane amount of ground space or airspace. The hitboxes are gigantic.
They are great signatures, as well as Brin's. I don't think we actually saw any of Dobrain's signatures. Looks like he didn't really need them, but look at the damage. Again, Fluxy and Baki just a little bit behind on damage. We saw Daiku take a little bit more. You know, he broke the 300 cap, but still, just a little bit of a damage deficit on the side of Artificial with Baki and Fluxy.
I know there was a post on Reddit, I think it was yesterday, and it was a screenshot of something that Daiku said as Berserk EXO in Twitch chat about that him and Dobrain together are the best players in Brawlhalla. With Dobrain's kind of recent lower performance in tournaments, with Daiku's lower performance in tournaments as of late, I was kind of against that idea. I'm coming around for sure.
I mean, he might be thinking that they're the best, but we're seeing the official best. Maltimum is coming back. He's not going to be playing the Queen Knight. Instead, he's going to be playing Sentinel. TV sticking with that Bryn. On the other side, Nalakat is going to be playing Bryn, as well as Memoria is going to be playing Barraza, not the usual Lucian. Why do you think that is?
Why we're not seeing Lucian? Actually, I honestly don't know. I think Barraza's just a better character than Lucian. As for Memoria's thinking, that would be my guess. Axe is just, it's better than Qatar's. Qatar's struggle with matchups right now. They're fast and they look cool and there's GIMP potential there, but Axe isn't as slow as you always think it is. It hits hard, it can hit reasonably quick, and you also have GIMP potential with Axe.
I mean, I think you're discounting the new speed dodge buffs to Qatar. Qatar has a lot of potential to get aggressive, and I think we're going to be seeing that coming out from Multimum here in game 1 of this 2v2. It is going to be Skyward, Nalakat, and Memoria versus TB and Multimum.
That is the thing, though. You were just talking about the recent speed dodge changes. I think you're right in saying that it has potential, especially with weapons like Qatar's. But it dropped Wednesday, so I don't think players have really been able to explore the maximum of what it can really do. I think it's still relatively new.
I mean, that's fair, but we've seen what people have been doing with relatively new characters like Val already, as well as Wushang having a strong showing in the early tournaments. But right now, neither of those characters are on the board. Instead, we've got axes, we've got a hammer. Multimum's gonna be able to avoid the axe from Nalakat. Makes it back up, but TP trying to juggle Memoria into the sky, not able to get a kill just yet.
Keep in mind, we have both first place finishers from EU right now. Oh, and Multimum with its stomp side sig. Memoria hanging on, using all of that defense that Barraza has. Facing out that side sig again.
That 8 defense for Memoria, he has got to be thinking his lucky stars. Multimum has hit him with quite a few big force moves. And that 8 defense is just the reason why Memoria is able to make it back still on his first stock in the red with these guns. And he's just going to be able to get some safe damage out onto TB. He just interrupted Multimum's kill potential.
Yeah, Multimum might have had that kill. It was definitely, it's possible to confirm that kill right there. But TB came in and just axe neutralized him out of it.
That slight mistake is going to be what it gives Memoria the edge he needs. Able to pick up the side sig on the Multimum. TB cleans it up with the recovery, but technically speaking, his teammate didn't have to die for that.
We're actually seeing Memoria use a lot of gun side signatures on Barraza. Ooh. And Multimum showing his edge guarding potential right there.
We're seeing a very different style of guitars coming out from Multimum's Sentinel versus his Queen Nai. It's a lot more aggressive and a lot more in his opponent's face.
I think it could be a little bit because of this signature kit. It's more of an actively moving forward and keeping going with the momentum that you have, rather than Queen Nai's kit with a down sig, roots you in place. The neutral signature, it moves you in the air, but it's meant to kind of just catch somebody rather than actively chase.
You're saying moving forward, but the hammered down sig might be saying something different. Able to get the read, that gravity cancel neutral sig with the Katars takes down Memoria's second stock, and Nalakat gets caught by the bouncing bomb, and now Memoria has to fight the 1v2. He might have 8 defense, but that is going to get chipped away real quick.
Nalakat is the first to fall. The #1 finisher from the EU 1v1 is the first to die.
Oh, Memoria looking not too far behind him. Every time he makes his way past one, the other one is there. Great follow-ups, great option coverages from the blue team.
TB and Multimum have 4 stocks right now. I actually just noticed that they had that many. And there's another side signature from Memoria. A lot of Barrazas we don't see favor that side signature. Yeah, exactly. They use the down sig because it has less active frames in it. So if you miss, you aren't stuck in that animation and then stuck in recovery frames.
It's a slightly less punishable signature, but Nalakat, not a strong showing just yet with that Bryn. 282 damage. Compare that to his oppositional Bryn TB, 475 damage and almost half the damage taken.
Multimum literally did twice the damage that Nalakat was able to put out. Literally twice.
Well, we're going to be seeing if he can do twice again, or if Nalakat will regain composure and be able to stay alive and help his teammate. Usually, I mean, it makes sense that the Barraza was the last one standing of that team, but usually you want to see that Barraza kind of soaking more damage and leaving Nalakat to... he's on Koji.
Nalakat switched to Koji. We've seen Koji really fall into place in the NA meta. Not quite as favored in the EU meta, but still a very strong character. But for Nalakat, that is a little bit of a departure from mostly a Bren player.
I mean, the critical thing for me is that he's losing his normal weapon set. Like you said, he's usually a Bren player. He does not have any weapons in common. And he's also losing some defense for a bow and a sword in this 2v2. It's an interesting option. Bow and sword, not fantastic. They don't really control a whole lot of space in this 2v2 situation. We're going to see what Nalakat can do with it here in game 2 on Blackguard Keep.
It could just be because Nalakat is a dirty sig spammer. So on Koji with that 8 dex, I swear his heavy attacks are light attacks.
I mean, essentially he just only has light attacks. The other ones are just slightly lighter, or some might say slightly heavier. TB in the orange. Nalakat is just fishing for downlights. He isn't able to actually capitalize, and Memoria is actually going to be greeting TB in the orange club.
Nala is outspacing TB's axe right now, though. TB is in the orange, Memoria is in the orange, Nalakat is just starting to get in the orange. He is disarmed. He is going to have to fight this 2v1 with just the bow. He's looking for that ground pound to send Multimum through that soft platform into his death.
But Multimum is going to be respecting that bow. Memoria comes back, immediately mines his opponent and himself, and it's not going to take down TB. Mines have slightly less force when aerial compared to when they've already been planted and are active, but the side air doesn't change regardless of where it is. It's going to be taking down TB's first stock, but Nalakat might be joining him in the red. I want to see Memoria throw out a neutral sig. Well, Multimum's gonna hear me.
Yeah,
he's gonna throw out the neutral sigs.
I would much prefer to see Multimum's neutral sig, and definitely love to see that Qatar side signature from Multimum. Getting the neutral sig kill, getting the side sig kill. Multimum's Qatars are bloody right now.
Multimum is only in the orange, taking no damage. They haven't been able to put out pressure. Multimum was fighting the 1v1 against Memoria. Now he switched targets to fight Nala now, and Nala's bow is working out a little bit better against Multimum, but still, they just switch it back up. Multimum now going against Memoria.
The thing about bow is every single hit doesn't do a lot of damage. The ability of bow to build up damage relies on hitting multiple hits or single hits very, very often. And in 2v2, Nala just isn't able to do that right now.
Oh! Oh!
There's
what?
your neutral sig.
What? No, what? What was, why did he throw out the neutral sig? Both of his opponent and his teammate were caught in the neutral sig, and Memoria just said, I don't care who this hits, I'm just gonna neutral sig, and it works out fantastically for him. He gets the neutral sig to take down the stock of TB, but Memoria's deep in the red. Multimum still on his first stock in the red, and Memoria's got to avoid Multimum right now.
It may have allowed Memoria to get that kill onto TB, putting him under his last stock, but
Ooh,
Nala
the clash!
What? I didn't even... That was so goofy.
That Multimum hit a stair and clashed with Memoria's down air. They clash out, but unfortunately for Memoria, he is going to be getting taken down first. Nalakat now one stock left.
And is that the second clash we've seen so far today?
No, we've seen a few clashes, but that's the biggest one by far.
Multimum coming in onto this bow. He's trying to space it out. Nalakat trying to space it out. TB just waiting behind with things like the bow neutral air to just control space and put little bits of damage, because that's all they need right now.
We're seeing a very different Blackguard Peep match. Nalakat is in the 2v1. He's trying to essentially use the space, avoid his opponents in the same way, but we're seeing a lot more aggression from Multimum and TB. You saw Multimum go on top of him, and TB right there to follow up with a spear recovery. Just more aggression from the blue team. They pick up the side sig to finish off Nalakat, and I believe that is 2-0 for Multimum and TB.
And we saw Nalakat kind of playing on the edge there. We saw him go from the left platform, the soft platform, all the way to the right soft platform. And I don't fault him for that, because if you're stuck in the middle, you're stuck in between two people. You are the meat of pretty much death sandwich. But with characters who have kind of medium force, like Bryn do and like Sentinel do, things like that side signature on the side will kill when you're in orange.
I mean, you were talking about a sandwich, but this seems like a very top-heavy bun. Multimum 752 damage. He only 275, the lowest in the game. I'm not saying Multimum carried, but he did a whole lot of damage and got 5 KOs.
Yeah, five KOs. 5 KOs. If you and I were playing a 2v2 match and you got 5 KOs, you would be screaming at me right now asking what I was doing.
I'd be griefing you is what would be happening. But really strong showing from Multimum, showing why he is the current EU favorite. Nalakat and Memoria are going to be going down to the lower bracket. We're going to be seeing Multimum and TB moving on. But before that, we've got another showing. We've got Zaloxery and Spirit Wolf versus Dry and Tau.
I don't know much about Dry, but he's a Frost member, so the Queen I pick, not out of the ordinary at all. We're seeing Zaloxery on Ember, who he pretty much won Combo Breaker with. We're seeing Spirit Wolf on Asuri. That's pretty much his go-to. In 1v1, that's his go-to. In 2v2, he doesn't really deviate from that path at all. And we're also seeing Lupus Tau on Asuri as well.
I mean, the only thing I know about Dry is that he is not wet. That joke was awful. Tau and Spirit Wolf, we were seeing 2 Asuris. Dry is going to be playing that Queen Eye like you're saying, and that Queen Eye is going to have so much force. Sure, it's 7 force, which is the highest on the screen right now. Sure, it's 8 defense, but Ember has 3 defense, and it's going to be Zaloxary who's going to have to avoid all of the force, all of the damage potential on the other team. Gotta have amazing positioning and amazing movement in order to not get destroyed, because 3 defense goes quick.
Even with only 4 force coming from Tao's Asuri, you can still shred through somebody like Ember. It's going to be up to Zaloxary to survive, and it's going to be up to Spirit Wolf to help his boy out, to put out damage, to put out pressure, and to control space.
You know, we were talking about Katars. I'm sorry. We were talking about Katars. There's 4 Katar characters on the map.
Does EU actually have a meta?
It's everything. They have
it's
strong guitar players, strong sword players, strong lance players. They have strong axe players. Not sure about the hammer play. They got strong gauntlet players.
If there is no meta, that means everything is in the meta, and that's something frightening about the EU scene right now. Is you have to be able to play against absolutely everything, or you're gonna get punished by something one time or another during your movement through the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to know your weapon matchups, and now you've got to know your 2v2 matchups, because potentially you could be fighting against a Katar and a Spear, such as what is on Dry and Tao right now. Zaloxary might be the 3 defense character, but he's actually taken the least damage so far.
Dry coming in with that just nice little ground pound, taking out Spirit Wolf. Dry with another neutral signature, hitting Spirit Wolf again. Spirit Wolf starting to go into the yellow. We're just kind of seeing signatures flying all over the place.
A lot of people are close to kill percentage. Dry is in the red. Zaloxary in the red. We're gonna see Spirit Wolf pick up the kill onto Dry. Tao is getting into the red. Spirit Wolf, if he can hit the recovery or a signature, would have been able to take down Tao.
Zaloxary managing to hold onto that first stock. Tao managing to hold onto that first stock right now. But with the downlights there, Dry is going to take out Zaloxary. And Spirit Wolf starting to get into the orange on a second stock. He needs to be careful.
Oh, Zaloxary comes back in, picks up a neutral air onto Tao to finish off the stock. I was gonna fault Spirit Wolf a little bit and say like, oh, he should have tried to go for the kill onto Tao and just clean it up, keep his team even. But instead, he was getting massive Katar strings onto Dry.
That's the thing, though, is you have to get those massive Katar strings onto a Queen Nai to even get her close to the kill percentage. Doesn't matter who's playing her.
I mean, he's doing it, and Dry is tied, I think, roughly for most damage. Might be losing his stock, and Spirit Wolf gets the Sair, and Spirit Wolf is gonna get a second kill. Double KO. Double KOs are happening. It's just a lot of double KOs right now.
It's because people are ready to take those kills the second that there's an option. They want that 2v1 situation. You never know how great a 2v1 feels until you're a part of the 2-2. You never know how terrible a 2v1 is until you're the one that's left alone, until you're the lone survivor.
Nobody wants to be the lone survivor, but Spirit Wolf might be putting himself in that position. Almost signatures his teammate. Catches him with a downlight. Zaloxary's mad at him, hits him with a side air.
And Dry right now on that Queen Nai, tied for the most defense in the entire game. Definitely has the most defense by far in this actual match. Is the first to fall. Spirit Wolf still has 2 stocks. Zaloxary with the gravity canceled taunt. Zaloxary and Spirit Wolf coming in with 3 stocks. Tao and Dry's 0.
That was a very intelligent play from Zaloxary. We saw Spirit Wolf charge up the neutral sig, and then Tao was ready with the Katar punish, and as he went for it, Zaloxary punishes him, gets the Sair, and gets the edge guard, and that's what ended up closing it out. Fantastic play from the red team. Blue team's gonna have to do a whole lot more damage.
I think Zaloxary was actually the one who said that he's been pretty washed lately. Ever since Combo Breaker, he hasn't been playing his best, and he's been a little bit disappointed in his tournament results, his ranked results, and just kind of the way he's playing. But we're not seeing that from him here because he's making it happen. He is doing work, and right now they're up a game against Tao and Dry.
And here we go. So Luxury is going to be picking up a bow this time. Spirit Wolf might be looking for guitars, or he's just going to go unarmed onto Dry. Spirit Wolf just knows how to pick apart Dry. Every single time he's had a 1v1 against Dry, he's been able to rack up quite a bit of damage onto him.
And against him, we weren't seeing Dry using his spacing to the max potential against unarmed. Just kind of jump and throw a nair or throw neutral light. Throw things that are difficult to be punished, because one of the benefits of unarmed is how quickly the moves come out. If your moves come out almost just as quickly, it's tough to punish.
I mean, those fast startup frames mean that you can also get the reads, or not the reads, excuse me. You can just get punishes of your own. If Dry throws out something like a side air and they're caught in recovery, Spirit Wolf can throw out those big nairs, but Zaloxury side airs, he wanted to punish Tao, punishes his teammate for trying to recover.
I think Spirit Wolf's Qatar neutral signature gravity cancel punish onto Tao's spear neutral sig. I think that was a little bit of a lofty expectations. I'm not sure if those moves would clash there. I think the neutral sig, because it was a grounded move, would have priority over the gravity cancel neutral sig. That probably would have led to his death.
Hey man, greedy plays, sometimes they work out. Dry ends up neutral sigging his teammate a little bit too greedy, trying to get the ground pound onto Zaloxury. Spirit Wolf rocketing behind him, not able to catch him with the ground pound. We're seeing double guitars on the red team.
And again, we're seeing just like last game, Zaloxury is managing to stay alive. Everybody else is on 2 stock, but that unarmed nair is gonna kill Zaloxury. 3 defense plus however much damage he had on him, which had to be an insane number, is gonna have the unarmed nair lead to his death.
I'm watching Spirit Wolf because this guy has some Qatar mixed up. He's going deep for Tao, but Tao is able to make it back to the island. I'm seeing a lot of Spirit Wolf throw out like side lights, and then he'll follow up with a down tick. Or he did a side light, and he'll just wait, see what his opponent does, and punish, because the Qatars, they have low startups, so you get to just punish whatever movement they do.
And that's how you have to play Qatars. You can't play them by necessarily thinking too much beforehand, because everything can just completely go awry when poop hits the fan, and you have to be able to react.
And Spirit Wolf's reactions are impeccable. Dry already on his last stock as the highest defense character. He is struggling against his opponents. This guitar play from Spirit Wolf, the guitar play from Zaloxury, as well as the bow play are just tearing apart as Tao gets taken down.
Zaloxury and Spirit Wolf have 4 stocks to their team right now. Tao and Dry have 2, and Dry is very, very close to dying. He is in kill percentage right now. We're seeing Spirit Wolf and Zaloxury focusing a lot on Tao, wanting to bring him into kill percentage, so it's just 2 quick kills away.
Oh, big Gimp opportunity. Tao's seen it before, knows exactly what to do. Makes it back to the island a second time.
That's what's been good about Tao so far, is Zaloxury's been initiating those amazing starting of the Gimps onto Tao, but Tao hasn't panicked. He's kept his cool. He hasn't been wasting his jumps or his dodge, and he's been able to make it back almost every time.
I wanna rewind for a bit, because that was a very, very non-practicable play from Tao and Dry. Tao hits a spike ball, bounces Spirit Wolf off of the island corner, and Dry is able to follow up with a recovery to give themselves them in, give him back into the game, even up the stocks, but Dry has to hold on to the stock for as long as humanly possible.
And Dry right now, he's playing over by the island, which could be a little bit hairy for him, as a side signature could kill him. Oh, but he's gonna follow with that grab. Oh! Spirit Wolf getting bonked on the head, getting hit. No! Spirit Wolf almost gimping Zaloxury.
That was incredibly goofy. Spirit Wolf and Zaloxury trying to survive, but almost gimping themselves, and on that evened it up. Tao 1v1 against Zaloxury, but that signature is gonna finish it off. That was so close. Zaloxury and Spirit Wolf have got to be thanking their lucky stars, because they almost gimped themselves.
Yeah, that was absolutely almost to the game right there. That certainly could have killed Spirit Wolf very quickly. Even if it didn't kill Spirit Wolf was very close to gimping Zaloxury. There were so many things that could have gone wrong right there that you have to think that Zaloxury and Spirit Wolf will probably be in church on Sunday.
I mean, they're gonna be praying to something. Maybe the spaghetti monster. They'll have some nice little pasta and tomato sauce. But With that, we're going to be moving on to this next winner's semis match. We're going to be watching Janice and Q4R versus Addy Mestic and Reason. Rain. Reason Rain. Addy Mestic and Rain of Team Reason just knocked down their teammates, and now we're going to be going up against Team Artificial.
And we were talking about how EU is just all over the board in terms of character picks, weapon choices, and Janice is picking Thatch.
Oh, my mistake. This is winner's quarters. I read the bracket wrong, and I'm bad at reading. But, like you were saying, Janice is playing Thatch.
Janice is playing Thatch.
Got guns.
It wouldn't be what I love at Thatch pick.
He's got guns.
Thatch is one of the characters. There weren't a lot of
This
free
is
defense characters a long time ago. Thatch was pretty much the main one that people picked, and he was always my least favorite thing to see in 2v2. I've been preaching 3 defense is a no-no in 2v2 unless you're a god.
I mean,
Let's
3
see what
defense, not much worse than 4 defense. Q4R and Janice, are they sleeping on their opponents, or do they have a play in mind? Because these are not their usual plays. Usually we would be seeing a Bodvar on Q4R and a Lucian on Janice, and they're going to sacrifice their defense for aggression, higher movement speed, higher dexterity, well, higher movement speed for Q4R, and higher force for Janice.
And Janice on that Thatch also has some reasonable movement speed. Thatch still has 7 movement speed. So Janice and Q4R, if they can have great positioning, like they just started to with that little bit of black hole right there, their positioning is what can win this game. They have to exploit their positioning because that's what the character's strengths are.
That was a great little play from Janice. He saw Addy coming in, wanted to interrupt the black hole. That's the usual play. And so instead, Janice dodges Addy and picks up another neutralite onto Rain in place of Q4R, but Rain with those side 6 takes down Janice, and that's that 3 defense showing it why you don't really want to do it.
And that wasn't even a gimp. That was 35 seconds into a game, just a normal signature kill from almost the middle of Thunderguard Stadium. That wasn't anything out of the ordinary. That's just 3 defense rearing its ugly head.
Right, but Q4R able to take down Addy with, I believe that's 5 defense on Wushang.
Yes.
Well, they're even it up.
And
Rain picks up another
side signature. Rain has been killing so many people with those just regular side signatures, the gravity cancel side signatures, the side signature follow-up off of things that Addy has done. Side signature has been paying dividends for Rain today.
4R is able to finish it off. No side signatures this time. Instead, he gets a downlight side air. But Janice is in the red. That 3 defense. I think Janice is going to be rethinking this Thatch pick.
I hope he does. I would like to see him also kind of get away from the guns unless it's on Lucian. I feel like he's not able to space things out exactly how he wants to. With Thatch, I think it's a little bit of maybe just unfamiliarity with Thatch, his force, his movement speed, the way he's going to get hit off of things. I would like to see him go back to Lucian.
Yeah, it just slight little bits of mispositioning, just a little bit off on his timings, but he's able to follow up reasonably well off Q4R. He's been able to keep things relatively even, but if Rain just starts raining side signatures, or, you know, Addy does it for him, then they're going to be able to take off another stock from Janice, and Q4R not going to be too far behind him. Bomb toss, not going to connect.
There's just another thing. Addy got that kill with a signature from the right side of Thunderguard, hitting Janice to the left side of Thunderguard.
Woo!
But Janice is going to come and use that high force from Thatch to get a confirmed announcer double kill right there.
That was a great play. He picks up the recovery to finish one, drops down, immediately downlights into the side air to finish off the other. Janice, I mean, sure, he's not a Thatch main, but he has his gun knowledge, and that was just great presence of mind.
He's basically, with that, just evened up the game. If anything,
they're
they're a little bit
ahead.
Yep,
Because
as
Rain is getting
gets
into the
orange. Oh, you saw Addy hit that nair, and Rain was there to try and pick it up with a hammer recovery, but he did miss the hammer recovery.
No, I'm starting to see what Q4R and Janice are doing. It's a lot of follow-ups. A lot of their teammate will do one thing, and they're ready for another, but Janice is not going to be able to be saved there. Q4R is not in position. Rain gets the weapon toss to finish off Janice, but Q4R, if he gets the signature hit, might be able to take out Rain.
He's going to have to be really careful with those signature hits, though. The Hattori signatures can be readable, very readable at times, especially if you hold them for a little bit longer. You can, with knowledge of Hattori signatures, they can be outspaced.
No, that is definitely true. He was going for those pop-up signatures from the shenanigans, a little bit harder to punish. You have to be in perfect position, but instead Rain and Addy were just staying on opposite sides of Thunder Guard, just trying to bait Q4R back up. Q4R, the second he comes back up, gets knocked off the map.
We're seeing him go for those down signatures right now to kind of pop back, let Addy or Rain think they're going to get the hit off and initiate.
1, 2, Q4R's done it! Able to win out the 2v1.
I thought it was going to take more than just that down signature to kill a 7 defense Sentinel, but all he had to do was hit the side air to take out Addy and pop back on that down signature to take out Rain off the top. I'm sorry that I ever doubted you, Q4R.
Great play from Q4R, able to get both of them. He was deep in the red, but he just waited for the opportunity, saw the opening on Addy, got the downlight side air, knew that Rain was going to try to punish, and then went for the down sig to catch Rain.
I think Addy and Rain
Delicious.
gave Q4R a little bit too much room to play with. If they would have kind of both gone at him at the same time, they had a combined 12 defense to his 4. If they would have just gone for it, I think they would have had a better chance. They gave him breathing room, which allowed him to kind of play the game the way he played and control it.
You say that, but I can't fault them for being a little trepidatious with they had damage on them. As we clearly saw, Q4R was able to kill with a down sig, not the most force in the game. He also killed with a downlight side air from about the middle of Thunder Guard. So
3, 2.
they had a fair amount of damage on them, and I think they were just worried about if they made a mistake, stepped in the wrong direction, they would be killing each other and just handing it to Q4R.
That is very true, but we're seeing Janus, I think, wisely switch back to this Lucian here. I think the potential with Thatch might have been higher. We saw him get that confirmed double kill there, but I think his average with Janus is just higher on a regular basis, and we're already seeing him bring Addy into the orange, almost kill off the top of Great Hall with that low kill ceiling less than 30 seconds into the game.
Yeah, Janus he's having a lot more comfort. He's able to pick up the first stock with that neutral sig, wanted the double again, but not enough damage onto Addy for that side air to kill.
He has the high movement speed. He has more movement speed than he had with Thatch. He has more defense than he had with Thatch. He's already gotten kills, so he doesn't need Thatch's additional force. I think this Lucian pick is just, this is a no-brainer.
It's the comfort thing. It's just working out for him. He's having a lot more success, and Q4R is sticking with the Hattori, and it's helping him to be there for Janus. Rather than both of them moving around the map trying to follow up after each other, it's just Janus is going to play his game, and Q4R is going to try to follow up for it.
Both players are able to maximize. Q4R just getting into the orange right now. With that low defense, that's what he needs to do. Janus just finally dying, but he was very, very deep in the red, and he extended that stock, which with the high defense is what he needs to do, and he picks up that down signature onto Rain.
Rain staying on that wall. He's going to avoid everything. Janus goes for the slide charge down sig, but Addy just helps him out. Just takes down Rain for him, not able to punish Q4R and take down this first stock of Q4R.
I love Janus's use of down air after he gets hit. It's like in an MMA fight, if a soft hit makes contact, usually the opponent is just going to fire back with a hard hit. They don't try to get away, they don't try to make space, they don't try to curl up and put their hands up. They just immediately fire back with a stronger hit. We don't see Janus dodging and wasting his dodge immediately or trying to jump away. We just see him putting out a quick hitbox and quick damage.
And that thing has a pretty low startup. It is going to be it's going to be a damager nonetheless. It's a strong move. There's no reason why he shouldn't be just throwing it out constantly, even if he's not getting hit.
Q4R hitting that grounded nair, that just shows how much damage is on Rain right now. Rain is in more than kill percentage at this point. Janus is going to pick it up with the neutral sig. This is a very different game than we saw. Last game was very even. This game, Q4R, 2 stocks. Janice, 2 stocks. Addy's on 1 stock in the orange.
I mean, you have to assume that Q4R and Janice are a little bit excited. They kind of blew up at the end of game 1, and I'm sure they're coming in full force wanting to blow up here in game 2, but Addy's might be trying to show them how it's done. Took down 1, not able to finish off the second one. Not discount Addy just yet.
And this time we're seeing Janice and Q4R putting the pressure onto Addy Mestic, not giving him any time to breathe, not giving him any chance to kind of set up those the gauntlet strings into the gimps that he's been known for in 1v1.
And we're seeing not a huge damage differential. Sure, it's about 100, ran slightly behind at 371 to his teammates 413, but it's not massive. We're not seeing 700 and 200 or like 2 600s and 2 300s. We're seeing Addy and Rain just a little bit behind. They're a little bit lagging in the damage department compared to the artificial boys.
Even with those little bits behind though, that was still a 2-0. Janice and Q4R just 2-0'd Addy Mestic and Rain in winners quarterfinals. That's still a significant accomplishment.
And I know we were saying that Reason didn't want to send one of their teams down to the lower bracket, but unfortunately now 2 of their teams are in the lower bracket as Artificial moves on. But next up, we're going to be going to winners semis. It is going to be Dobrain and Daiku versus Zaloxery and Spirit Wolf.
After the game that Dobrain and Daiku just played, the absolute dominant performance that they put out, if I was Zaloxery and Spirit Wolf, I would be a little bit worried right now. Coming off the game that they just played against Tau and Dry, this is definitely an increase in the difficulty of opponent.
That's fair. But on the other side, Dobrain and Daiku, I would say, arguably, they're going to be going up against a different level of opponent as well. Zaloxery, I mean, like we said, he won Combo Breaker. He's not a slouch. Sure, he's been taking a little bit of a break as of late, and he's not the full force Zaloxery that he used to be, but that not to be slept on. Zaloxery and Spirit Wolf definitely had a strong showing in their own set.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing the seeds get closer. Dobrain and Daiku's 2nd seed against Zaloxery and Spirit Wolf at 6th seed. This is going to be no easy task for either team. We are already seeing Dobrain lock in to this Azoth pick. We saw Azoth earlier in the tournament just completely demolished.
That's interesting, though, because Dobrain played Bryn the first time. But now he's going to be switching it up. He's going to be going for Azoth, going for a little bit more force, a little bit more defense, slightly less movement speed, but a bow as well.
He's heavily favoring the axe usually in his character picks. I was talking to him, and his 1v1 and his 2v2 picks in terms of tiers are he prefers Bryn, then Azoth, and 3rd he likes to pick Taros. So he's really heavily favoring that axe, and he said that about the EU meta in general, especially in 1v1. It can come down to who can really play axe the best.
Yeah, he's got the axe. Daiku also going to be working that axe. I was surprised. I was genuinely concerned for a second because he hovered on a core, but no, he is going to be playing that Jala. On the other side, no surprises. Zaloxery sticking with his mainstay, that Ember, and Spirit Wolf is going to be playing that Asuri.
You got to think Daiku and Zaloxery right now are sort of happy to be playing against one another because they both have 3 defense. They're not having to go up against Rolands and Barazas with 1,000,000 defense. They can rest on their laurels a little bit in terms of that and say, okay, I have 3 defense, but so does Daiku. I have 3 defense, so does Zaloxery.
But on the other side, Daiku, significantly higher amount of force on his character, but it looks like Spirit Wolf and Zaloxery were trying to get a 2v1 juggle onto Dobrain, as Daiku was just not in position to help him out just yet, but Dobrain just able to avoid it.
And that's the thing that Dobrain is so good at doing. He's good at putting out damage, and he is good at avoiding damage. And right now, Spirit Wolf looking for that side signature. Zaloxery's going to take it, though.
Oh! Daiku, it's 1 Gimp. Spirit Wolf able to make his way back up. Daiku was just going full aggro mode, wanted to get a ground pound. Dobrain actually kind of got in the way for a little bit, but Daiku was able to pick it up.
And I know Daiku plays a very good sword in addition to his axe. And right now he has a sword in his hands and Dobrain has a bow. But if I was Zaloxary and Spirit Wolf, I would be dreading the moment that both of them have axe.
I mean, I'm dreading Daiku right now. Daiku's been playing on this edge for so long. Spirit Wolf is now out there, but Daiku not able to punish. Went for the down stick as Spirit Wolf recovered. Dobrain, the first one to lose a stock for Team Daiku and Dobrain.
Spirit Wolf evened it up stock-wise with that kill. We saw Daiku on the wall for just a moment in that 2v1 situation, and Spirit Wolf and Zaloxary didn't aggress on him. I think Zaloxary started to clear the board, but Dobrain is going to turn around, hit that side air, take out Spirit Wolf.
Ooh! Is that a bait?
I think it might have been a bait.
Zaloxary just fall for the gigantic bait. Daiku going over the mine and able to dodge the ground pound.
And now is that moment I was talking about. Both Dobrain and Daiku have axes. Zaloxary's 3 defense is in jeopardy right now.
I think Spirit Wolf is the one more in jeopardy right now. There are 2 axe characters, and they are able to take him down. Zaloxary is in the orange, and now he's got the 1v2 to fight, but he's able to make it past.
But Zaloxary, how much damage did Daiku have on him that the side air from the middle of the stage bouncing off the ricochet from the hard platform taking him out?
Bottom of the map, Zaloxary, too much pressure from his teammate as well as Daiku is going to spell death for him. Daiku not going to be able to get past the Qatar Gimp. Spirit Wolf takes him down, and you know, just like 8 more of those and he might be fine. We
saw Daiku get that first Gimp, and we saw Spirit Wolf turn around and get a Gimp of his own onto Daiku. 1 Gimp, 2 Gimp, red Gimp, blue Gimp.
That works surprisingly well.
Spirit I was really happy that just happened.
Spirit Wolf is looking for more Gimps, but he's got the double axe to contend with. He's making it past, gets the dare onto Dobrain. He's looking. Dobrain's not going to be able to make it back, so now he's going to fight Daiku. Daiku's going to disrespect him, go to the other side. Not going to give him the Gimp opportunity.
When Daiku back dodging into both of those Spirit Wolf sidelights. And that's it. That's it. He just needed the 1 hit. Didn't even have to follow it down. Didn't even have to confirm the kill. The kill was already confirmed. And Zaloxary, our combo breaker champion, ripping it away from the glorious motherland of the United States, only putting out 169 damage.
I mean, he didn't SD. He didn't get gimped a bunch of times. Well, he kind of got gimped, but he just didn't find the openings. Daiku, I mean, he stayed on his first stock for an incredible amount of time and was able to just survive death. On the other side, Zaloxary just not able to put out damage, couldn't find the openings. I said it earlier, Qatar's got a buff with the speed dodges, but maybe Zaloxary just hasn't had practice with them, or Dobrain and Daiku have practiced anti-Qatar speed dodges and just were completely shutting down Zaloxary's approaches.
Axe into Qatar is a incredibly strong matchup for Axe. If I was a Qatar player, I would avoid that matchup like the plague. I would try to stick to that bow. I think picking 2 Qatar characters here, the only reason to do that into this matchup between Dobrain and Daiku, the Axe Lords of EU, is because those are the characters I am absolutely 100% the most comfortable with, and there really aren't any other options.
I mean, sometimes it's about comfort, sometimes it's about the counters, and I don't think Zaloxary really has a strong counter. He's basically only played Ember. He used to play Roland, but even the Roland, the Sword and Lance is not strong against the Axe. But Spirit Wolf is getting some solid Gimp potential with these Qatars, but he gets caught by his teammate's bow.
The thing that Dobrain and Daiku have been able to do with all of their weapons, but especially Axe, is just use giant hitboxes and space things like a surgeon, just absolutely 100% perfect. Oh, and Spirit Wolf!
Oh, he takes down Daiku with him!
I think that was already confirmed. Daiku didn't need to go down there.
Did not, but he wanted the confirmation and ended up getting taken down with him. Spirit Wolf, for all intents and purposes, he could have survived that, but he ends up picking up a stock off of Daiku with that cider and comes back, takes a stock off of Dobrain, and they are now up on Daiku and Dobrain.
That's one of the things that we've seen Daiku kind of really talk to Egg Soup about, is about specifically edge guards. If you drop a guaranteed edge guard in a ranked game or a custom game, you should SD your stock. And I think Daiku was just so worried about dropping that confirmed guaranteed edge guard that he went too far when it was already confirmed.
Did you hear the announcer?
I didn't.
Spirit Wolf is dominating right now.
Is he really?
Luxury, first one to lose his stock, but yeah, the announcer, he said it. All right, Daiku on his last stock. This is the guy, this is the most stocks he's lost basically all tournament that we've seen. Like,
I think my mind blocked it out because I couldn't believe it.
Spirit Wolf, he might be dominating, but he just got shut down by Dobrain with that axe side air. So Luxury is getting knocked around right now. Daiku might be in the orange. They might have potential to take him down if they can get the punish. Gotta respect Dobrain.
There's the side signature from Spirit Wolf. Spirit Wolf looking for the Gimp right here.
Dare.
I think he has
One more hit. Not able to get the dare.
Daiku dipping down, not afraid to go
Another
down
dare.
a little bit lower.
Oh,
And
Spirit Wolf.
Daiku almost having that ground pound Gimp onto Spirit Wolf.
I'm surprised Spirit Wolf didn't throw out any nairs. Those nairs cover so much space along that wall, and it also has potential spike. But they're able to pick up the kill onto Daiku, or onto Dobrain with that signature. Daiku once again on the edge.
Spirit Wolf might have been tunnel visioning a little bit. He saw the possible 2v1 situation, and he wanted it so badly that he was just going to try and Gimp with Dare or Sair.
Not going to be enough. So Luxury not able to get the ground pound. Daiku has survived so many potential Gimps.
Game is so incredibly even right now. I'm very curious as to how much damage Daiku actually has on him. Spirit Wolf staying alive. Can he get back? Is Daiku going to hit a recovery or a ground pound?
If Spirit Wolf does not get this kill onto Daiku, he is going to be hurting. That dare! Spirit Wolf not able to do it. Daiku's held on to stock for an insane amount of time. He's been on his last stock for like 2 minutes, and he has survived every edge guard possible, and he's back up.
The Luxury in a very hairy position right now. 3 defense against 2 axes. That ground pound coming in, bouncing him off the wall. I can't think of a safe place right now, and that's it. That's it for Zaloxury. Dobrain and Daiku just took this 2-0. Zaloxury had just really nowhere to go. He panicked for a second. He was weighing out all of his options, bonked his head. Sometimes the threat of an edgeguard is better than any possible edgeguard itself.
He was just thinking of avoiding, thinking about the future, thinking about what are his options, and didn't think about, am I gonna not bump my head on the bottom of this map? Zaloxury gets taken down. Not a huge damage differential. Both sides close to 500. Zaloxury a little bit behind, not too surprising. He's playing Ember, not the highest damaging dealer, but that's, it comes down to their inability to finish off Daiku. Had they gotten that stock off of Daiku, they could have potentially gone for the 2v1.
Keep in mind, though, that Zaloxury was able to come up from, like, was it 168? I think it was like 168 damage that he did last game. If he would have played like that the first game could have gone a completely different direction.
That is completely fair. Zaloxury just a little bit lagging behind in damage department in both games. Really excellent play from Daiku and Dobrain. Fantastic ability to avoid those kills. Daiku survived, what, like 5 edge guards, right?
Something like that. It was an absurd number of how he was able to somehow safely make it back.
Well, with that, it is time to move on to the other side of winners semis. We're going to be seeing Multimum and TB versus Janus and Q4R. Both of these teams have been absolutely dismantling their opponents throughout the bracket, so we're going to dismantle each other here in game 1 of this winners semis.
We're seeing Multimum switch to a Surrey here. That's kind of his very, very deep in his pocket pick for 2v2. Usually he sticks with Sentinel. Sometimes he picks Nye. Asuri does have Katars. He really likes to focus on Katars. You'll see that with Sentinel, Nai, and Asuri. TB, of course, sticking with the Bryn. We're seeing Q4R now play that Hattori that he picked up the last set we saw, and Janus isn't even going to try to experiment with the Thatch.
I mean, you say the Asuri pick is a little bit of a deep pocket pick, but he's still higher level than TB on that Asuri.
That's true. I'm sure he's spent time with it. It's his third choice. It's not, hey, I'm gonna try this. It's still his third choice for sure.
It's not his I only play it for my daily quest choice. But we are now going into it. Multimum with the Asuri. TB with that Britain versus Q4R and Janus. I like that Janus is not going to be messing around with the Thatch. Instead, he's going to go straight to the Janus, that comfort pick. And he's already racked up quite a bit of damage onto TB.
This Janus Lucian pick, I don't see him being able to do anything with Thatch that he can't accomplish with his incredible Lucian. Oh, and there's the pickup off the weapon toss into the neutral sig. Great situational awareness from Janus, but they are not going to go aggress onto TB, even though he is in the red and he was on the edge.
That means that doesn't matter. Oh, Janus getting a cider, actually catching his teammate and not the opponent. But like you're saying, TB is close to the red. He's close to kill percentage. And you've got to think that Janus and Q4R are just waiting for the opportunity to finish off that stock. Bomb toss is going to connect on the Multimum and actually keep TB alive.
And we're seeing sort of a mirror of what happened last time with Janus and Q4R. We're seeing Q4R survive longer and take less damage. Janus being the first one to fall. Q4R going right into the bomb. You have to know he was trying to let go of that ground pound and prematurely cancel.
A little bit of miscommunication, a little bit of a lack of follow-up from Q4R. He was going straight into that he was just going straight into that bomb path. But we're coming back. Janus sticking with these guns is actually struggling a little bit against Multimum's Katars.
And now Janus and Q4R are a little bit behind. TB still on his first stock. He's going to chase Janus into the air, looking for a very, very hard down signature read.
Oop, but he picks up the neutral sig.
Keep in mind, if Multimum and Q4R clash there, Janus is there with the last hit of the gun recovery to take away that escape option from Multimum.
And to pick up the unofficial double. Janus, he's kept their team alive right now. Multimum final on his last stock.
Multimum is really going to have to extend this stock. TB has done a great job extending his own, but like we're going to see, Multimum, I think it's a defense issue here. I don't think he's playing that incredible of a sword game to warrant holding on to the Asuri and not switching back to the Sentinel.
I mean, when he had the Katars, he was finding the openings onto Janus. You saw it. He immediately picks up a Katar, catches Janus off with the side light. So he's playing better with the Katars, and he hasn't really done anything major with the signatures to warrant Asuri's Katars over, Sentinels, like you were saying.
And I think he definitely has a stronger hammer with Sentinel than he does sword with Asuri.
That is completely fair. Multimum now coming back, and the red Q4R is gonna help him out. Neutral 6 Janus.
Q4R needs to turn around and get this kill onto Multimum absolutely as fast as possible to make up for that team kill. Not only would he make up for the team kill, he would put it into a 2v1 situation.
Oh, PB looking for the 2v1 situation. Almost getting the gift. Janus is gonna give it to him.
Just a rare misstep from Q4R and then one from Janus right in a row.
Red team is falling apart. I mean, we were faulting Multimum for the guitar pick, but TB just keeping it standard, keeping it regular is gonna be the thing to hold their team together as Janus and Q4R just fall apart. We're gonna be seeing 3 accidents on the red team.
And that's actually kind of been how it's worked so far today. If we see accidents, we usually see 2 or 3. It's rarely just 1. And usually it's 1 or 2 on the same team. And with that weapon toss, Multimum is going to take out Janus. I would still like to see the Sentinel switch, but I mean, if it ain't technically broke, don't technically fix it.
It worked. It got 498 damage. Janice and Q4R, they need to clean up their act. They need to shake off these team kills and come back into this. I'm surprised Q4R is sticking with the Hattori pick. Honestly, he's a Bodvar main, right? Like he's slightly more comfortable with that Bodvar, but it's switching it to Hattori just for movement speed.
I don't know. I was actually gonna add him on Steam to ask him in terms of characters. And actually ask you, so I'm kind of a little bit hurt and mad about that.
I don't know if TeamSpeak or if it's you, but it's getting digital.
It's TeamSpeak.
Okay.
Let's switch to meetings.
Okay. 1 second. Apologies as our voice communications fall apart. We're switching our comms.
Just have to wait for Free to get in here.
An invite?
Yeah, I gave him the invite before. And it looks like we are back. Now switching. Let me.
All right. Is it good over here on TeamSpeak? Is everything okay on TeamSpeak? Goodness gracious. Okay, so it seems like we're going back to TeamSpeak. Apologies. Everything is just all blah. But Janice in the red, Multimum in the red, TB in the yellow, Q4R on his last stock in the orange, and oh, the bomb, the rolling bomb. Q4R able to use that cider to keep him in place for the bomb to just roll onto the feet and take off the stock from Multimum. Multimum, hearing Sparky's cry, did switch to the Sentinel.
And we're seeing more or less an even game right now, although Janice and Q4R both in the red. Janice on his last stock, Q4R trying to stay alive, hitting with that recover, going under the stage. Ultimate is there waiting to try to take him out with the weapon throw. Misses the edge guard, just trying electing to go back onto the platform. Q4R is there to put more damage on him.
Ooh, but Q4R gets caught by the online, and now Black Hole Potential TV trying to use that weapon toss to help lock Janice in place for Multiple to follow up with something. But Janice is in a very dangerous 1v2, trying to get the ground pound again, but Multiple is going to pick it up for him. Is it going to go?
Yep, TeamSpeak's dying. Pretty should be good in Discord.
Okay, switch back to Discord. Apologies once again. All of communication is on part.
Blue team wins.
Everybody!
It's Creed's fault. It's Creed's fault.
Having all kinds of issues. It's alright because TB and Multimum took the first game against Q4R. I'm sorry, the second game against Janice and Q4R. They're going to go up 2-0 in winners semis. We're still seeing 2-0s even in winners semis. And the character switch from on Multimum to that Sentinel, even if Janice and Q4R don't have the accidents, it doesn't matter.
I think the only 2v1s that we've seen so far, like on stream, was the Reason team when both Reason teams were fighting against each other, and then I believe we saw Spirit Wolf and Zalaxry fighting Cole and Mazzy, and that was also another 2-1. But other than that, it's been a lot of 2-0s, and it's not to discount the people who got 0 on as far as games won, because some of these are really close 2-0s.
And it's interesting because if you look at kind of all of the turns ever happened in Brawlhalla. In the very beginning, we saw a lot of 2-1s in best of 3. We saw a lot of game 5s in best of 5s. We even saw so many bracket resets in grand finals, and that's slowly started to dwindle down. We're seeing the highest level, the really highest level, and the best players are just finding little avenues of the game with tech and mechanics and execution, and we're finding them explore those avenues and change things up. And we're seeing other people having a little bit of trouble kind of really pushing things.
Right. It's those little pushes that are falling apart are going to be the reasons why some of those teams are just showing up a little bit stronger. But now we're going down to the lowers bracket. We're going to be seeing Artificial's Cal. When did he add the M40? Do you?
He's had it recently. I think he had it in either, I can't remember if it was the EU regional qualifier or the EU 1v1. He's had M40 in his name though.
I mean, they're a solid headset. He's also got his teammate Missline, and they're going to be going up against Aram and Logic, two also very popular, very strong names from the EU scene.
I'll tell you that Mist is probably the worst game ever invented. So that's already a knock against Missline, but I know he has a pretty gnarly Sentinel. He mostly plays Katars. I know in 1v1 he tends to favor Ember, but he kind of goes all over the place with each and every Katar legend. But Cal is playing core. We've maybe seen 3 core players in the last probably 2 or 3 months.
Yeah, I think it, the only name that's popping in my head is Silly Gobi, and we haven't seen it in tournament. He's just beat me up in customs with the core. So yeah, we haven't seen a whole lot of the core pick. He's generally like the least popular of the gauntlets, but we're gonna see how well that works out for him. Both Cal and Missline are gonna be having hammers. On the other side, Logic and Aram not sharing any weaponry, but we're gonna see a sword and a lance, a side bow and an axe.
I know Cal is a little bit used to hammer. He also tends to play Taros and Bodvar, both of which have hammer. He doesn't. I haven't seen really any gauntlet players from him. He has a Tori in the tank. He has Taros in the tank, Bodvar and Azov, none of which have gauntlets though. So I wonder if he's going to try to favor the hammer, or if he just has some secret gauntlet tech that just nobody knows about.
I mean, we're gonna find out, or maybe he just really likes this hammer play that he's got right now. He's just dodging around, makes it back to the platform, and I think he's just gonna be controlling that middle space with that hammer. It looks like they're just going for double hammer on the side of Missline and Cal.
I don't think that's a terrible idea, especially against a character like Roland with a ton of defense, a character like Azov with solid defense, especially against Aram. Aram, you want to kill him ASAP. You want to take him out as soon as you possibly can with confirmed true combos from hammer with stomp side airs. You want to take Aram out.
Why?
Because Aram was the second 1v1 player in second place at the EU 1v1. Aram is just lights out absolute player. If you give him room to work with, he will maximize every inch of the space that you give him. He will keep you at a distance, but never mind. I'm going to stop talking about Aram because Logic just got a double KO with the first Roland that we played.
Not only that, but he got it with downlight side airs. He just goes downlight side air to the left, downlight side air to the right, cleans up, gets the double knockout, and keeps his team alive. They are even in stocks. Logic might be the most damage, but he's also got the most defense.
He also doesn't seem to be unfavoring the lance. We know that EU tends to favor lance more than NA does, but we're seeing him just kind of stick with it. There are weapons on the board right now, and he's not really throwing it as much as other players do, and right now he just kind of doesn't have to.
I mean, he's finding the openings on top of Cal right now. He's caught him with quite a few dares, caught him with a neutral air just there. And I think at best he might be switching it up to the sword specifically for the kill if Aram's not able to clean up the kills for him.
I think he does have better kill options if they are in very high percent with the sword, but right there it's just going to take a down signature. I would say the down signature on Roland's lance, probably the best signature. It comes out very quickly. It's it covers a nice distance, and it's not as punishable as, say, a neutral signature or a side signature if you miss.
I mean, that is 12 frames startup minimum. That thing comes out incredibly fast, and not to mention, it has so much force. It can kill, and he got it in a great position on the right side, pointing it to the right, and that is going to be giving them the edge. But Missline just comes back side sig, such a strong signature. They can't clean up logic.
Missline and Cal were kind of both wanting the kill at the same time. M40 Cal started with the side air. Missline hit the down light. Neither one was able to follow up anything. It was just a goofy situation. It might have been just a little bit of a miscommunication, but the down signature there was definitely
that was definitely miscommunication on the red team. Aram is coming in with his bow. Logic comes back with a fresh stock. Missline is going to be fighting the 1v2 with a hammer, and the hammer gets disarmed from him.
You haven't seen that many from Aram on the bow. Definitely not on the axe from Azot either, except that one right there. And that lets me make the point I'm about to say. Azot's signatures are very, very read heavy. If you can get the read, that's kind of how you have to use them.
On the other side, basically all of the other ones you kind of just throw out. Sir Roland just throws out the down sig, got a kill. Missline throws out a hammer side sig, getting kills. They work.
Coming into the next game, I don't know how they're really going. Not going to see them favoring Great Hall. There aren't really any sword characters except Roland, and even then he wasn't favoring the sword. He was almost 100% Lance heavy.
Yeah, it was a very Lance-centric game. It's interesting they left Blackguard on the board. Aram and Logic, they just won it out pretty convincingly in game one, and it looks like they want to just have a repeat and try to win it out convincingly in game two. Here we go.
I don't really know what Logic and Aram could mess up here, and I don't really know what Cal and Missline could do differently. They all played very well, but Aram and Logic just had it. Everything they did, they just did better than Cal and Missline.
I mean, we didn't see a lot of Cal's Gauntlet play. I didn't see too much from Missline's Qatar play. It was mostly a hammer-centric game one, and now that Cal's on Gauntlets, he immediately gets dismantled by Logic. Missline with Qatars is going to respect his opponents and stay on the soft platform. I think it's just not necessarily character unfamiliarity, but weapon unfamiliarity on the red team.
If Cal is going to really try and stick to that hammer, I would prefer to see him play Taros. You're still going to have 6 defense compared to 7. And I think it's just a character that he can utilize both weapons with, and that he's just more familiar with.
That's fair. I mean, if he really wanted to go hammer-centric, he also could have brought out the potential Cassidy. It wouldn't have had the defense, but I mean, you can always go full aggro. We've seen a fair number of 3 defense characters work out so far. Just look at the top right corner. Everybody is in the red, except for the fact that Cal is 1 stock behind everyone else.
Oh, but he's going to hit that side C that goes really far. Nice taunt right there. Cal looking to get in the head. If you can't win mechanically, try to win mentally.
I mean, they are 1 game away from getting knocked out of the tournament. I can't blame him for using anything he can to try to win it out, but Cal's got to be careful. Missline and Cal are both deep in the red, and Cal gets caught at his feet. Side sig connects.
Even with the 7 defense, Cal is the first one to get onto his last stock. Aram, Logic, and Missline are all fresh on their second.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see something big coming out from Cal. I know he had reasonably solid damage in game 1. It wasn't anything horrid by any means, but just he needs some bigger plays. Needs to get some big gimps or something, or else things are just gonna start falling apart for the red team.
And they're going against Aram and Logic, kind of bigger names in the EU scene for. coming in at 3rd seed, but Cal and Mistline are coming in at 7th seed. That's nothing to shake a stick at. That's nothing to kind of sit back and think that this is going to be an easy game. But Logic and Aram are kind of making it look that way right now.
I mean, it's what's happening right now is just a lot of 1v1s. Logic turns around for the down sig as Mistline mispositions between not a rock and a hard place. The rock's on his team, but a Skelly man and the Knight guy, and the Knight guy hits him with the down sig.
Cal is creeping closer and closer to the red. Aram and Logic are very red, but on their 2nd stock, and M40 Cal could be blowing up and dying very, very soon.
Yeah, and once again, he'd be leaving his teammate in a 1v2 situation. Not a spot he wants to be in. Mistline almost gets his teammate with that sider. Gets a nice down sig, but it's onto Logic. 8 defense means that it's going to take a whole lot more than 1 down sig to take him down. Stomp side air will do it, though.
Seeing the double hammers here. And Cal was looking for the punish onto Aram. He started it with a throw, but missed the throw. Completely disarmed himself. And now he's on the gauntlets, which he wasn't very effective with.
I mean, now he's on nothing. He's down. Aram in the red. Doesn't matter. Gets the side air onto Mistline. And that is going to be game 2. Very clean for Team Aram and Logic from Artificial and Magnum Opus.
Yet another 2-0 that we've seen today. Looking at Cal's damage, he put out 319. Mistline only put out 429 on high defense character like Roland and a higher defense character like Azoth. You have to be putting out big damage numbers or be getting amazingly huge play.
Right, and on Blackguard Keep, it's hard to get those gimps. You know, there's a lot of soft platforms that, you know, they give you an extra life essentially because sometimes they just come down. Core brings it down and says, "Here, let me help you back up." But Core is fighting in this match, and unfortunately, he couldn't save himself. We're going to be moving on in the lower bracket. This is now, I believe, lowers quarters, and we're going to be seeing more of Team Artificial. We're going to be seeing Janice and Q4R. We just saw them earlier on in the tournament get knocked down here. And now we're going to be seeing Frost Cake and Sidero.
Seeing Janice on Barraza.
Not the worst pick.
It
kind of worked out for Maltimum, right?
Yes, but I don't know what type of axe game Janice has. And when he's used to a gun game that Lucian has, very quick, constantly throwing out hitbox. The guns on Barraza are going to be a little bit slower, a little bit less dex, and I think that axe could be slower than what he's really used to.
Well, I guess, it's going to come down to the guns, though, right? It's going to be Janice. We saw him play Lucian, didn't really care for his Kotaros. We saw him play Thatch, didn't really care for his sword. It's going to come down to the guns, and the real critical thing in that regard is Janice going to be used to the movement on those guns. We saw him have a little bit of discomfort with that Thatch and just not really connecting, just a little bit of off timings due to the differences in dexterity and move speed. So if he switches it up and goes to Barraza, is he going to be able to pick up, you know, where the Lucian left off?
I think if he can play the guns well enough, he's still going to have the 8 defense, and it's still going to be very, very... He's going to have to play the guns correctly with it. I don't think he's going to feel the little bit less dex on guns too much. I think that axe could be the limiting factor for him, and whether or not he's going to stick with the axe at all or if he's going to immediately throw it.
I think he's going to start just throwing it away, basically only focusing on that gunplay. But it's not a 1v1, it is a 2v2. He's got a teammate, Q4R, no longer playing that Hattori, is going to be going straight for the Bodvar. And we're seeing on the other side, Cake is going to be on Bodvar, as well as Core is going to be, or Sidera is going to be on Core. We didn't see a strong showing from Cal on Core, so maybe Sidera's got a different Core in his hands.
We've seen Sidero play an effective hammer. I don't know anything about his gauntlet game. I think that's going to be the thing to question here, whether he's comfortable with them, whether he's actually been playing Core's gauntlets as opposed to Wu Shang's, maybe Val's.
I mean, that is absolutely true. Those gauntlets, they I mean, stats, they do matter. Sure, the weapons, and yeah, you gotta know the weapon moveset, but as we said with Janus, he had a little bit of discomfort switching the stats of the guns. We're gonna see if Sidero is used to the different stat sets of even just the hammer.
Seeing him do work so far, Janus is already into the red here. Cake is starting to get into the orange. We haven't seen Janus really do anything so far with the guns, except he's going to pick up that recovery right here, charging up that rattlesnake.
And
go ahead.
So that's the Q4R Janus special. It's the option coverage. Janus charged up the rattlesnake while Q4R covered the bottom.
And with Lucian, he's able to get into position more quickly. He's able to react better, and he's just able to be where he needs to be.
All right, well, now we're seeing Janus's X play. Something that you were a little trepidatious about, and we might be seeing him switch immediately. Yep, he's gonna throw it away. Picks up the neutral light and is able to jump over the bomb.
He started the black hole with the axe neutral light, threw the axe, picked up the guns, hit the gun neutral light in the black hole, turned around and hit a side sig, taking out Cake. That was just a really cool sequence of pressing the right buttons at the right time. Look at this right here!
What? I mean, it didn't amount to a kill, but that was a fantastic little bit of string for Janus and Q4R. It was neutral light, gravity, or nair into a gravity cancel down light. I mean, it was styling. I gotta give him that.
We've seen Q4R and Janus pull that exact combo off a couple times before, so it's definitely something they've practiced with the bots in training room. I'm sure they practiced it in ranked, because they've hit it more than a handful of times.
I mean, it's got a pretty standard startup, that neutral light, but since the axe has that slight vertical force, they just have an adjustment in mind, and it's gonna be go aerial.
Cake coming into the red on his last stock. Here we're seeing more follow-up. The second two hits of the light gravity cancel to that combo. Even though these aren't kills, even though these aren't black holes with axe neutral light and sword neutral light that end in a signature, it's still just an incredible amount of damage that's built up so quickly. Did that axe neutral light kill?
Yeah, but the big thing to me is that Janus charged up the side sig from the other side of the map. Cake had all the time in the world to find the punish opportunity, but he just did a side sig in the wrong direction, and then Janus lands, throws out a neutral light, and Cake gets taken down. 2 stocks left for everybody on the screen, except for Sidero.
I have to think that that side signature was a little bit of a brain fart, a little bit of an accidental misinput on the part of Cake.
Yeah, just a little bit of panic mode from Cake, but Sidero is going to be able to clean up that stock from Janus, gets a nice down air, but he's got to get another stock off of Q4R, and then, you know, go back to killing Janus, and then killing Q4R.
They're looking for the edge guard onto Janus. Janus is very fresh right now. You're going to need the gimp of a lifetime to take out Barraza that early. Q4R is in. Even though he's red, he is looking to aggress onto Sidero. Sidero looking for the long ground.
I mean, Q4R can afford it. He apparently can afford these big hits, these recoveries, but not only that, he has an extra stock if he wants to just go full aggro mode and try to just keep his teammate alive so that they can still hold on to that 2v1 for those great follow-ups that they've been doing. Sidero picks up the side air, but he's already taken quite a bit of damage.
Janus is just playing it slowly, playing guns how you need to play, backing up a little bit, throwing out some hitboxes, moving a little bit forward, throwing out some hitboxes, just coverage. It's zone coverage.
Well, there's one zone that Sidero could not get past. It was the down air zone. Janus was falling down. He saw Sidero along the wall, and Janus just goes, all right, I'm gonna have this gigantic, long-lasting down air hitbox just coming at your face. What are you gonna do? And Sidero takes it to the face. Oop, weapon top, saving his life a little bit.
We didn't see Q4R and Janus going for any of the kind of cheeky, real big plays there. It was just kind of just regular little bits of damage here and there.
I mean, it was very paced damage from the side of Artificial, but somebody who couldn't quite do the pacing was Cake. 243 damage, struggling a little bit in the damage department. Might have been a little bit of panic mode. We saw him, you know, do a side sig in the wrong direction. Things like that, they're gonna hurt, and this is not the place to do it in the lower bracket. He's got one last chance to gather his composure and not miss those punish opportunities.
Wonder if we're going to see a character change from him to maybe a Nai, maybe a Bryn. I know he also has Ada as a pocket pick. I'm hoping he doesn't pick Ada, but that's certainly an option.
We're going to be seeing the Nai.
Frost player through and through. True Queen Nai main. What are we going to see from Sadero?
I'm not sure, but before we talk about Sadero and the potential repeated core, which had mild success, it wasn't terrible. What do you think about this Queen Nai pick? Sure, he's got the defense, but have we seen a whole lot of success from Queen Nai so far in the tournament?
Not really. We see more, I think, success with Queen Nai picks in North America, but I think there are a lot of Frost players in Queen Nai in 1v1, and I know that they have some pretty good success with it. So you kind of have this collective hive mind that has a wealth of information on how Queen Nai is played and how she should be played.
Well, we're going to be seeing what he can do with it. Can he get those big reads? I think that's one of the things that Queen Nai, if you can get those reads, like the thing that I always remember about Queen Nai's is I think LDZ used to do like a neutral light and then read how the opponent dodges. And if he can get that side sig read, that is going to be a killer. She has 7 force. Sure, Barraza has 8 defense as well, but he has 1 less force. And that means that Cake is going to be killing slightly faster than Janice.
That's one of those things is we've seen just side signatures off the edge. That used to be one of Wilson's calling cards. The big NA Queen Nai mains, we would just see him as his edge guard. He wouldn't edge guard. His edge guard was staying on the platform, waiting for them to kind of decide to peek over and then hit him with a side sig. We also see with Queen Nai a lot of neutral signature reads. People tend to spend a lot of time in the air. They think it's safe.
Yeah, if you can get those reads, you can punish that air safety. Sadero is going to be switching up to Azoth, and Azoth has an X, and an X is really good at punishing that air safety. That downlight comes out incredibly fast and covers a large aerial hitbox.
We saw Sadero's Azoth do complete destruction earlier. I think his axe is going to out-axe Janice. I think his bow has the option to beat out both Bodvar and Janice Raza in terms of space control. If he can really make use of the neutral air hitbox, even though it was nerfed in I guess the past couple weeks, there were a handful of frame changes to the bow as well, only like 1 frame at a time. So nothing huge has happened to bow to really take away its air game.
Well, we're going to see if he can even pick up a bow. No weapons picked up for the blue team. Sadero finally picking up the bow, but gets caught by a recovery immediately. Meanwhile, Cake is just trying to avoid Janice, but the slight move speed differential means that Janice gets to be on him a little bit longer.
And if you're Queen Nai and you're unarmed, you can't really maneuver into the spot very well to start to initiate onto a weapon. It's very, very tough, especially without the movement speed.
Right, it's just going to be hard to avoid everything. Janice releases the ground pound a little early, pops Sadero, and that is the first stock off of that team as Cake is coming back to the ground, but Janice and Q4R don't even care about Cake. They just immediately take advantage of it and do an insane amount of damage. Sadero already in the orange.
There is another kill for them with that gun recovery from Janice onto Cake. Janice's Barraza, frightening.
I mean, the red team is just putting the pedal to the metal. They're going full aggressive mode. They are just trying to take down everything that Sadero and Cake have. Sadero is only in the red, and Q4R hits him with a sidelight. That thing is not a kill move. That just does like 10 force. And then Janice is going to pick up the recovery to finish off the stock.
Less than a minute to the game, Sadero was already on his last stock. Q4R and Janice haven't
lost.
There's just Cake is red on his second stock, possibly about to be on his last stock. The neutral sig from Janice is going to miss. Or sorry, hit his teammate.
I mean, the stocks are closer to even, but Cake is already deep in the red. And if Janice wants to, just pulls the trigger, neutral sig, finishes off the stock. Sidero has to find the option, but the option is
He's
not
stuck.
go under the map.
He is stuck. There is nothing that he can do. Cake is now in a very difficult position.
Cake 1v2. He's got the Queen Eye, has Gimp potential. Q4R saw the threat, is going to go down to try to help his teammate out. Ground pound. Cake got one, got two.
Knockout.
Another Gimp like that, and Cake might be able to close it out for his team.
Cake is still in this. A game that I thought might have been lost. Cake going for that big gravity cancel side stick in.
Now Cake is actually trying to fight it out in the neutral. I have expected Cake to want to go for that wall game again. Try to go for some sort of Gimp play. You know, it worked out for those two stocks just a second ago. But it seems like Cake is actually kind of trying to fight the neutral against Q4R and Janice, two players who are fantastic at following up after each other.
Tars into Axe, a very tough matchup, and he's kind of winning it right now.
Yeah, he is definitely not out of this by any means. Going hard onto Q4R, might be able to take it off, and Janice is not punishing Cake for going high.
You can tell that Q4R and Janice right now are very scared of this.
I think there's a level of they don't know what to do. Downlight side air. Cake has the 8 defense to survive. Q4R gets the hammer toss. Cake is gonna survive. Got the wall touch. No Katars though, and that's what was keeping Cake alive. Able to avoid the neutral sig.
Oh, and Cake missed that ground pound, but there was really no punish. And finally, Q4R is a take out kick, the downlight side air. Q4R putting out 636 damage. Again, we're seeing Cake. Are you gonna acknowledge the elephant in the room?
I mean, that is the world's smallest elephant. That is 90 damage on Sidero. I mean, okay, so I got word he was lagging a little bit. And he was lagging, and that's kind of why there's a little bit of a lull in between the two games. But that's 90 damage, and I mean, lag only accounts for so much.
Yeah, that's not even triple digits. That might be starting to get midway through orange. That's not even taking a single stock into the red. But Cake picked up any slack that Sidero had, picked up the ball, and he ran. But sometimes you can't have your cake and eat it too.
But I want to. It's decisions, man. I want to have the whole cake. But we're going to be seeing Aram and Logic now coming in the other side of the lower quarters versus Zaloxery and Spirit Wolf.
Seeing Aram and Logic coming back. We're seeing this exact same combo that they had earlier. The Azoth and the Roland. Poor little Zaloxery. That 3 to every time he gets hit, I feel it in my body. It's like we're twins, and when one is in trouble, the other twin knows about it. And even Spirit Wolf's 5 defense, that is just very, very frightening to me.
I mean, yeah, that you said it. 3 defense is gonna be brutal. We saw some success from both of the 3 defense mains so far, right? Daiku able to hold on to a stock for absurd lengths of time. Zaloxery, he did fairly well in his first set that we saw. Struggled a little bit against Dobrin and Daiku. We're gonna see how well he does against Aram and Logic. But like the Dobrin and Daiku match, it's Katars and there's an axe on the other team. There's not 2 axes, but there's still an axe on the other team.
I think Aram is going to have the distance spacing with Axe. I think Logic is going to have the distance and spacing compared to Katars with the sword, and definitely with the lance. And this is just a tough matchup for Spirit Wolf and Zaloxery, who both have Katars right now.
But they're going to try to make it work. They've got Gimp potential. Logic is off of the platform, but Logic comes back up side air Spirit Wolf right into the mine.
Oh, and that neutral signature from Aram is going to take out, is going to hit Logic, but I guess, I mean, he can kind of afford that. He's rolling the unkillable beast castle.
Right now, he is showing that that castle is made out of diamond because he just took down Spirit Wolf, and Aram takes down Zaloxary on the other side. A team double for the blue team.
And Logic and Aram getting into the orange, which against higher defense characters like Roland and Azoth as well, you need to be outputting crazy damage. Logic kind of almost starting to dip territory there.
Yeah, I'd actually kind of like to see Zaloxary fight it out on the wall, kind of try to bait an opponent to the wall and see if he can go for that 1v1 Gimp. Sure, it's not the same as small Mammoth, but you see right there, that bow side air, instant kill.
He didn't even have to hit him to the left. With the ricochet off the wall, it has enough force to kill. The bow air game is insanely strong. The ground pound, although slow and maybe a little bit lacking in hitbox, has a ton of force. The side air can have a ton of force. The down air can have a ton of force. All of these are great Gimp tools, and you're gonna need them against higher defense characters.
And even just, if he can get the down air, force them into an awkward position, and then punish the recovery, or just chase after Logic, dismantle his armor with a screwdriver, and catch him with a signature, Zaloxary and Spirit Wolf are now taking the lead, but Arrow in the yellow, almost no damage on top of him.
And nice look at this follow-up! The unarmed neutralite from Zaloxary, and you saw Spirit Wolf come immediately over his head with the down air. That incredibly fast follow-up, but Zaloxary has
follows up on the wrong person. Ground pounds though onto Aram. Zaloxary is making this 3 defense not matter because he's just putting out so much aggression that they have taken down Logic and Aram. Aram on his last stock. 2v1 Spirit Wolf, no damage on his last stock. Zaloxary might be in the red, but he's held on to this stock for an incredible amount of time.
And just like that, the high defense of Roland and the high defense of Aram's Azoth just seems to be melted away.
Ooh, and that is great team play from Zaloxary. We saw Aram catch a Spirit Wolf with a little bit of a bow play, but Zaloxary's right there to say, stop it. He's my friend, you know.
Ember has a ton of move speed. Spirit Wolf's Asuri has movement speed, has Zaloxary wasn't even scared. Did he even dodge?
No!
He didn't even dodge.
He says, Psh, come at me. I'm gonna be here. I think that Aram legitimately thought that there's no way Spirit Wolf is gonna bomb his teammate. Why would you don't do that? But it works out perfectly, catches Aram on the head, and that is gonna be game 1 going the way of Zaloxary and Spirit Wolf. And as much as we want to say 3 defense was bad, Zaloxary took 356 damage.
That shows such a level of confidence in your ability as a player. It shows so much trust in your teammates' ability as a player, and that is what makes the strongest 2v2 teams. And Zaloxary and Spirit Wolf in the past couple sets have really, really, really come alive.
You gotta trust your teammate. You gotta trust them to follow up, and Zaloxary is following up off of his teammate. They're just, I mean, Spirit Wolf is obviously following up as well, but they are just playing absolutely out of their minds right now, and they're going into game 2. Part of me thinks that they actually picked Grumpy, because I didn't see what they ultimately picked. No, they're going back to Mammoth. I was like, did they really just go Grumpy?
I think this is a great option. If anybody went to Grumpy, I would be sincerely surprised. I know most people, I think across the board, do not like Grumpy Temple as a 2v2 map.
I mean, it's essentially 2 1v1 maps. It's a strong map if you are confident in your 1v1 plays, and it's also just a map bait to some regard. But they're going to Mammoth. It's going to be Zaloxary and Spirit Wolf versus Aram and Logic. Logic needs to hold onto his stock, not get caught out. He's already in the red. He's the highest defense, and he is close to being the first one dead. Nope, Aram beats him to it.
And Zaloxary just hit 2 of the bird signatures, and Aram died, and Logic died, and Spirit Wolf is in the orange, and Zaloxary is in the orange. And are we going to see a repeat of last game where these high defenses just don't even seem to matter?
I mean, Zaloxary knows what the word is, because the bird is the word. Zaloxary is on the guitars, but we might be seeing him switch up to that bow and get some more bow signatures.
And the bird really, it's not highly favored when people use Ember signatures, but Aram is going to turn around and just like that prove that low defense or lower defense can be just as much of a detriment.
Luxury has not taken damage yet. That sword toss is the first damage he took. Spirit Wolf gets a dare onto his teammate as well as the opponent. Gets a Neutralite onto them, and Zaloxury is he just drops it so that Zaloxury can come out, because that is bad trading when your teammate is going to be taking the most of that damage.
Logic looking to contest Zaloxury's bow in the air. That's sort of a tough matchup. Zaloxury getting the better of it and sending Aram very high, hitting the nair, hitting the recovery, using the maximum range hitboxes that he can, using the superior hitboxes that Bo has.
You know, Zaloxury, he's sticking with his guitars. Spirit Wolf with the guitars. Aram and Logic, they might have been the first two to get knocked down to their second stocks, but the second they took the stocks off of Spirit Wolf and Zaloxury, they've completely evened it up. Zaloxury finally gets a side signature onto Logic, but it's not out of the realm of Logic for Aram to just come back and hit a side air onto Zaloxury and kill him.
And Aram just burned everything trying to get back against Zaloxury. And Zaloxury wasn't able to capitalize. He went for the ground pound, but the ground pound was actually on top of the stage. And we're seeing people die. Bodies are falling left and right.
Logic hits two explosive tosses to finish off both of the stocks of Zaloxury and Spirit Wolf. One stock left for both of them, but Logic, he's got to be careful, because even though he's got 8 defense, he has the most damage on the screen.
And that's how it's been both games. Is he has taken so much damage.
Got the touch. Aram was there. I half expected Aram to fall down and get a neutral air to give Logic that vertical movement and keep him alive for a little while longer. But Logic,
I'm sure he was ready to do it. You saw him stay low, stay in the kind of the middle of that wall. He was ready to do it if Logic made the call in comms.
hopefully they're on comms. They've been communicating fairly well, but miscommunication there as Aram gets a neutral air onto his teammate and now has to fight the 1v2 again. But Spirit Wolf might be making this a little easier for him. Close to gimping Zaloxury. Play the wall.
Aram scared of Zaloxury and Spirit Wolf. Spirit Wolf and Zaloxury scared of Aram.
I mean, even though it's a 1v2, they have to know that Aram could steal this out from under them. Zaloxury is, I mean, he's only in the orange, which is a lot better than the red, but he's 3 defense, and he gets a great follow-up punishing Aram for dodging past Spirit Wolf.
Are Zaloxury and Spirit Wolf going to be able to take this yet another 2-0? Zaloxury and Spirit Wolf against Aram and Logic 2-0. Look at the damage that Aram put out.
That's not great damage from Aram. I didn't see a whole lot. His axe was able to clean up 2 stocks, but other than that, I think he just kind of favored the bow, and he wasn't able to get any big bow strings.
If he would have put out 300 more damage, and I know that sounds like a lot, but if you look at the damage that everyone else in the game put out, that's about what it would have taken to be on par with everybody else in the game.
Right, a little bit of difficulty. Logic on the other side, he died really fast, but he was able to put out a fair amount of damage for the damage he took, so it wasn't the worst thing in the world. Sure, he should have held onto his stocks a little longer because he's the 8 defense character, but without further ado, we're going to be moving on to the lower semis. No rest for the wicked. We're going to be moving on to AI Janice and Q4R versus Zaloxury and Spirit Wolf.
And Janice is already picking up that Barraza. I think that is a great choice. We've already seen how effective it is. I think it's going to be a great choice. You probably can bet that Zaloxury is going to pick Ember. We've already seen him just lock in Ember. That if his guns are as effective as they've been in every single match so far, she is going to melt away.
I mean, no major deviation on either side. Q4R has basically been sticking with sword, a little bit of deviation to the Hattori. Barraza is now, I guess, Janice's mainstay, but Zaloxury and Spirit Wolf have not even looked at other characters.
And at this point, other than the set that brought them into the lower bracket, they haven't really had to. They've been able to stand up to high force characters. They've been able to stand up to high defense characters. They've been able to stand up to high force and high defense characters at the same time. And it seems like they don't have to tailor their picks to the situation because that's the caliber of players that they are.
They are just going to be able to. It's come down to Zaloxery, high enough caliber of player to avoid a lot of these damage sources. Sure, it's a 2v2, but Zaloxery just great movement around the map. Spirit Wolf, great plays with these guitars, gets big strings, but they might be struggling a little bit as Janice has taken almost no damage. Very different from Logic in the 8 defense department.
Q4R has been on Zaloxery's back also the entire game so far. He hasn't really given him a chance to breathe, a chance to kind of get the distance that Bo can sort of require when on the ground.
Zaloxery and Spirit Wolf are in the red. They need to get back down to the ground, but Zaloxery gets the side air onto his teammate. Tries to dare his teammate back to the wall.
Oh, and Spirit Wolf jumping up the bottom side of that 360-degree axe recovery hitbox from Janice sends Spirit Wolf straight down. Spirit Wolf is the first to fall. Q4R might be behind him, but Janice is only in the orange.
Janice has, I mean, I know you said he's taken no damage, but he is literally about to lap Spirit Wolf. Gets a nice down air onto Zaloxery, gets the neutral stick on the Spirit Wolf, but Zaloxery is right there.
Not only has Janus been putting out damage so far, he's been doing it in slightly more creative ways than a lot of other gun players. Gone are the days of the dare into gravity cancel downlight, and he's not relying on those. He's just relying on a lot of gravity cancel downlights on their own to just kind of space out and cover the area in front of him and cover all of it.
Oh, Spirit Wolf falls to his death. Janice not able to use the gravity cancel downlights to cover that kill from Q4R, his teammate.
Zaloxery hasn't died. Like, Zaloxery hasn't died. He's in the red. There's a Barraza in the game, and he hasn't died. Finally, Zaloxery is dead. Spirit Wolf's on his last stock, but Q4R, again, very close. That Nair not going to quite finish him off on that short kill ceiling yet, but Zaloxery, the unarmed side air, has a ton of force on it. So much force that they even had to lower the cooldown, or sorry, raise the cooldown on it, so it wasn't just a spam until you hit it move.
Ooh, Zaloxery reads the approach from Janice, spot dodges, and immediately picks up the neutral light. They're trying to get the Gimp onto Janice, and that's the kind of stuff you need against 8 defense characters when you are playing characters like Ember and Asuri.
I don't know if you were looking at the health bars, but when Janice just hit the downlight against Zaloxery, you could see the health bar transition from yellow to orange, just chunk, chunk, chunk. Each single hit just took away so much of that health bar.
But to Zaloxery's credit, he's been doing a fantastic job of avoiding most of those chunks and most of those shots. Janice is in the red, but I mean, it's 8 defense. Barraza dodges alongside the down stick right behind, but not able to punish. 2v1 potential on both sides.
Both characters on the red team right now are kind of staying really, really far away from each other, giving Zaloxery the chance to just completely get this double kill. He hit the Sair onto Q4R, taking him out of the game, and then he hit the recovery onto Janice.
Now gonna start floating around, waiting for a weapon spawn. The horn is not gonna be what he's looking for. Zaloxery is not going high enough. He's trying to stay right underneath and punish the movement from Janice. He got a nice little string, but I'm surprised Janice isn't going a little bit more aggressive onto Spirit Wolf.
I think he's worried about the punishment from Zaloxery. We've seen what both of them have been able to do so far in follow-ups on both sides of the blue team.
Uh-oh. Oh, he bumped his head, but no follow-up from Zaloxery or Spirit Wolf. They didn't capitalize on the opportunity. Sure, they didn't want to throw away the game, but I mean, that was a big opportunity that they just completely let go. And Janice gets one. Zaloxery might be in the orange, well, not even close to the orange, sorry. Might be in the whitish off-white, but Janice, I mean, that's a very safe gunplay. He's got 8 defense, and he's going to be punishing these approaches from Zaloxery. And if he wanted to, he could switch to Axe.
consequently, Zaloxry could also change, and he is going to elect for that weapon change. I think Bow into Guns is smarter than Katar into Guns, especially with the way Janus has been playing with his near picture perfect spacing so far.
Oh,
there's the dare! That Gimp tool, when it came down to the 1v1, Zaloxry was able to clinch it out. And again, Q4R lacking in the damage department.
Been a lot of work from Janus. Q4R, he's cleaned up a fair number of kills. You know, he got 2 KOs in that game, but just some slight missteps, not able to get the big strings. And Janus is switching to Thatch.
I don't agree with this. We saw the Thatch get demolished earlier. I'm good with the switch from Q4R to Hattori. His Hattori was much more effective than his Bodvar. I don't know what is in Janus's mind right now, why he would switch up against something that has been definitely working for him. Maybe they haven't been winning the games, but it's been working for him.
He's had more consistent play, but maybe it's, I mean, Q4R was definitely showing up better with the Hattori. He definitely had a lot more success with the Hattori, and maybe it's just he doesn't feel comfortable playing Hattori alongside Barraza, which forces Janus into the Thatch pick, but I don't, that's an awkward pick because Janus just had significantly more success with that Lucian pick.
He was able to do a ton of damage with Lucian. He was able to do a ton of damage with Barraza. So the only thing I can think of, he wants a little bit more kill potential to try to make up for the void that Q4R is leaving. But even so, it's only one more force. So it's not like he's going to be killing with light attacks faster.
I mean, they do have better black hole potential, right? Janus can go for the sword neutral light. Oh, the save with the weapon toss from Zaloxry, though, to keep Spirit Wolf alive. It picks up the side sig on Janus, and that's the struggle that Janus is going to have to deal with. That 3 defense means that he's 3 steps closer to death, but he picks up the bomb kill on the Spirit Wolf.
Q4R losing track of his jumps, and half Gimp, half jump issue. Q4R is going to fall, though. Zaloxry, again, with tied for the lowest defense in this game, managing to stay alive, but Q4R is going to turn around and hit that quick neutral signature.
Janus has come back. He's got the guns. He's going for these gun dares, but Spirit Wolf and Zaloxry, I think they've recognized just how killable Janus is, and they might be going just full frontal, trying to aggress onto him.
I mean, that's exactly what happened before when Janus played Thatch. He was very, very quick to die, left Q4R with the 2v1, and now he's in the red on his second stock. Zaloxry's in the orange on his second stock.
Hole. That is what
Maybe that's it.
Can they finish off Spirit Wolf? That would have been fantastic had they been able to pick up both, but they got the double black hole. It was enough to take down Zaloxry and get Spirit Wolf close to kill percentage. Clean up the Spirit Wolf. Janus gets taken down.
Hang on to his stock. Zaloxry, Spirit Wolf, Janus, all on their final stock.
Spirit Wolf is fresh stock. Q4R is going to be meeting him with the fresh stock. He had some success with the 2v1 over in the upper bracket. So if Janus gets taken down, Q4R is not in the worst spot in the world. But still, you want to see them take it all out, and Zaloxry is the one in the red. Might be able to do it.
And Zaloxry is dead. Zaloxry, who survived high defense characters, who survived everything so far, is now the first one out. And Spirit Wolf zoning cannonball.
Cannonball tech. Cannonball tech. Cannonball tech not going to work out for him. Spirit Wolf gets past and gets down onto Q4R. On the Q4R, it's a dare and the weapon toss.
You got to think it was fear of the cannonballs. He didn't know what to do, so he got bonked on the head with the sword because he was so scared of cannonballs.
Those cannonballs, they come out of guns, but they hit like real cannonballs. Lots of force on them, and we're seeing a better showing from Q4R. That was their plan. They wanted to have Q4R on the Hattori, something he had mildly more success with. To me, it's curious that they have to play Thatch with it.
Yeah, that's. I
got the black hole.
Their success is more due to the fact of Q4R doing better with Hattori. I don't think it was the Thatch pick. I don't think that suddenly flipped a switch in Q4R's brain. I don't think the black hole was what really did it. It's the fact that Q4R was able to do 270 to 285 more damage.
Well, we're gonna see how long this will work out for Janus, because Janus, I mean, that's the critical thing. Janus is able to put out quite a bit of damage. Sure, Q4R has put out more damage after the switch, but Janus has to not die. That is the trade-off of these character swaps. Janus has to hold on to his stock for as long as humanly possible, because he's going 3 defense and he's not used to that. And Spirit Wolf is getting a big hit, but not enough to finish.
He chooses to recover back up high instead of daring down into the corner below. He might have been able to clinch that Gimp if he did the dare below, but Q4R already in bad territory. And there's the kill onto Janus.
Side air, clashes.
But the Sare's enough to kill Q4R.
Almost no damage on the blue team, Zaloxary and Spirit Wolf. And they're just going Gimp heavy, going again onto Q4R without those dare Gimps.
Janus has those guns. Let's see if he can make up for this huge damage deficit right now. And there's the signature taking out Zaloxary from like 80% to the right side of the stage.
They wanted the capitalization. They saw Spirit Wolf on the left side was just gonna play on the wall, wait for his teammate to come back up, and they tried to go for the mini black hole onto Zaloxary, but Janus instead picks up Q4R.
Q4R is getting close to the red on his second stock. Spirit Wolf still on his first. Janus and Zaloxary basically equal right now.
Oops, Spirit Wolf gets caught by the downlight side air, but it's not going to be finishing him off. That weapon toss is going to give him safety, so Janus wants to capitalize on the Zaloxary with the 2v1, but wasn't able to do so. Oh, he gets caught by his teammate's side air. Miscommunication.
We saw Q4R actually just hit Janus twice. He hit the Spear Nair, which hit Spirit Wolf and Janus. And then he hit the Sayer, which hit Zaloxary and Janus. And now Janus is dead again, and he's on his last stop.
Q4R, though, is able to help keep his team a little bit alive. Picks up the side sig, max range alongside Spirit Wolf, but Spirit Wolf comes back, picks up the sword and nairs.
Q4R almost getting unarmed Nair into that mine.
Black hole potential, but Spirit Wolf is able to avoid it. Q4R is going hard. The best play, Spirit Wolf was able to rack up quite a bit of damage onto him.
Yeah, even if those Gimps aren't successful, that still could be around 40 extra damage, which is damage.
And especially on your last stocks, Janus is taking a whole lot of damage from every source possible. Spirit Wolf catches him with a dare. Q4R picks up a Neutralite, and Zaloxary picks up a Neutralite follow-up.
And Janus is dead. Just like that, Janus is dead. You have to think that if he had Lucian or if he had Barraza, he would not be in the same boat right now.
I mean, I 100% agree, but on the plus side for that team, Q4R, he's done the 2v1 before with Hattori. Got to have some confidence. He's able to avoid quite a bit of damage. Starts throwing out the down sig, but Spirit Wolf is there with a punish.
Last time he did the 2v1 though, it was Spirit Wolf and Zaloxary. Very orange to red at this point. Not Spirit Wolf red on his second stock, and Zaloxary yellow on his last stock. And with that down signature, that arrow going over the edge, taking out Q4R. That's the game. And we're seeing the same kind of damage stuff from Q4R.
I don't want to. The thing is, if you look on the other side, Zaloxary did 346 damage. I don't think there was necessarily Q4R not living up to his potential as a strong player. He did about as much damage. He did more damage than his opponent. It's just Spirit Wolf. He was going in constantly. Big dares. Just you saw him go for like 4 or 5 dare gimps. It's just Spirit Wolf had some really strong guitar play and got some really strong approaches.
That's the thing though. When Zaloxary, quote, I guess, dropped the ball, for lack of a better term, in terms of the damage department, Spirit Wolf was there to pick up the slack, and he was able to do more than the average damage. For the 150 or so damage that Zaloxary was lacking, Spirit Wolf had 150 more damage than the average.
and that just didn't happen with Q4R and Janus.
Janus was not able to make up for that damage differential. But with that, I think we are going to be going to a slight break. We'll be back right after this with winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals. So
It'll be
stick
short.
around. It'll be great.
Very short.
Just a short break.
I think we might be still on.
Hello, everyone. I believe we are back, and we're going into the winners finals. We're going to be seeing Dobrin and Daiku versus Multimum and TB.
These are very, 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 very big names in the EU scene. If you are unfamiliar with any of these players, then you have simply not been paying attention. You got Dobrin, you got Daiku, you got TB, you got Multimum. All of these players are at the tippy top right now of the EU scene.
Right, Multimum, winner of the most recent EU regional qualifier. Dobrin and Daiku, two famously strong players. Dobrin, for the longest time, had not lost an EU tournament that he participated in. Daiku, famously the person who brought Axe to the forefront, just absolutely monstrous play style, switched it up. We've seen his Gimp potential, and then on the other side, TB, always a strong showing, always making top 8, top 3 of tournaments that he participates in. And we've seen his Bryn play show up in amazing ways.
And I think we are ready to go in whenever they are. This is really gonna be a great set here, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw both of these teams in grand finals. At this point, any of the teams left all have a real serious chance of being in grand finals.
I mean, Zaloxery and Spirit Wolf, they had a real strong showing, taking down basically everyone except for Dobrin and Daiku. And we're going to see if Multima and TB can fight Dobrin and Daiku and force that rematch in the lower bracket. But before we do that, we got to watch right now. Dobrin and Daiku are going to start banning out maps versus Multimum and TB.
And we're seeing Dobrin on the Azoth, TB on the Bryn, Multimum on the Nai. I don't think we've seen Multimum's Nai yet today, have we?
No, we saw it early. The first set we watched with Multimum was the Nai.
Yeah.
Then he switched to Sentinel. Then we saw his Asuri for a little bit, which had some success, but then he switched back to the Sentinel. And now we're going back to Nai. Why do you think he would switch to Nai now?
I think he's going to love the defense. I think he's going to love the force. I don't see Queen Nai being necessarily that different from who he's very comfortable with, Sentinel. They both are going to share the Katars, and I think Spear is going to give him kind of an incredibly utilitarian kit. Every move is so good and can cover so much area or come out very fast with the Spear.
Well, we're going to be seeing his Spear play right now. He's already starting off, gets a Nair onto Dobrin. TB picking up the Axe. Dobrin, no weapon to his name just yet. None have spawned for him.
He's just kind of jumping over and avoiding all of the hitboxes that Multimum's putting out right now.
I actually just realized Daiku's not playing Jala.
Yep, Daiku is playing Bodvar, who was always his main. He mained Taros as well for a little while back in the day. But the Bodvar is kind of a classic throwback.
I mean, it's his go-to, it's his fallback, it's his, I don't know what I'm wearing today, but I'm wearing Bodvar. But meanwhile, Dobrin picking this Azoth gets caught by the neutral stick from Multimum and gets taken down.
That was actually Daiku's fault. I think Multimum hit him with a neutral light, and then Daiku turned around, hit Dobrin with a neutral light that hit him back into Multimum's neutral state.
That is not something that should be happening. You gotta be working with your team. But Daiku, I mean, the Jala practice is working out for him. He's taken next to no damage so far. Lowest damage on the board right now. Gets a nice neutral sig onto Multimum, and he's gonna be in a very comfortable position.
He's gonna need to hit those kills very quickly because Dobrin already in the red on his second stock. Never mind, Dobrin already dead off of his second stock. He is on his last stock as Daiku, the stock extension lord, kind of ticks into the red.
I mean, he's Daiku, probably not the most uncomfortable in the 2v1. He's extended his stocks so far incredibly well against both of his opponents, and he's on his comfort pick, the Bodvar, so it won't be the worst thing in the world if Dobrin goes down, but obviously you never want to see your teammate go down. Dobrin has to do something with this stock, and that something is killing an opponent, or at least giving him time for Daiku to get the ground pound onto TB.
Dobrin is dangerously close to dying right now. He's trying to stay in the center of the stage, giving him the maximum distance to fly before he dies. But Daiku is picking up any and all slack that Dobrin is leaving on the floor as he gets the 3 kills without dying. He is dominating.
He is dominating, but Dobrin gets taken down, and now Multimum has the double kill. Daiku has got to wait for the weapon spawn. He's going to play it fairly safe, gets a nice recovery Nair, and TB's not able to punish.
Now, Daiku does have 2 stocks to his name right now, but I don't know if that's actually going to be worth because he's against Multimum's Queen Nai.
Uh-oh.
Just getting into the yellow.
Oh, he makes it past the ground pound, but that would have been massive for Daiku in the 2v1 if he had completed that Gimp. Now he's going to try to turn it onto TB, but TB's is like, nope, Axe Dare.
Daiku
Daiku is really trying to stay on one side of both players. He doesn't want to be in the middle. Axe is not the most difficult weapon to black hole with the neutral light. Spear definitely isn't that difficult to black hole with its neutral light.
So this is a precarious situation. Obviously, Daiku, like you're saying, wants to fight essentially 1v1. He wants to be on the outside of the sandwich. But Multimum and TB, should they be going aggressive? Should they be trying to constantly fight him, just going for trades knowing that Multimum can take the damage? Or should they kind of respect the fact that they're both on their last stocks and Daiku still has another stock if they can take this one off of him?
I think they need to be very careful at this point because they're all pretty much equal in terms of health range. Yes, Multimum's defense is going to help him out a little bit, but if Daiku turns around and kills either one, you're forced into a 1v1 with Daiku, who you will most likely be at a health disadvantage against.
Daiku is playing this island. TB is trying to change that health difference, gets the recovery. Daiku taken down. One stock left, but he's just so clean, and TB just disarmed himself to clear that mine. Daiku back to the island.
When TB and Daiku were kind of going around the island, you saw TB actually running away from Daiku and playing Ring Around the Rosie until he could kind of decide to turn around, go back, and hit him with that axe recovery.
I mean, I'm sure he's aware of just how precarious the situation is. Neither of them want to lose. Neither of them want to lose a stock. If Daiku takes one, then he has a very strong chance of winning the 1v1 against either of these players. Oh, Multimum tried to follow up after his teammate got side-aired, but wasn't able to do so, and Daiku just pushes him away. TB, gotta be careful with that mine. Oh no, gotta be careful with your recoveries.
TB better be thanking his lucky stars for that Queen Nine defense.
Daiku is starting to take damage. Multimum can't get a Qatar string, but Daiku is just gonna be fighting out on this edge. Picks up the hammer, goes for a dare, but Multimum's outside of it. Gets one dare. Another
Here's
dare.
another one. 2 scoops a dare for the boys in blue. Daiku
Another
playing
one.
so patiently. Dobrain putting out 183 damage, but it did not matter because Daiku was there to hit 763 damage.
I mean, he made up for the damage difference of Dobrain, but on the other side, Multimum and TB, both pretty consistent damage-wise, total of 1,004. Pretty massive. Almost enough, but they need a little bit more damage, and they needed to clean up that stock of Daiku. They did a fantastic job of taking down Dobrain and forcing the 1v2, but Daiku just had a little bit too much health going into that later stage and was able to clean it up with that hammer pickup.
That was just an incredibly tough fight for both sides of the equation. At best, on the side of Daiku, you're going into a 2v1 with 2 stocks. On the side of TB and Multimum, at best, you're going into a 2v1 with the same amount of stocks as freaking Daiku.
Freaking Daiku. The guy can extend stocks for days. This guy, he had the first stock. He was still on his first stock as Dobrain was going into his last stock, essentially. Daiku is an absolute monster, and now Dobrain is going to be mixing up his characters. He's going to be going for Cassidy, saying, I guess I died a lot, so why not just kill faster with Cassidy?
I know Dobrain likes to play Cassidy. The 8 Dex Hammer and the incredible guns that Cassidy have are just lights out crazy all across the board. Dobrain has always kind of had Cassidy as this kind of pick deep down in his pocket.
Yeah, he's definitely not a slouch on it. He's caught quite a few dares on now Multimum. Multimum is high in the sky, has yet to touch ground just now. He's already in the red. Oh, the side sig as Dobrain tries to land. Dobrain's in trouble, but Daiku's going under to protect.
Dobrain was trying to space out with those guns, but Multimum was overspacing the gun hitboxes and came in with the side signature. Daiku getting a kill on a TB, though. Dobrain following it up, hitting the hammer side air to get a kill on the Multimum.
Now Dobrain is going to be moving back to the guns. Daiku, he's got that hammer in hand. He's going to pick up a Neutralite onto TB. I don't think that was his main target, but you know, it works out. And the bomb from TB catches his teammate.
And Dobrain doing a good job of extending his stock as well at this point. Oh, and you saw Daiku go down. He was probably going to look for the hammer there to scoop him back up and get him back to safety, but Dobrain had that dodge.
Dobrain barely able to touch it, but Daiku was there. Just great teamwork from Dobrain and Daiku, but not able to help him out that time. TB catches him with the dare recovery. Not going to work out for him. I think Daiku is just aware of TB's use of this recovery. He has punished it twice with ground pounds.
And Daiku has taken another stock. He just got the second stock from TB, unarmed, edge guarding against TB's axe.
And not to mention that Daiku is still on his first stock. We're 6 minutes, or sorry, we're 1 minute into this game, and TB has lost 2 stocks. What?
Daiku finally losing his stock. Multimum very red right now. TB with some good follow-up. Multimum there with some zone coverage, 6 of his own, looking to take out another stock of Dobrain. A strange clash again.
That clash, generally speaking, if you are the person below her, it doesn't clash in your favor, but apparently Multimum just has more damage on him than Dobrain, as the clash sends Multimum high into the sky, but Multimum is going to get killed by that Nair.
And again, we're seeing Daiku extend these stocks like crazy, and Dobrain doing a better job of extending his as well. Not as much as Daiku, but definitely at this point, it's enough.
Multimum trying to get those Qatar strings. He had a minor success in game 1 with the Qatars. Let's see if he can get on top of his opponents. Daiku, he's just extending stocks, and he's turning it around. He's getting these edge guards, gets a ground pound on the Multimum. Dare follow up, finishes it off. TB right side, and I would be surprised if Daiku didn't just go, okay, I'll go edge guard. Let's go.
I mean, he immediately came over and threw out that side stick.
Double hammers on the red team. Recovery is all he needs, and he throws out the bear. Brother Bear is gonna just make a little showing. Daiku is able to finish it off, and we're seeing a little bit better showing from Dobrain as he shows 495 damage.
Absolutely, and if you had any qualms about whether or not Daiku was still like really good at this game, I hope that he has put those fears to rest, because Daiku is still very good at that game, even with the fewer hours that Dobrain is putting in. Dobrain is still very good at this game, and when you put these two players together, they are a dominant 2v2 team.
I mean, they're absolutely massive. I'm actually going to take a look at the bracket right now and see if they've even dropped a game, and they haven't. Dobrain and Daiku have gotten all the way to winners finals and haven't dropped a game. On the other side, Multimum and TB have not dropped a game until just now.
3, 2, 1, brawl!
And now we're seeing basically exactly what we saw in game 1, except Dobrain is on Cassidy here. He had a lot more success in terms of damage, in terms of survivability with the Cassidy.
Yeah, and part of that survivability was being able to space out with these guns, and you're seeing him fight against TB. TB had to switch up his characters, but he gets ground pounded by Daiku, the follow-up. That teamwork from the red team.
And TB, in this best of 5, possibly the last game of this set, is switching away from that Bryn to TH, that Hattori.
I don't know how I feel about this Hattori pick. He's already down 1 stock, but I guess maybe he has something in mind. They've got the potential. They've got more black hole potential with the sword and the spear, but I haven't seen too much black holeage out of either Multimum or TB.
Now, I know TB does have this Hattori kind of in the tank. This is his wild card. This is his pick to kind of surprise his opponents. Normally he goes with Bryn, normally he goes with Azoth. He has a Barraza and a Hattori as his wild cards. And finally, Daiku's going to fall. Multimum doing a great job of staying alive. Dobrain as well doing an excellent job this game of staying alive.
I think there's a switch on the side of Multimum and TB. Game 1, they went hardcore, took down Dobrain, and fought the 1v2 against Daiku and just weren't able to clean it up. This time, I think they've said, all right, well, why don't we just take down Daiku? He's extending his stocks for an absurd amount of time. Why not just not give him the opportunity? We'll just We'll gimp him. We'll put so much pressure out on him, and then we'll try to fight the 1v2 against Dobrain.
I'm going to be curious to see the damage numbers here, because with all of this focus on Daiku, is Dobrain going to be there to fill the damage hole that Daiku is leaving while he's having to kind of play on the defensive?
I mean, how big do you think the hole Daiku is leaving is? Daiku is going to be
honestly not very big.
And the longer that they fight, you know they're trying to take down Daiku. But just look at the stocks. Multimum is close to being on his last stock. TB is basically even with Daiku.
Multimum very red right now. Dobrain almost fresh as a daisy on his second stock. TB getting into that orange. There's a stock for Dobrain, sliding that into his pocket. Multimum, final stock. TB, final stock. Daiku, final stock.
I mean, I know a lot of these guys, if one of them goes down, it's a 1v2 potential, but you gotta have a little bit more confidence in the Dobrain. Daiku, that was a great bait, drops the mine as Daiku dodges in. But once again, Dobrain, I'm sure he's confident, I'm sure he's collected, I'm sure he knows exactly what Daiku did in game 1 to win it out in the 2v1 against TB and Multimum, and not to mention the fact that TB is close to death, and that isn't it. Uh-oh.
And that's it for that stock of Dobrain. Great situational awareness from Multimum. Throwing that spear down. There were options left on the board. There was probably going to be a weapon spawn. You weren't completely disarming yourself. Great wherewithal from Multimum.
I'd like to see Multimum. I mean, this is a hard spot. Multimum, he's playing Queen 9. Not the easiest to go completely aggressive with, but in this situation where your teammate is low, oh my god!
That was it. Dobrain had no other options there. If he tried to dodge, I'm sure he started that dodge expecting a Qatar recovery again. And Multimum gravity cancel neutral sig covers so much space, especially in that top corner, eliminating any option for escape that Dobrain had.
I don't have words for how absolutely insane that play was. Sure, it was a 2v1 and there was potential, but that was all Multimum. Multimum got the big gimp in the top right corner of Twilight Grove, and we're going to game 4. And if Multimum can keep that kind of pressure up, oh my god.
Is focusing Daiku, is that the strat? It looks like Daiku stay must die. That's what they have to do.
Well, the thing is, I'm sure Daiku's kind of recognized that he got taken down a little bit early in game 3, and he's gonna play even more safe. Not that he's playing passive, not that he's avoiding, but he's just gonna be more aware of his positioning to not get caught out and force Dobrain into that 2v1. Not that Dobrain struggled too much, sure he fell, but that one gimp was all Multimum needed to close it out. And here we are in game 4, and there is just damage everywhere.
Right now, Multimum's going to be the first one to fall. Daiku, again, just... If you took a screenshot of this tournament and compared it to a screenshot of a 2v2 tournament from probably 8 months ago, you would probably see something similar. You would see very shortly into the game, a minute or so, Daiku having yellow damage on him.
I mean, it's what I was saying. He knows exactly what he needs to do to avoid any damage. He plays so incredibly optimally. TB is going to try to help his teammate out, but he doesn't catch the nair. And it's not like Multimum avoided that, and that is going to be trouble. Multimum on his last stock, he's not going to have the opportunity to go for those big gimps because he'll get punished in a huge way if he does.
And Daiku kind of keeping TB at bay, forcing TB to kind of play a little bit defensively. He's baiting out moves, and he is punishing those moves very quickly.
Daiku! Oh! Daiku! He was gimping Dobrain and then just turned around. He's like, oh, wait, my beat. Let me recover you. And then gimp the opponent's. Multimum's down. Black hole. TV. Oopsies.
Oh, no!
Oopsies!
Oh, no! What? We just saw two incredible sequences of moves. The Dare Gimp on Dobrain, then Daiku went down, recovery to save Dobrain in case he was in danger, then gimped both of blue team members. Then we saw a black hole, Daiku dropped the signature, TB turned around, hit a side signature, took out both players of the red team. Those things don't happen very often, and definitely not in the same game.
That was an incredible sequence. Really great plays from the red team. A lot of strong showings from Daiku. I'd like to see Dobrain maybe, I don't know. He's just playing very consistently, and just that consistency is what lets Daiku go big in the moments where he wants to go big. And if you look what I'm talking about, where Daiku knew exactly what to do to avoid damage, he took 186 damage.
That's basically the stock he lost. That's it.
That is a negligible amount of damage. We've seen games where the damage done was less than that. Daiku, real strong showing, and that is going to be what knocks TB and Multimum down to the lower bracket to fight Zaloxery and Spirit Wolf, who are just now coming back.
If we don't see GIFs of or Twitch clips of those two sequences at least 5 times on the Reddit, I don't know, man. Those better be everywhere, because that was absolutely bananas.
That was a bananas set overall. Daiku and Dobrain hadn't lost a game throughout the entire tournament until then. On the other side, Multimum and TB hadn't lost a game until that set, and now Multimum and TB are going down to the lower bracket to fight Zaloxery and Spirit Wolf, two people who were knocked there by Dobrain and Daiku. And this is going to be an insane set as well.
Seed 8 against Seed 6 in the lower finals. Both of these teams are fighting for their chance to fight who sent them into the lower bracket. They are fighting for revenge. Both of these teams have a chip on the shoulder in the form of losing to Dobrain and Daiku.
And Zaloxery.
What?
With the Roland pick, I guess he has something in mind. His Ember, honestly, it was not the worst. Sure, he had a couple moments where he didn't do that much damage, but he was doing a great job extending stocks to the best of his ability. But maybe he wants to warm up the Roland, knowing that if he plays Ember in Grands against Daiku and Dobrain, it's just he's not gonna have an easy time. So he's just gonna warm up the Roland now, so that when he gets to Grands, he'll be ready.
That is actually an excellent strategy. I know he actually really kind of prefers Roland in 1v1 over 2v2. He has Ember and Koji and Roland are kind of his 3 go-tos. He puts Roland above Koji in 1v1, but he puts Koji above Roland in 2v2, which is interesting because if you know, I'm a huge fan of defense in 2v2. And it's kind of interesting that he's going to his third pick, kind of completely ignoring the Koji here.
If he was struggling with the defense of Ember, he'd probably struggle with the slight defense buff that Koji would have. So maybe that's why. But we're seeing a strong Qatar play again from Spirit Wolf. He's going for those edge guards. Everybody's getting close to the red. Neutral sig from Spirit Wolf. And TV is going to be coming back down to ground.
There's the follow-ups that we've been talking about the entire tournament between Spirit Wolf and Zaloxery. Zaloxery was trying to escape, get back into a safe spot, create space, back on the platform. And then Spirit Wolf just came in. But Multimum and TB just turn around, and they're going to trade 2 kills for 1 death.
I'm not big on haggling, but that sounds like a good deal to me.
I would absolutely take that deal. You would never get that deal with a used car salesman.
But we're going to be seeing if they can take down TV. TV gets sent to the sky, but they have yet to finish off this stock. So Luxury, I think he was going for a neutral air, but instead pops out with a neutral air to send Spirit Wolf into the sky.
We're just seeing tales of follow-ups. Follow-ups. Even if they don't lead to kills, we're seeing move follow-ups from Spirit Wolf and Zaloxery, but TB has yet to die.
I mean, follow-ups are great, but you got to get the start of the follow-up. Zaloxery is playing with Roland. 8 defense. I know we're beating everyone's heads with this 8 defense, but he is on his last stock with 8 defense, and just now mind gimps TB down to his 2nd stock.
Yeah, I don't really know what TB was thinking there. And Zaloxery wasn't even throwing out that many hitboxes. He was just kind of there.
Meanwhile, Multimum gets a side sig, takes down Spirit Wolf, is dominating, and Zaloxery is so close to death. I get wanting to warm up for Grands, but you gotta make it to Grands. Zaloxery is having a little bit of trouble here with this Roland pick. It's a best of 5 set. He's still got time to adjust.
Shut down.
Will to pick up the neutral edge.
There's a nice unarmed neutral sig, though. He's not ready to count himself out yet. He's going to use all of that Lance movement to get himself back.
And Spirit Wolf is able to help give him some room, chases Multimum as Zaloxery goes above. But that recovery from TB. He loves that axe recovery. He's gotten so many kills with it. We saw him use it against Daiku. Daiku eventually recognized it and was able to space it out. And now we just saw it taking down Zaloxery.
It's such a strong move with a 360-degree hitbox. That means it can kill you at any point in that travel through the circle around you.
Oh, TB wanted to help out Multimum, but might be taking it. Spirit Wolf goes under and he survives. He's going for the dare games again. TB in position is gonna keep his teammate alive. No, the weapon toss isn't enough.
It almost gave him that extra jump, but he's just gonna turn around and just bounce past a bomb right into Spirit Wolf's face. And the moral of this story is, if you're gonna pick Roland, you gotta do more than 293 damage, dude.
I mean, I want to give some warm up, Johns. All right. That's the game 1. All right, he's got time. Maybe he'll be able to do it, but I got to agree, the Roland pick, it just didn't work, and I think Zaloxery sees it. He's switching to Ember.
Yep, he knows. If you were gonna warm up the Roland, I would have been warming up in a 1v1 with Spirit Wolf while we were waiting on Dobrain and Daiku against TB and Multimum. That would have been my warm-up time, not now, because they're in the lower bracket here. If you lose the set, you're gone. You don't. There's not really any second chances here. This is your second chance.
I mean, to a degree, maybe they were watching that upper bracket, and they're like, maybe that sword play from Daiku, maybe Zaloxery can do something similar, and that'll be what it takes to take down Multimum. And TB, Spirit Wolf just gets the touch, and TB actually down 6 his teammate.
He had to release it at some point. If you let it get too low, he was risking locking himself in that animation, all of those active frames, and possibly risking a punish.
Right. Well, TB, I think he could afford a punish considering he's just now in the orange. Meanwhile, Spirit Wolf able to pick up a downlight side air. Zaloxery might be getting taken down as well if TB can get the edge guard, but Spirit Wolf is putting presence there. And TB might have mind gimped himself again.
That's the second time. That's the second time he's done that. And Spirit Wolf had the wherewithal to really let that neutral sig slide charge get down very low before releasing it and risking absolutely killing Zaloxery.
Sometimes the pressure of the move is better than the move itself. TB gets caught by it, but that Spear Toss is going to help him out. Spirit Wolf made a mistake. Kissed the Snake, went for a dare onto TB, didn't connect, and fell to his death. And he's going to be down to his last stock. And Zaloxery is going to be still on his first stock, and somehow just not having defense is the best defense.
Yeah, sometimes the best defense is I guess a good offense, or just not the best defense. It's whatever. If you're that good at Ember, just play Ember.
And with that being said, TB finally able to clean up the stock, but Spirit Wolf on the left side is able to get another Qatar neutral stick to take down Multimum. Spirit Wolf might be the first one to get taken down, but he's given his teammate a lot of time to just put out damage and hold on to stocks.
I've never seen Asuri players hit as many neutral signatures as Spirit Wolf does. As he falls and is out of the game, Zaloxery is in a 2v1 right now, but he does have 2 stocks to his name.
I mean, Spirit Wolf, he had some fantastic edge guards. We saw him, I mean, not in this set so far, but he's been able to pick up a lot of huge dare against the Luxury. He dodged sideways, was so close to the wall, but couldn't quite pick it up, and then burned his recovery a little bit late. Now he's coming in, fresh stock against TB, who's essentially a fresh stock, and Multiple, who's just a little ripe.
I think that stock, that death on Zaloxry without being able to really put out any damage, that might have just sealed the game for him.
I have to agree. I think he if he could have, he would have loved to extend that stock a lot longer and just, almost guarantee that both of them would have been at kill percentage when he comes back in with a fresh stock. But instead, he's going to have to fight a very precarious 1v2. But TB is going to just go 1v1, and Multiple's going to stay on the platform.
Yeah, Multimume's not even going to try to edgeguard until now. He was just sitting up there safe and sound because he is very red.
Luxury trying to get some big reads. Multimume's pretty close to death. I think if he can avoid it, but he gets caught by the recovery, and that is going to be game 2 going the way of Multimume and TB, and they are 1 game away of going back for the rematch.
And even though Spirit Wolf did have some great edge guards that game, he was getting some low neutral signatures. He still only put out 289 damage, and part of that is the reason that Zaloxry had to fight the 2v1.
I mean, it's just he wasn't able to put out damage, but he was able to finish off stock. So Luxury had 1 kill to his name. On the other side, Spirit Wolf had 2.
2, 1, brawl.
Here we go. This is game 3 on Mammoth again. Spirit Wolf and Zaloxry versus Multimume and TB.
And Zaloxry and Spirit Wolf both started out this game without a weapon. You saw TB go over and take the red side weapon, and Multimume waited and was able to take the blue side weapon.
And Zaloxry hasn't touched a weapon. He's so close to death. All the weapon throws from the blue team, but Zaloxry manages to dodge all of the bullets Matrix style and survive. Spirit Wolf just gonna add on to the nair damage.
At this point, we see TB with an axe. We see Multimume with a hammer. These are both kill weapons. And finally, Multimume gets the kill. TB disarmed on the left side. Spirit Wolf unable to get the edge guard.
Yeah, I mean, he has excelled in the edge guard up until this point, but just wasn't able to do it. I think TB's ready for it, and Zaloxry catches his teammate with the down sig. Be trouble. Another down sig thrown out is going to be able to clean up Multimume. If they can get the stock off of TB like that, then they're going to be staying pretty
Perfect timing, gentlemen. Perfect timing. Spirit Wolf is really not afraid to be in between the Multimume and that mine.
Well, he knows if he keeps hitting the opponent can't hit him into the mine, right?
Yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it. I would just stay away 100%. Multimume might get the double kill here. No, he's looking to stay armed. He wants to have weapons on him at all times.
Luxury is coming back. He knows Multimume is the one that's closest to death. He wants to be able to trade it out, but Multimume is going to be able to just put pressure out and not get hit by anything except for that. There's the Luxury. Might be able to get it. Multimume doesn't have the jumps. TB still holding on to his second stock.
And we're seeing a Zaloxry that used to be so good at extending every single one of his stocks. Like 2 minutes into the game, would still have 3 stocks. Now he's down to 1, but so is TB and so is Multiple.
And that is in part to the fact that TB saved Zaloxry from that rolling bomb. Oh, Multiple picks up 1. Zaloxry gets taken down. Now it's Spirit Wolf left in the 2v1. All hopes for the red team are on Spirit Wolf's shoulders. And I know if I was him, my heart would be in my throat because that is a lot of pressure.
And he is taking a lot of damage right now.
Oh, yeah.
He's just getting kind of bounced back and forth pinball style between TB and Multiple.
I mean, Multiple and TB, they see red on their opponent and they know that means death. They're going to go all out. Get the Sair, finish it off, and they're going for the rematch against Dobrin and Daiku.
Congratulations to Spirit Wolf and Zaloxry. You made it this far, gentlemen. Congratulations, but we are seeing the salty run back between TB and Multimume against Dobrin and Daiku, the guys who have yet to lose a game until they came up against TB in Baltimore.
Well, I'm sure TB and Baltimore are going to be hoping to make them lose a lot more than just one game this time. In fact, they're going to have to win 3 and then get a bracket reset and then win 3 more. That is not an easy task, especially since they've just done 2 best-of-5s in a row. I'm sure exhaustion is going to be kicking in soon.
It's about mental awareness at this point in the game. Your hands are probably still able to press the buttons really quickly and do the moves that you need to do based on muscle memory. But the thing that you need to have is your mental awareness at all times. You need to be able to download your opponent faster than they are able to download you.
Hey man, I got a firewall, all right? You can't...
If it's Norton, then I mean, come on, that's easy peasy, bro.
Nah, I got Windows firewall.
You're gonna give me with the Windows Defender? Oh no! How will I ever get through?
Hey, you know it came with the computer, but we're gonna be seeing no awkward character picks. Multimum and TB versus Dobrain and Daiku. It seems like they're just gonna mix up teams for a little bit. Nope. Multimum is gonna be red alongside TB. Dobrain is not gonna be fussing about with any sort of character picks. He's gonna be playing Cassidy.
I think Cassidy he's been consistently performing pretty well with Cassidy. The one game with Azoth, I'm sure he kind of wants to put behind him and completely forget about, because that was pretty much a wash for him, even though Daiku was able to just pull a rabbit out of the hat and win.
Right. Well, I mean, the map that they had the most success with, or the game they had the most success with, was where they completely focused Daiku. And I think Daiku is just, like I said, after that game, he's going to be hyper aware of that now, and he's going to do everything in his power to avoid putting Dobrain in that 1v2.
We are seeing Multimum come in with the Sentinel, though, whereas before in the previous set, he was kind of favoring the Queen Nai.
That's fair, and that Queen Nai is where he got that big signature, but he's got the hammer now, and hammer is, I mean, hammer's good.
Yeah, hammer can make some big plays as well. You have hammer recovery, which has a ton of force. If you hit that even a little bit down on the side of bottom left or bottom right in their orange, you got a real good chance of getting kills. You got stomp side air. You got just regular side airs. Like hammer is also a crazy good weapon.
Not only that, but he's Sentinel, and we all know Sentinel's side sig is murderous. But right now, they've got the 1v2 opportunity on Dobrain, but TB messes it up a little bit, neutralizes his teammate and not the opponent.
And Multimum is just able to get in on both Dobrain and Daiku. Dobrain coming in for the save, looking to kind of counter get Multimum, but a down air is not going to be enough. Multimum able to get back. He's looking for that gravity cancel neutral stick. He's looking for another gift onto Dobrain. Multimum is just able to get in.
Oh, but Multimum makes a mistake. Side six his teammate. Stocks are going to be even. Dobrain close to death. Multimum doesn't need to hit the side air. Daiku's going to do it for him.
We're kind of seeing just chaos here. We've seen 2 accidents this game, 1 for each team. I mentioned it earlier, when there's 1 accident, there tends to be 2. Lightning sometimes does strike twice, sometimes it strikes 3 times.
I mean, when it rains, it pours. 4 accidents. Daiku and Dobrain just now taking off the stock of Multimum. Daiku has got to be careful. I'm sure Multimum and TB know that he is the closest to death, and they might be gunning for him. I feel like they see that Daiku's playing it safe, and then they immediately turn on to Dobrain and try to get the 1v2, which is to a degree of bait onto Daiku to force him back up so they can actually go for him.
Yeah, Daiku knows that he lost the game where they focused him. So if they're gonna try and focus him again, he's gonna make it a race. He's gonna make both of them follow him around and waste their time trying to catch up to him. It's like focusing the tank in a MOBA. If the tank can run around, that's just license for free damage from everybody else on the team.
And right now, it seems like the tank is dying. Multimum and TB, they're not really focusing either character. They're just cleaning up house. They've taken down one, then they go for the other. They are a full stock advantage above both opponents right now. And they're going to be keeping Dobrain completely starved from weaponry, but he down 6 his teammate.
see one bomb on the field right now. TB looks like he's really favoring that axe over the spear. He'll hold on to the spear for a little bit.
Oh, what? Wow, wee-woo. That neutral sig charged up by Multimum was ready for it. Daiku saw it. He's like, all right, I'm gonna get out of this. And then TB's like, I'm gonna hit you into that. Gets him with the side air into the neutral sig. Great. That was a great setup.
That was 100% planned. That was 100% planned. We saw them almost accomplish it earlier. We saw Multimum start charging up the Sentinel down sig with Katars. Then once Dobrain noticed that he was charging up that signature, Dobrain went in to get on top of him to punish the signature as he was charging it up. But then TB went over and behind Dobrain, and if Dobrain didn't dodge, Dobrain was going to get hit into the down signature. These are 100% planned. We've seen them do it multiple times. Nobody's that lucky.
I mean, that's just some solid gameplay. Dobrain forced to switch to the Barraza, a more tanky gun player. He had some success with those Cassidy guns in the winners finals, but maybe not so much success now.
It's interesting that we haven't seen Dobrain switch to Barraza until kind of just now. On Discord, his picture was, I can't remember who actually drew the community fan picture, but it was the one where it's like close up on half of
the red and
Barraza's
black
face. Like, Dobrain was kind of one of the poster children for, I guess he's an adult person, but Barraza. What?
I don't know how TB didn't get the wall touch. There's a little bit of an error where if you recovery at the wall, if you don't wait until the recovery finishes, you do not actually get the full wall touch. And I guess that's what happened to TB. He just was not expecting to not have jumps there and just fell to his death. But stock's fairly even if they can clean up this stock off of Daiku, which, I mean, it's Daiku, the stock extender.
Yeah, cleaning up a stock on Daiku, that is a big mess that you have to clean up. That is an Exxon Valdez size mess.
I mean, the only thing I know about Exxon is Exxon Mobil, and gas is hard to clean up.
Current event, Duke fam, everybody. Designated Asian here, reading the newspaper. That was a long time ago.
TB in the red, Daiku in the red, still on his first stock, not able to clean it up, and Daiku just goes over, gives a love tap to TB, dares him down to the ground.
And even though Dobrain is playing a very high defense character, he's in the orange on his second stock. Multimum's in the red. TB's on his last stock. They are a game up in the set, but this is tough territory right now.
I mean, it's definitely rough. That kill, was that a clash that ended up sending Multimum into the sky?
Yep.
Dobrain actually is getting close to death, and it's mostly been Daiku's just ability to survive. His ability to completely avoid everything, his ability to get massive gimps onto Multimum on the left side, and it's just playing out of his mind.
We've seen Daiku get these gimps regularly. He's done it multiple times, and just like that, they turn around and take this game. We haven't really seen players get that many sword gimps in quite a long time, ever since like the string of sword nerfs patch after patch after patch. We haven't really seen players get that consistent of gimps.
It's just it's the timings, right? Usually you're used to them, you know, like with the lance, when there used to be those Sare gimps, you just be like, all right, well he's just gonna keep Saring, so I just need to change up my timing, dodge at a regular time. Same with like Qatar dare gimps, you just dodge at an irregular time and in an irregular direction. But Daiku is just ready for it. He reads the recoveries, knows exactly when the opponent is going to try to fish for, you know, the hammer recovery, and just completely outspaces it and punishes in massive ways.
2, 1, brawl.
I don't know where Daiku was in the EU regional qualifier. That was it 2 weeks ago?
Yes.
I don't know where he was, because this is not the same person, and I don't think he made that much of a change in how everything that he does in just 2 weeks, but maybe he did.
And I maybe he went into hyperbolic time chamber mode.
Is that the Dragon Ball Z nerd thing?
Yep, that's the Dragon Ball Z thing. And went super training mode. But Dobrain might need a little bit of training on his own. He's already getting into the red right now, and I think TB and Multimum see it. Oh, but they get punished for the chase.
And again, we're seeing Dobrain in the red, Daiku in the yellow, but Multimum and TB getting very close to the red. Multimum getting the side signature, taking out Dobrain. That incredible signature kick from Multimum Sentinel covers so much territory. I swear it comes out faster than you think.
Even if it comes out a little bit slow, it still hits incredibly hard, and you do not want to be taking those to the face. Dobrain is going to be sending Multimum off the map, though. Daiku is ready with the follow-up, sends him into the sky, but not able to finish off either stock hit. Dobrain catches the down sig onto Multimum. And Multimum, or sorry, TB just avoided 2 people swinging at him for a little while.
Yeah, I mean, you like see right here, the black hole. They made it look so easy, but when TB was in the middle of them, they couldn't do anything to save their life. But then TB, again, we're saying nice things about him, and he's just gonna kind of throw a mine at his feet and go into it.
I mean, just apparently don't say nice things about him. Daiku.
That's why I'm not a nice person.
It's a jinx. It's honestly, it's for the better of the players if you're not nice to them. But Daiku is still on his first stock. He's just extending these stocks for absolutely absurd amounts of times. TB hits the bow toss. Daiku went back to try to save his teammate, and that is going to be his death. And that is going to be the stock advantage for TB and Multimum. As long as Multimum can avoid death, it's going to be helpful.
That double kill right there, that overextension from Daiku, the high skill from Daiku, knowing that he can save his teammate, that might have saved the game for them. But as I'm saying that, turnaround, 2 quick kills, recovery from Dobrain, a nair from Daiku.
I mean, they just cleaned house right there. Dobrain and Daiku coming back, getting downlight side airs all over the map. Daiku's just chasing forward onto TB, wants to just keep pressure on top of TB and not let Dobrain get caught in a 1v2. TB almost getting the gimp. And even if they get this gimp, it's Daiku.
Yeah, we might just see a repeat of what we saw last time on Twilight Grove, but this time Daiku doesn't have the island to kind of play shenanigans around. He's going to be forced into more of a straightforward fight.
Oh! Looks like it won't even matter though. TB gets taken down.
And Multimum, that big Sair from Dobrain, knocking him almost to death. The dare will finish it up. Here is another game for Dobrain and Daiku. And with the character switch, we see 237 damage from TB.
I don't think it was necessarily the character switch that ended up being to TB's fault. It's just that I genuinely believe his axe has been downloaded at this point. Daiku and Dobrain just know how he wants to play that axe. They know that he wants to get those recoveries along the edge. And at this point, they're just like, all right, just do you, and we'll just punish you every single time. And that's what's happening now. TB, if he plays another axe character, he's got to focus on the secondary weapon of that axe character.
And that's one of the things coming from the lower bracket. Multimum and TB have to get the bracket reset. They have to win a best of 5 followed by a best of 5. So the downloading process for Multimum and TB basically has to be twice as fast as Dobrain and Daiku, because they have to win twice as many games as Dobrain and Daiku to take the tournament.
And I think TB recognizes that his axe play is the fault. He's going to be mixing it up, going to Asuri. We're going to be seeing something similar, maybe taking a page out of Zaloxary and Spirit Wolf's book, going double guitar.
Maybe when I recently asked him about who he plays, he has Bryn and Azoth are his comfort picks. Barraza and Hattori are his wild cards. None of these characters have Katars.
I mean, he's got the sword from Hattori, so maybe that's what he'll just rely on is the sword play. Oh, nope, he's gonna mix it up. He's got the Katars, and he might be looking for those big Katar gimps that we've been seeing throughout the tournament.
Well, we saw him just throw out a side signature, just out of nowhere when everybody in the game is yellow. I'm not sure what he was really hoping to accomplish there, and he just got punished for it.
Well, he's looking for some sort of damage, some sort of kill potential, or maybe he's just trying to be that wild card, just kind of draw attention to himself and let Multimum run wild, because right now Multimum is the lowest damage person on the map. He's been getting big Katar strings on everybody. Side-sigging Daiku. As long as TB holds onto this stock, they're going to have the advantage, because Daiku is going to get taken down.
So we basically have an even trade here. Dobrain is a little bit behind Multimum in terms of damage taken, but with that hammer neutral light from Daiku, it's pretty much dead even right now.
Daiku's gonna be trying to take down Multimum, but TB can't clean up the stock of Dobrain.
It's interesting if TB is trying to be kind of the person to take the aggro. I wouldn't pick a character with. I wouldn't pick a Suri with her 5 defense, but I mean, if it's technically working, they're ahead right now by all intents of and meanings of the word.
Nice. They're not able to finish it off onto Daiku, but I mean, there's 2 types of aggro, right? There's I'm gonna be just this unkillable beef castle, the Rolands, the Queen Knights, and whatever have you. And then there's the other kind, which is what TB's looking for. Just the I'm gonna be annoying and everywhere, and I'm just gonna make you have to deal with me, while my teammate is what you actually have as a threat.
Daiku is looking to play on the wall. I think he wants a hammer recovery onto TB.
He's not gonna let him get it. TB is gonna get past. And the more that Daiku plays along the wall, the more time Multimum has to just go all over Dobrain. Daiku goes deep, but he gets up with a side air to send TB down to his last stock.
Stocks are even. Dobrain in the very, very deep orange. We're seeing a nice black hole there. Even though if it was just for a moment, that was probably 60 damage.
I mean, it was enough to knock Multimum into the yellow, so at least 50. But Daiku, on his last stock, is actually even with TB, despite being on his last stock for quite a while now.
Daiku has to extend this last stock. He has to do what he normally does with his first stock on his last.
Oh no! All right. You know what? At least it was Multimum and not TB. Had it been the reverse, Multimum would have had to fight the 1v2, and it would have not been a happy situation.
I think game would have been over at that point. Game would have been over. Set would have been over. Tournament would have been over.
Yeah. I mean, there's no coming back if TB gets taken down. Multimum is working Dobrain over, but it's not fast enough.
Dobrain and Daiku are up 2-1. This is grand finals. If Dobrain and Daiku win one more game, they win the entire tournament. TB and Multimum have to win this game, another game, and then an entire another set. And honestly, it's possible at this point. It is possible to tie this set up right now.
I mean, it's doable.
Not anymore, Multimum. Why would you just neutral sig? Multimum has been throwing out just a handful of sigs in the past minute, and they haven't been hitting. He's been getting punished, and then all of a sudden he just kills his teammate.
He's gotta be careful now. Oh, he avoided the soft platform, but he's able to make it back up. He is trying to edge guard Daiku. This is not an easy thing to do. He's gonna go back, maybe try to turn it onto Dobrain. Nope, he's just now placed himself between 2 death zones.
Multimum needs a miracle.
And that down air is not the miracle. It is gonna be Daiku and Dobrain who win it out 3-1 in grand finals of this EU 2v2.
Daiku and Dobrain are back. Ladies and gentlemen, forget me not, Dobrain and Daiku coming back. A tour de force. Some of the OG gentlemen of the EU scene are back, die hard with a vengeance. It doesn't matter how old Bruce Willis gets. He kills a lot of bad guys in the movie. It doesn't matter how washed you think Daiku is, how washed you think Dobrain is, because they're back.
These guys had an amazing run throughout the tournament. They went into winners having not lost an entire game. They lost 1 to Multimum and TB. They come into grand finals. Multimum and TB beat out Zaloxery and Spirit Wolf, get into grand finals, and they only take 1 other game off of Dobrain and Daiku. Dobrain and Daiku are showing up in amazing force.
The boys are back in town. The boys from Boo are back in town. Sponsors out there, you need to pick up these gentlemen. If you're watching right now, I hope that was human highlight reel enough for these 2 incredible players.
Really great showing. Congratulations, Dobrain and Daiku, for taking out first place. Second place, we just saw them, Multimum and TB. Third place, Zaloxery and Spirit Wolf. Tied for 4th place is going to be... I just lost it. Oh, tied for 4th place is going to be... Janice and Q4 are not tied there. I mean, well, I guess they're tied with each other. And then tied for 5th place, Sidero and Cake are tied alongside Aram and Logic. And then it goes further down, but that is your top 6 of the tournament.
Great showing today from the boys across the pond. Thank you, everybody, for coming out today. Keep in mind, next week we have the Rivalcade 2v2 $2,000 tournament on Friday night. And then the very next day, we keep on rolling to the US East Regional Qualifier. This is where the big boys come to play. We've seen LDZ take US West. Who is going to take it for US East?
Well, we'll be finding out next week. Once again, I'm Designated Asian. Alongside me is
Sparky878.
And we want to give a huge shout out to all of our admins, our behind the scenes guys. Huge shout out to TWK and Daza, even though they weren't able to make it today. But also shouts out to the admins: Sloshala, Zenigan, White Sheepy, Sticky Soul, Cassidy, Loco Doco. Did I miss anyone? Part of the Creed for streaming it.
I don't know who works here.
All right. Well, thank you. And we are out.
All right, we should be good.